Chapter 113 A Break. Anko. His deep voice broke through the silence of the room. The idea is to get information from them, not half-heartedly cut them until they fall unconscious. Finesse like such things as subtlety were not usually used to describe Anko or her personality, but she was a member, and a prominent one at that, of KIT. Cutting people up properly was one of her specialties. Sorry. Normally he'd expect a cheesy grin as she rubbed the back of her head, but neither happened this time. A subdued Anko simply wasn't right. I've had a lot on my mind recently. Ibiki was not a fan of feelings. Nor did he particularly care for helping people, but as she was both his subordinate and running some of the few interrogations they had been given lately, he wanted to nip this in the bud now. With a sigh, he unlocked the poor bastard from Anko's special chair and unceremoniously kicked him off to land in a heap beside it. Turning to Anko, he pointed at the chair and gave the single-word command, "Sit." As if the situation was completely natural, she complied, sinking into the seat as if it were some sort of plush armchair rather than the steel love-child of a folding chair and an operating table. "All right, what's going on?" "A lot." She shrugged. "I'm not even sure how much I should actually be telling you either." Well, that wasn't exactly something he wanted to hear. Of course, his first assumption was that it had to do with the House of Wolves. He was well aware that she was in good standing with the group, but telling someone whose entire job was based on gathering information that you had information and were willingly withholding it? She was lucky he liked her, otherwise she wouldn't just be sitting in that chair. Well, he suggested as he grabbed a metal chair and with a spin straddled it comfortably. "Why don't you start with what you know you can, and we can work from there?" "K." She thought for a moment, her face scrunching up, and as she thought of something she seemed to return to her usual self. "Oh yeah. So you know Naruto, right? The one Inoichi and I interrogated a few years ago? Who started a war with the Yamanaka right afterwards?" he asked dryly. "Yes, I think I'm familiar with Genin Naruto's existence." "Yeah, him. Well, you might also know that we've been fucking pretty regularly for a while now," and she paused to give Ibiki a curious look as he reached for his throat. It took a second to realize he was choking on something. "Why you what?" No, he had not known that the two of them were sharing a bed, and just that sentence brought up a multitude of questions he didn't even know if he wanted answered. Things like, why were they sharing a bed? Why would he have known? And his personal favorite, why the hell was she telling him this? Next time he was just going to give her the rest of the day to deal with her problems herself. The one time he tries to do something nice for someone and he's saddled with this shit. Swallowing the spit that had nearly taken his life, perhaps a more pleasant fate were he to be perfectly honest. He gave a grimace and prompted her to continue with more self-loathing than he had ever believed it possible to feel. "No, I had not been aware of that." "Oh well, yeah. We've been fucking. A lot. Whenever I can get my hands on him, really." "Please get to the point, Anko. I've just been thinking about my relationship with him. It's really not anything official, you know, we're not dating or anything, and I keep wondering what we are and what I want us to be. I haven't been able to figure out either. And that's why you've been botching my interrogations? I guess I just can't decide between fuck buddies, lovers, or maybe just friends with benefits. If he gets married to someone, I think I might want to make things more official. I'm leaning towards mistress." "Anko? Yeah? Get the fuck out of my interrogation room." She gave a pout but pulled herself up from the chair. "I thought you were going to listen." "I was, and I did," he agreed with a nod. "I regret that now." "Out." "Fine, but I'm taking the chair." "No, you're not." Her pout deepened, and her arms folded across her chest like a sulking toddler. "I want my chair." "Out, Anko." He pointed to the door. "And don't come back until Monday." Her face brightened at that. "Monday?" she confirmed. "I want to give you enough time to figure this out." Ibiki found that answer ended up with a happy Anko clinging to his midsection. "Because I don't want to deal with it." She looked up at him with a frown. "We were having a moment, Ibiki. Why'd you have to go and ruin it?" "Because I don't want to have a moment. Ever. Oh, I know you're just a big softa inside, Ibiki." "Out." Her frown quivered for a second before being overcome with a cheeky grin. Straightening up, she planted a quick kiss to his scared cheek and released him to make a hasty retreat. "Anko. Bye, Ibiki. See you Monday." With a wave, she sprinted out of the interrogation room, leaving a fuming Ibiki behind. He continued to stare out the open door for several long seconds before turning to the unconscious man laying on the concrete floor with a grumble. It's been years now, and I still don't have the patience to deal with that woman. You, however. He threw them back into Anko's chair. You I can deal with. He wanted what? Ganju tilted his unmasked face to the side as if it would somehow improve his hearing. It wouldn't, and he damn well knew that, but when he was pretty sure he was currently delusional, he figured it couldn't exactly hurt. After all, why would he ever expect Kyuubi to have a request for his next project? Usually Ganju just did whatever felt right, checking in with Mai to make sure he wasn't going to fuck up any plans, or just took orders from Mai, like that time he changed all the flooring to a darker wood because Kyuubi kept staining the carpets with his blood when she wanted something specific done. A request from Kyuubi, though, that was special. Well, not from Kyuubi per se, he was in the mood for a hot spring the other day, Katsuri explained. He asked me if you had created one when he wasn't looking and seemed pretty hopeful. Oh. Well, that made him feel a bit bad. Here he was creating rooms and doors and such. Kyuubi had plenty of rooms already, more than he could use. Why hadn't he focused on things he didn't have readily available yet? So, he had to go to a hot spring instead? He didn't really know what to ask, but apparently that wasn't it either, as a blush crept across Katsuri's face. He didn't think he had ever seen her even the slightest bit fazed by anything any of the wolves had ever done, so the fact that one small question could elicit such a response was astounding. Don't worry about it. Tsukuyumi-sama was taken care of. She brushed away his question hastily. It's not important right now. What is important is whether or not you can manage to get one installed for him. Preferably near his chambers. Ganju stroked his chin in thought for a second, staring off into the air. Never done one of those, honestly, and I'm really better at breaking than building. He continued to ponder it for a few more seconds. But if it's for Tsukuyumi-sama, the hand stroking his chin became a thumbs up as he shot her a confident grin. I'll do my best. I guess that's all I can really expect, isn't it? Ganju shrugged. I'm not architect, not a builder, hell, I'm not even a handyman, really. He gave a deep laugh from his stomach. But I'll get the boys and we'll figure something out. The boys? She was almost scared to ask. Yeah. His grin widened. Some of my brothers started helping me back when we had to redo all the flooring. I wouldn't have been able to do it all myself during the invasion. He was multiplying then. She tried to keep this from Naruto's attention for his own peace of mind, of course. Just try not to break anything, okay? He doesn't know I'm telling you this. I want to surprise him with something he can enjoy, not another mess he needs to fix. Yeah, Ganju waved off her concerns. It'll be fine, we've got this. He'll be able to unwind in a personal hot spring before you know it. He returned his hand to his chin as he stared off into nothing for a few seconds. How big do you think he'd want it? I don't care. No, like how many people do you think he might have joining him at once? That's a better question. He decided. Katsuri's cheeks darkened again as she contemplated the question. Mai herself, probably Anko. Tayuya was likely to join while she was here, and Katsuri knew Orochimaru would too. They weren't as likely, however, to all be using it at the same time. Oh, who was she kidding? They would probably try regardless of the size of the hot spring. Let's keep it to a modest 5-person, please. We should be able to fit that into one of the room without knocking down any more walls. It was probably a miracle the other floors hadn't collapsed down on them yet. Actually, thinking of upper floors, maybe they should start expanding upwards too. She'd save that suggestion for later, maybe after they had a chance to confer with an actual architect first. And with Mai. And probably Naruto too. Knocking down walls was one thing she was currently considering, adding a whole additional floor. One he probably didn't even need at that. Still, it was worth bringing to Mai's attention at least. Because then if Naruto was angry, it wasn't Katsuri's fault. His pen tapped against the desk in a slow rhythm, while unfocused eyes stared at nothing. There were three approaches they could take to securing a place for themselves within Kuni, and quite a few ways it might all play out. Offering their services to the daimyo of Kuni was nice and peaceful, but relied on both the daimyo agreeing it was a good idea and trusting the House of Wolves. As Naruto had been recently made aware, their reputation was not what he had previously believed. The chances of that working then were quite low. They could try taking the country by force, it wouldn't be the first time, but as Kuni often employed shinobi of other villages for their defense, it would run the risk of angering at least one major village. They already had Konoha acting against them, they didn't need others or worse to give Konoha justification to bring their quarrel to the attention of the rest of the world. As long as things stayed in the shadows, the wolves had a chance. As soon as everything was brought out into the open, they would be in more than a little trouble. The last option he could think of was to use subtlety to either convince the daimyo to allow it, like kidnapping his family or something, or to remove the daimyo and have someone pretend to be him for a while. Of course, they could always try to start building up a base without anyone knowing. That was probably a much better idea, actually. He could even take a page from Danzo's book and keep the majority of it underground. Orochimaru would be a good recourse for that, considering how many she had created over the years, and she might already have a few bases they could expand from. The more he thought about it, the better it started to sound. The point was to be able to protect the wolves, wasn't it? Patrially, at least. Something more hidden would definitely go a long way to help with that. From there they could decide how they wanted to legitimately or illegitimately, he supposed, have a presence in Kuni. In that case, he had a letter to write. As he grabbed a sheet of clean parchment and was about to begin, a scowling Hanabi marched into his office and threw her hands on her hips in such a way that he momentarily wondered if Mai had somehow shrunk. Raising a brow, he slowly placed his pen on the desk and clasped his hands before him. Yes, Hanabi? I need more wolves. His second brow joined the first. Care to explain? I was trying to get Mai's wolves to be more admin-focused, but because she's not the one telling them how paperwork should be handled, they won't do it. I need wolves who will listen to me. Purple eyes stared into her for a few silent seconds. You're trying to change how paperwork is handled? He asked. Yes. It was accompanied by a firm nod. Mai was getting reports from you and Tsukuyumi on her desk and told me the wolves send paperwork to wherever they think it should go, and that doesn't seem right. How can you make sure it goes where it needs to go if people are sending it where they think it should go? Is that the only thing that was bothering you about our current admin setup? She crossed her arms with a huff, scowl deepening. I took a look at the records too, she admitted. It looks like the important ones are organized and the rest are sort of boxed away. How do you find things when you need details from a report or something? He thought about it for a second before giving her a small smile. I guess we've simply never needed to, he answered honestly. But you bring up a very good point. Everything we do is still pretty small, so it hasn't been difficult to simply ask whoever was involved with something, but as we continue to expand, that's going to become a problem. Do what you can for now. I'll have Sai send a few more wolves from Nami. I need at least 3 for my team, declared the former Hyuga heiress. 4 or 5 would be better, but I don't really need them until we are expanding. At least 3 then. He nodded, jotting down a note on the back of what had once been a report. He supposed that really only proved her point further. Was there anything else you needed? My own office would be nice, she decided after a moment. Something close to Mai's. But I can just share hers for now. I don't even have a team yet. He dipped his head in agreement again. I'll see what I can find. If she wanted to get things running more smoothly, he wasn't going to stop her. In fact, he could have sworn he had promised Mai that he would put together an admin group to decrease their workload some time ago. This would do nicely. Anything else? Hanabi shook her head. No, that was it. Her scowl had long since faded and was now replaced with a small smile. Thanks, Ni-san. You're very welcome. He returned the smile. Let me know if you end up needing anything else. It looked like he had 2 letters to write now, but he couldn't say he really minded. Despite recent setbacks, things were going pretty well. Is everything okay, Sunflower? Kushina asked as Naruko stumbled into the kitchen. While she had technically been unmoving in her room for the last few hours, she was absolutely exhausted. She thought she knew the definition of that word after a few D-rank babysitting jobs, but an excited Karura took way more energy than a couple of kids. Why, you're just a bit tired. She took a seat at the table and brightened slightly as she declared. I figured out things with Mito, everything's fine now. Oh? A single brow arched delicately as Kushina took in the haggard appearance of her daughter. What was it? That Naruko had not come up with a response for yet. She blamed her current weariness, not that it would get her out of anything. She'd like to be able to tell her mother exactly what it was, but on the other hand, it didn't feel right to be giving away what could very well be some of her brother's secrets. Letting them out was in no way going to aid either of them in repairing their relationship with him. A lie it was then. Well, no, not a lie. Truth, just selective. Truth. Whatever conclusions Kushina came to and how accurate they might be wasn't something Naruto could control. It was a thought defeated by the knowledge that she was going to be intentionally leading Kushina towards conclusions that were inaccurate, and she was doing it both knowingly and willingly. She'd tell the truth later. Either when Naruto gave her permission, she'd ask the next time he actually bothered to show up during team training, or after Kushina had managed to repair her relationship with him. She was fully aware that was less likely than Naruto managing to repair her own relationship with Naruto, and whole she felt a little guilty about it. She chose that specifically because of it. Did you know that the inside of the seal can be changed? Naruto answered with a question. Kushina was silent for several long seconds, trying to make sure she was indeed hearing what her ears were telling her she was. No, well, it can be. Naruto set up a little home for Kurura. She gave an exaggerated contemplative frown. He set it up on my half of the seal though, and I'm not sure how. She had forgotten to stop by Mito's part of it again before she left, but after so much time with Kurura she had her fill of biju for the day. So you think that's what you were feeling then? Kushina thought she was following along, but that didn't mean she actually understood what was happening. She had never tried to change the Kyuubi's prison when she had visited it. Admittedly, she couldn't have stopped in more than 3 times over the years it had been contained within her. Nothing was wrong while I was there. Mito was surprised to see me. Both true in her defense. Did she have any idea how he did it? She could be completely truthful with this one. I didn't actually think to ask. I was more curious about what I was seeing, and at one point Naruto stopped by. That caught Kushina's attention like a charm. He did? Yeah, I get the feeling he checks in on the seal pretty regularly to make sure everything's in order. He'd have to with 3 biju running around in it. He was surprised to see me too. That might have been a stretch, honestly. He hadn't seemed to be surprised, but she couldn't remember a time he ever was. Just because he had managed to collect himself before stepping into the conversation doesn't mean there couldn't have been a half-second he needed to process what he was seeing beforehand. Oh, that's good. It was a sound idea. He must have gotten that sort of sense when it came to Fuinjutsu from his father. Kushina tried not to consider the fact that the Kyuubi might somehow have a better relationship with her son than she did, but considering the fact that if the Kyuubi had simply sat in its cage it would have hurt him less than Kushina had, didn't support her hopes very much. Did you talk much? No, he said he had some things he still needed to take care of and left. Again true. That's unfortunate. Will the two of you be meeting with Jiraiya again soon? It was obvious Kushina was still holding out hope that at the very least her children could restore their past relationship. Naruto had long since began to doubt that anything that did come about would ever be the same as it used to. They were simply too different these days. They had spent too much time apart going down their own paths. She thought it was definitely possible for them to become friends, but she knew there was little hope they'd ever have a sibling relationship ever again. I haven't heard anything, but I'll check with Naruto at our next team meeting. Kushina smiled at that, and it took a lot of effort not to grimace. She couldn't bring herself to crush the hope her mother was clinging to so desperately, but letting it continue was probably worse. It wasn't a bad hope, but Naruto didn't want to see the look in her mother's eyes on the day it did finally come crashing down. Unfortunately, that was going to be the day Kushina needed her the most. Naruto wasn't looking forward to it. A knock at his door drew Naruto's attention as he put the finishing touches on his letter to Orochimaru. Glancing up, he was met by another young woman with long dark hair. This one, however, was notably taller, and a good few years older than the last. She also didn't have her hands on her hips, which generally was a good sign when she came to visit him. He couldn't remember doing anything recently that might have earned him the hip fist aside from the recent unfortunate timing of his Kage Bunshin. Good, he spared a quick look over to his clock. Afternoon, I hope my interruption didn't hinder the two of you earlier. There was a notable red that spread across her cheeks at that. That's a part of what I wanted to talk to you about. Oh. This might actually be worse than starting with an irritated Mai. Gods knew he would be more than a little cross at someone interrupting time with one of the girls. He didn't think Mai had been given much of a chance for private time with some lately. He was quite possibly in some very deep shit. Despite that, he remained as calm and collected as he usually appeared. He could panic after Mai confirmed his suspicions. Of course, have a seat. He waved an open palm to one of the seats before his desk. So far only Kurenai had ever actually used them, and even that had just been until a more comfortable chair had been dragged into his office for her to read on. Speaking of which, he hadn't really seen her lately. Maybe he should drop in for a visit soon when he found himself with some free time. It was likely to be a bit before he received a response from Orochimaru, and for the additional wolves he was requesting to arrive in Konoha anyway. She sat down almost demurely like a misbehaving student who had been called into the principal's office. He was immediately sure she wasn't angry at him. Well, he was pretty sure at least, but Amai who wasn't confident was worse than Amai whom he had interrupted her time with Sim. He assumed. He hadn't made that mistake yet before, possibly today, but Mai without confidence wasn't Mai, and he was damn sure that wasn't good. She was silent for a bit, gathering her courage before cutting to the question she really wanted the answer to. What is our relationship? It took a second for the words that left her lips to fully sink into his awareness, during which he sat completely still, staring into her eyes. Even after he had realized what she was asking, he continued to sit silently, mulling it over. Eventually, as Mai started to become visibly nervous, he settled on a response. I'd say that we have several relationships, Mai. Is there one in particular you wanted to discuss? Ours, Naruto. What are the two of us? That actually made it quite clear, and he'd reflect later on why just the use of his name told him what she meant. We're friends first, he decided. Very good friends. I'd also be so bold as to call us lovers, but if you disagree, I have some less formal names I've picked up from Enko that I don't know any polite equivalents of. That earned a small smile, but she still looked troubled. Is that all we are? We're talking about our personal relationship, correct? Nothing to do with our professional relationship? He thought it was probably for the best to verbally establish that now rather than run with an assumption and end up going about this the wrong way. Not that knowing would help much, he had no idea what was even going on at the moment. What hope did he have of consciously making a correct decision? Right. She gave a small nod and fell silent again, awaiting his response. Naruto's fingers tapped steadily against his desk as he contemplated it, but in the end, not knowing what she was looking for, he had to admit defeat. That's what I would be confident describing our relationship as, yes. What is it to you? I don't know, she admitted, turning away from his gaze. I couldn't figure it out, that's why I asked. The room was silent for a generous handful of unending seconds, stretching on far longer than they should be allowed. What you described, though, it's accurate, I think. Just, she tried to find the proper words. It just seems lacking, like we should be more friends, lovers. It just seems so simple. Too simple. It's not that simple, he tried to help. Because our personal lives and the relationships within are so closely tied to our professional lives. Neither of us, I think, is capable of fully separating the two for any considerable amount of time. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Is it really bothering you that much, Mai? He understood it, or he'd like to think he did, but she had never seemed upset by the ambiguity of their relationship before. What had brought this on? What was really troubling her? No, yes, she shook her head as if to clear it. I don't know. Something just seems wrong. I want to help you, Mai. I don't like seeing you struggling with something like this. His fingers folded together again before him, and he gave his second-in-command a serious look. I'll do what I can, but you have to work with me here. What happened? Why are you suddenly doubting this? Though unintentional, his words immediately brought a flash of guilt surging through her heart. Doubting, huh? This wasn't the first time she had done so either. Come to think of it, after the last time she had gone to Tsum, hadn't she? It seemed as if when those two were both involved, Mai always seemed to feel guilt. That's what she was feeling now, wasn't it? Not just from his words, but before she had entered his office. His choice of words might have made it slightly more intense, but the feeling had already been there. She just wasn't able to put a name to it. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. She wasn't worried about what their relationship was. She was guilty that the time she spent with Sim and the feelings she still held for the woman was somehow a betrayal of it. What was she looking for then? Permission? For Naruto to tell her that they didn't have any sort of real relationship so she could do as she pleased? That he considered them to be something more, but understood her feelings for the older woman and wasn't going to stand in her way if she chose to pursue them? As far as she was aware, he didn't actually know about her feelings. Relationship, sure. He probably had an idea that wasn't completely inaccurate about what was between the two physically, but considering how many people shared his bed, that might not really register as anything more in his mind. And why would he know? She hadn't told him. In fact, she hadn't actually told him anything about their relationship beyond the fact that Tsum had been her first. Had she been trying to keep it a secret? Did she need to? Mai had a feeling that keeping everything quiet was probably half the reason she felt guilty about it. How could she not when she was the one acting like it was wrong in the first place? I guess the time I've spent with Sim sometimes makes me question what my relationship with her is and what my relationship with you is. That made sense to him, he supposed. He normally didn't contemplate the nature of his relationships until just now, but he supposed if someone didn't have a good half-dozen ambiguous relationships you never actually sat down and determined what they were, then they were probably a bit more aware of the relations you did have. Or something. He was sort of just taking things as they came, though now he was starting to doubt if that was a wise decision on his part. He needed to set aside some time to consider relationships, and even more importantly some time with the people he was in those relationships with. I see. Is there something I can do to help? I just don't know. Silence returned to the room. Perhaps having our personal and professional lives so intertwined is part of the problem. Naruto broke the silence some time later. It felt like close to an hour had passed, but realistically it had been less than 3 minutes. I would never suggest having you step down from your position within the Wolves. Of course he wouldn't. She was both one of its founders and his heir. The Wolves, as far as he was concerned, were as much Mai's as they were his. There was more than one reason he had been tolerating her personal wolves. Mai realized where he was going before he continued and honestly couldn't decide how she felt about it. Perhaps, he suggested, it would help you figure things out if our personal relationship was put on hold for a while. She answered him she knew she did, but it didn't feel like she was there when it happened. Maybe it would. Do you know what was worse than being run ragged trying to satisfy a gaggle of sexual frustrated women? Being run ragged and then having to deal with the gaggle of sexually frustrated women you couldn't satisfy. Niji took that back. Actually, the worst part was when the two groups would discuss their sex lives. He didn't really mind hearing that the future mothers of the new Uchiha clan were turning to each other, but when they started evaluating the current performance of himself and Sasuke, whom he was reasonably certain was dead at the moment, he started to feel beyond uncomfortable. It's not like he really had anywhere he could go to avoid it either, considering they all lived together, and he wasn't allowed to wander the base without an escort of at least 3 of the 5 in case he wanted to escape. Beyond avoiding having his sexual prowess shredded before him, it's not like he had done anything like this before meeting them. His skill was directly related to what they were teaching him. He really didn't have a reason he would want to leave. It was almost ironic in a way. In keeping him from being able to leave, he was being put in a position that made him want to leave temporarily, of course. He quite liked it here when they weren't discussing that. It would be worth it, though. Completely worth it. After all, how many Hyuga had been given the chance to escape their caged fate and start a family that would never be branded? Well, he hadn't exactly been uncaged, just moved to a nicer one, but he was more than willing to waste away in it if it meant his children would never have to wear the Hyuga's curse seal. While he couldn't exactly trust Orochimaru in general, he could trust them to not want to lose their new Hyuga back to Konoha, so he could rest easy knowing they'd protect his children from his old clan. Children like the twins currently growing in Akira. He didn't know what he was going to have to do to convince Orochimaru to arrange it, but he was going to marry that woman, the first mother of his children. It was simply unfortunate that the pregnancy was making her a bit irritable and insatiable as of late. Her critique of his performance had been the most harsh by far. After a few awkward minutes, Mai had risen from her seat and excused herself, claiming she had work to finish. That had been over an hour ago. His letters finished just before Mai's arrival hadn't been touched since. It was strange to think that at this very moment they were simply Tsukuyomi and his second in command. They were still friends, he assumed, but it was going to be difficult to stop thinking of her as more. If it would help her, however, he would do his damnedest. She was his favorite after all. With a heavy sigh, he swept the letters into his grasp and stood up from his desk. His work was finished for the moment, which one could say was a good thing because progress wouldn't suffer due to these new thoughts distracting him, but at the same time he could definitely use a distraction from those thoughts. Getting more wolves here to Konoha wasn't quite as important as securing their new home, so he'd asked one of O's children to take Orochimaru's letter to her, and he'd send a wolf out to Nami with the other. He swung his door open quietly and paused at the sight that greeted him. Ganja mask in its traditional place hanging on his waist. Did he ever actually wear the damn thing? Had frozen in place in the hallway, lengths of timber over one shoulder, a can of something in his free hand, and staring straight forward with utter determination. Behind him 3 wolves were slightly crouched carrying various tools and materials, and they too did their best to avoid Naruto's suddenly questioning stare. A few long seconds ticked by before Ganju's head creaked over to meet Naruto's eyes with a nervous chuckle. "Good afternoon, boss man. Lovely day, isn't it?" "What are?" Naruto paused, frowning slightly in thought. "You know what?" "No," he shook his head. "I don't really want to know." Still lightly shaking his head, he turned down the hall and began walking away from the insanity that was his children. He was going to need something to distract him from wondering what they were up to now, too. Maybe now was a good time to make some visits to friends and allies? Or to destroy a training ground. He hadn't done that in a while. And until I have a team that can do things well, you lot will at least be doing things passably. One of the wolves in the room went to raise their hand and was shot down immediately. "I don't care if this is how you've been doing it or if it's worked so far, it's not good enough. We're fixing this mess before it causes more damage, understood? Has Mai approved this?" Hanabi rested her fists on her hips in a way that reminded most of the wolves of the young woman in question. "She approved me as her assistant, so now I'm doing my job to make sure hers goes as smoothly as possible." "You're not trying to keep things difficult for her, are you?" That wolf backed down immediately at that. Everyone there knew how hard Mai worked, and none of them really wanted to be part of the problem. Hanabi gave a nod as no one else spoke up. "Good, any other questions?" The wolves shook their heads. "Then get out of here. Mai won't be able to get into her office when she gets back with you lot filling it." They did as instructed without complaint, filing out of Mai's office and past the bemused Mai, who had been watching from the doorway. They looked thoroughly embarrassed as they passed her, but took her silence on the matter as agreement with her new assistant. When the last one had left, Mai continued into the room, shutting the door with a soft click. "Already hard at work, I see." She managed a small smile towards the girl as a surprised Hanabi snapped her attention over to her. Yes, just trying to get things more organized." "Not a bad idea," Mai agreed as she took her seat behind the desk. "What was that about your own team?" The former Hyuga heiress hesitated slightly at that. I may have asked Naruto for some wool of my own," she admitted. "Your wolves do things your way, which makes things a bit easier for you but makes it really hard to reorganize them. And you didn't think to ask me about it?" Mai rose a brow. That was both for getting her wolves and for convincing Mai's wolves to change the way they did things. "I figured it would be easier to start from scratch, and then I wouldn't be taking away some of your wolves for administrative tasks in case you ended up needing them." Mai gave a hum of agreement. That made sense, she supposed. "You know you could have asked me to get you wolves though, right?" Hanabi's cheeks darkened. "I hadn't thought about that." Mai could understand that as well, better than Hanabi in fact. While the girl had been told that she and Naruto were both equal under Tsukuyomi, it only made sense that the girl went to the very top of the hierarchy when requesting her own team of wolves. Not that she would find out any time soon, of course. Possibly never. "When did you make this request?" Mai reached for the less sensitive documents still on her desk, flipping through them to see if anything caught her eye. "It didn't. A few hours ago," Hanabi answered. "While you were out." The young woman moved around the desk to take a seat on her stool, peering over Mai's shoulder as best she could. She'd already flipped through those documents herself, and while she hadn't found them interesting, it was always possible she had missed their actual importance. "Then I suppose it may have been difficult to ask me about it," mused Mai. "Though I don't think it was exactly urgent." She turned to meet Hanabi's eyes. "Do you?" Hanabi frowned. Now that she thought about it, there really was no rush to it. What difference would a few hours make? Admittedly, part of it was screwing up her courage to go demand quite literally those wolves from Naruto. If she had waited too long, she would have lost her nerve. Or come to her senses. Force didn't work against him, as she knew from experience. She was probably lucky he didn't mind this time and happened to agree with her. "No," she agreed. "I could have waited for you." Mai gave a satisfied nod. "Yes, you could have. In the future, I'd appreciate if you did. Naruto is often quite busy with his own work. I don't think he needs to be overseeing my assistant as well." That made sense, Hanabi supposed, but it also brought up another question. If you're Tsukuyomi's assistant, and I'm your assistant, who's Naruto's assistant? Technically? Mai was, though that was sure to bring up more questions. Briefly, Mai considered admitting that, saying that she acted as an assistant to Tsukuyomi, and helped out Naruto, which is why she was the one in need of an assistant, but quickly discarded that. If that was the case, it would have made more sense for Hanabi to be Naruto's assistant. We're still looking for somebody who would fit with his personality and work attitude. Mai lied. It's not easy to find someone trustworthy who can keep up with him and is forceful enough to keep him from working himself to death. Mainly because everyone who met the first two criteria would simply enable him rather than enforce the third. Oh yeah? That makes sense. Naruto did seem to work quite a lot, and his presence could be a bit forceful. How exactly do you find someone? Mai gave a wry smile. When we figure that out, it won't be a problem anymore. Yeah, that made sense too. Pale eyes stared down at the completed papers covering her desk, each and every one the bane of her existence. She was a goddess if you believed her clan, so why did it feel like she was always losing the fight against paperwork? Hinata released a frustrated sigh as she crossed her arms, her pen dropping carelessly onto her table. Things might not have been quite so bad if Naruto hadn't vanished again. The last time her duties as clan head had her a bit stressed, she had gone to visit him, but he was apparently unavailable according to Mai and every wolf she spoke to. It took a while and several days of trying to reach him to learn that he wasn't available because he wasn't currently in Konoha. She couldn't fault him quite so much for that, though it would have been nice to both know and spend some time with him before he left, when compared to him being in Konoha and just not visiting her. Hinata knew very well that he was beyond busy, but surely they could set up regular time once a week, or something. Now that she thought about it, there was a very good chance it might help to actually suggest that to him rather than just wonder why he didn't do it. Like she said, he was busy. With so much on his plate, and on his mind, it didn't make sense to just sit around and hope he would end up having the same idea and setting something up. Part of her also said that she needed to be the one to bring it up to really show him that she wanted to spend time with him more regularly, but the rest of her argued that showing up in his office had probably done that well enough the last time. Unless he just always expected her to burst into his office whenever she was in the mood for cuddles. It was certainly a tempting idea, but she also knew that if it was the case, she'd be in his office every other day at the least. Being perfectly honest, she'd probably never leave. But a new plan in place for ensuring proper amounts of Naruto time spread throughout her week, while helpful, didn't address the largest issue: all the work she had to put in as a clan head. Why was she the clan head anyway? Sure, they all followed and worshipped her, but did that really mean she had to be the one doing the work? The elders had held quite a lot of sway over the years, and they weren't the ones working. Was it really as easy as assigning someone else to do it for her? A sudden thought struck her. Previously it had been a single head with the final say, but who was more or less directed for most things by the elders. What if she reversed that? A single person herself who directed them but kept the final say, of course, so maybe not a perfect reversal, and a council working together to take care of the actual details of seeing her directions completed. That could work quite well. If she really thought about it, that was kind of how the wolves were operating too, wasn't it? Tsukuyomi at the top giving instructions, and people like Naruto and Mai making sure they were done properly. She was probably going to be stealing that soon. And if she didn't get her Naruto time, well, she might end up stealing him too. Is this accurate, Setsu? Of course it is, the plant man scowled. Why would I lie about progress we're not making? He had spent decades trying to set things up properly, most recently finding someone who would serve as temporary replacement until the man could be brought back, and it was a miracle he'd managed to keep the cranky bastard alive for so long, who had decided she needed to go take care of something and left without notice. If Kisame hadn't encountered her in the hall, they'd have never known. It was fortunate that two of them had seen her, considering what befell Itachi not long after, but Zetsu had his suspicions about that too. Probably should have seen it coming, really. Mikoto was well aware that Itachi had slaughtered her clan, and getting revenge was simply something humans did. Props to her for managing it, though. Assuming he was correct, of course, Itachi was not someone to be taken lightly. He was quite curious how she actually managed it. None of the intel on her pointed to being more capable than the Uchiha prodigy, but perhaps she had simply been better at stealth and subtlety than most shinobi these days. Wasn't terribly difficult, that with the bar so damn low. Whatever, the man was already starting to lose his vision, and he wouldn't have been nearly as useful soon enough. What did irritate Setsu is that despite having provided her with Mangekyo Sharingan and Eternal at that, she had still taken her son's eyes with her. Well, he assumed she had kept them. It was equally possibly they had simply been destroyed in a bout of pettiness against her dead son, or even Zetsu and the late Madara, and there was nothing to be found. She could have destroyed those before killing him too. He supposed Zetsu wouldn't be able to know for certain without asking her, and that would make for a much more satisfying revenge. Again he assumed. He'd never been in a position where he could get revenge because he was too careful to let himself be wronged. This with Mikoto was the closest he'd been so far. It was interesting and he felt somewhat annoyed, but he couldn't say he felt any particular anger or hate. He was simply mildly inconvenienced. No, that was wrong. Sort of. On one hand, it was a major inconvenience because you simply couldn't get Uchiha eyes anymore, not like you used to be able to when squads of fresh genin would go out, and the mission just happened to escalate unexpectedly, but at the same time Zetsu really didn't need Uchiha eyes. Certainly didn't need more of the bastards running around anyway. He did sometimes contemplate taking a pair for himself, but he wasn't completely confident he could handle the chakra drain of a pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Zetsu found it easier to accomplish his goals stealthily, and thus his chakra pool was kept small and his control high. The Sharingan would probably be more trouble than they were worth. That did not decrease the value they held, however. There were Kage who would give up half their village or more for just one regular Sharingan. Zetsu thought that was pretty dumb, but the eyes were known more as myth than reality, so he supposed it was only natural that those myths had grown out of proportion, especially outside Konoha. Those who had lived and worked with the Uchiha were bound to have a more grounded sense of the eye's ability, but even then, with them all wiped out, and the generations getting older each day, it probably wouldn't be too long before it gained legendary status there as well. That lack of logic was just one of the many reasons he hated humans. Their sentience, or what served as an equivalent, was horrid, though as food they were quite nice. Kind of like how they viewed cows, he mused. He likely would have spent more time contemplating the matter, but now wasn't the time. As of yet, we've only had one group to so much as see their target, but as they'd been ordered to hold off until we've captured the tales leading up to it, the Yambi was left alone. There's been no word from Deidara and Sasori about their progress on locating the Ichibi. In fact, we haven't heard from them at all. I see. Pain's ringed eyes closed in thought, the briefest of breaths exhaled from his nose in an effort to calm himself. How hard was it to find a single genin in Sunagakure? They didn't produce very many, and this one happened to be a murderous psychopath whom everyone avoided. That should be easy enough for them to spot. Perhaps he was being too harsh on them. Konoha had recently moved in to secure Kaze no Kuni for the Fire Daimyo. If the Ichibi was within Sunagakure and Deidara and Sasori were trying to locate them, he should probably just be grateful they'd yet to be discovered. If the Ichibi hadn't returned to Kaze no Kuni, however, then the Akatsuki really didn't know where he'd go, and so those two would be searching the entirety of the elemental nations in order to locate him. That was no small task. Even so, there had to be some sort of report. Recent movements would be nice, but at the bare minimum he expected an expense report, so they could be reimbursed for travel expenses. Searching the whole world wasn't cheap even as S-ranked shinobi. Sure, travel was cut down a good bit usually, but food and lodging weren't cheap, and paying for damages added up fast. As it so happened, S-ranked shinobi tended to cause a lot of damage without intending to. Kisame had once had to report no less than 7 buildings along a street damaged by what was purely a bar fight. Samahata hadn't been involved, and he hadn't released a single jutsu for the entire duration, which was actually remarkable restraint for the shark man. Pain would have to give credit where it was due, and yet the claims had reached nearly 10 million yen. Sometimes Pain had to wonder why they had decided to be the good guys. Surely it would be much easier to be villains of some sort, and then just destroy whatever they pleased without consequences. It would definitely stop Kakuzu from complaining about the Akatsuki wasting so much money. That alone was almost worth it. I'll attempt to summon them to see what's been going on. If they don't answer, I'll be expecting you to go out and find them yourself. We don't need more Akatsuki members going rogue. Kisame and Tobi wandering off presumably because they had been bored was bad enough. It was also kind of ironic considering Akatsuki mainly consisted of missing ninja who had already betrayed their villages. Maybe not the most trustworthy people to gather for his organization. Could one become a missing ninja more than once? What would you even call that double nuke? He supposed if he couldn't reach them and Zetsu couldn't find them, he might have to actually come up with something. Or if he was really lucky, Conan would have an answer for him. He had indeed ended up in one of Konoha's training grounds in the end, but he was still undecided on whether or not he would be using it for its intended purposes. Unfortunately, his office didn't always receive suitable sunlight through his window, and he wasn't about to summon a child of O in the streets of Konoha. That was just asking for trouble, mainly accusations about affiliating with Orochimaru. Which, to be fair, were perfectly true. He could probably say Anko taught him, but he wasn't willing to bank on that working. So here in training ground, actually he didn't know which one this was. It was empty, and had no lack of sunlight, which made it good enough for him. He held a letter to Orochimaru in one hand and O's amulet in the other, allowing the light to catch along the coils of golden metal. Tucking the letter under one arm, he used a chain to hold the kunai that he quickly cut himself with. His blood was rubbed across the amulet, and after a few seconds of moving his bloody thumb around it, there was a muted flash of red light, and the blood that had coated it vanished. In exchange for that now missing blood, a golden snake appeared among the grass of the training ground. Naruto didn't have perfect memory, but he was fairly certain that while he had only called for the aid of one of O's children perhaps 3 times, each time he had called for one it had been the same one. This was not that snake. "Greeting, honored child." He addressed them with a soft incline of his head. "I thank you for answering the call." The snake remained silent, staring up at him with measuring red eyes. "You are quite different from your brother, aren't you?" The snake tilted its head at that, a small amount of surprise flashing through its eyes, only to be replaced by wry impressment. "Notice, did you? As should be expected of father's high priest." If he hadn't before he did the second she started to speak. He was completely confident the last snake had been male after all. Naruto leaned down and offered an arm, which the serpent wrapped herself around without hesitation, her head resting near his palm as he stood back up. He held his arm up hand near his face, and admired the way the light played off her golden scales. Serpent children of the sun indeed. Forgive my questioning, but this is the first time my call had been answered by a child of O I had not yet met. Is there any reason for this now? She rolled her eyes slightly, a whisper escaping her that she nearly managed to disguise as a hiss. Ashen was getting irritable that his naps were being interrupted and that you would not let him attack for you. He's traded his position as your personal summon to me. Ashen? Is that his name? She gave him a blank look for a few seconds before she seemed to slouch as much as a snake could do so anyway around his arm. He didn't even give you his name, did he? A sigh escaped her. That idiot. Her red eyes meeting him, she introduced herself. I'm Aya, High Priest. It is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. They are mine, I assure you. He inclined his head again. I have several names depending on the situation. Times like this you may call me Naruto. She gave him a contemplative look for a few moments. More than one name, him? You don't strike me as the subtle type. Her eyes flickered over to his red hair. But I suppose that's to your credit, High Priest. Thank you, Aya. I have a favor I'd ask of you, should you be willing to hear it. Of course, Naruto. Ask of us, and we will do our best to serve our father's favored. He filed that away for later. With O's amulet back against his chest, his free hand retrieved his letter to Orochimaru. I need this to reach the snake sage. I believe Orochimaru may be able to aid me with something important. She took a few seconds to observe the letter before returning her attention to him. Is that all? She seemed skeptical, as if she was imagining something more difficult, glamorous, or perhaps both. For now, yes. Should I assume you are not willing? He kept his voice even and calm. He didn't want to somehow insult O by saying the wrong thing to one of his children, even if it was just misinterpretation of his tone. Aya quite literally recoiled at his words, tightening around his arm and nearly hiding behind his hand. No, I don't mind at all, High Priest. She assured him. I most humbly beg your forgiveness for my doubt. I was simply expecting a greater demand to be fulfilled. From what Ashen has spoken of his time with you, he was run ragged by your summons and accomplished many great deeds in your name. One delicate brow rose and Aya shrunk slightly under neutral purple eyes. I suppose we should have known better than to take his word, Aya admitted. Many of us were quite excited to hear his tales from the physical plane. I didn't even think to question his tales. That's not what I would have expected from serpents. I'm surprised you accepted a single word from his forked tongue at face value. He was no expert on the facial expressions of snakes if they actually had them, but he was fairly certain she was currently glowing with shame. I asked of him no more than I have asked of you, and called upon him perhaps 3 times since I ascended to this calling. The others will want to hear of this, she commented, though they'll probably deny believing him in the first place. Then do not tell them of his deception. Speak only the truth and allow others to question him, was Naruto's recommendation. Her eye narrowed at him as she looked at him as if just realizing what he was. There was a reason you were accepted to act as father's agent, she declared. You speak much older than you look. Perhaps. He paused for a second. Do you see your father regularly? She was caught off guard by the question. He's always near, yes. Why? Great Elder Koshi asked a favor of me to pass a message along to your father. I was wondering if you might deliver that on your return. Oh no! She shook her head vehemently. I could never speak on behalf of his high priest. It is above my station. I see. Naruto frowned slightly but was able to force his face back into neutrality after a second or two. This snake didn't seem anywhere near as useful as Ashen had been and struck him as both naive and unreliable. As deceptive and testing as Ashen tended to be, he had proven himself competent and obedient, unlike his sister. Naruto didn't think he would have ever actually ended up preferring the overstepping serpent, but here he was. Very well then. You are free to return to your siblings and bring your brother's deception to light. Thank you, High Priest. She gave the equivalent of a smile, but it quickly melted into what he assumed was a frown as she realized what she had forgotten. The letter, High Priest? She stretched out slightly as if reaching for it, but he just shook his head. No, I'll have one of my trusted wolves deliver it. He decided before repeating, you are free to go. These messages, while not critical, were very important and needed to reach their intended recipients in a timely manner. He had a distinct lack of faith in this child's ability to ensure that. He already knew his wolves were capable. It was much safer to send one of them. Of course, High Priest. She seemed nervous and uncertain about the change, but Naruto couldn't bring himself to care. This letter was too important to be given to a naive snake that either doubted or was unable to fulfill his requests. She'd do more good returning home. She had mentioned personal summon, which gave him a horrible feeling that she would now be the only one to come when he called for a child of O, and he resigned himself to the knowledge that he wouldn't have any further use of the amulet anymore. He'd never give it away. It was both a gift from Orochimaru and a very valuable artifact, but perhaps he'd find a nice wooden box to tuck it away in. Naruto could have sworn there was a momentary shadow across the training ground despite the sky being completely devoid of clouds, but judging by the way Aya seemed to flinch slightly on his arm, he thought he might not have imagined it. It was nice meeting you, High Priest. She started to sound hopeful at the end, but he quickly crushed it. You may go, Aya. In a flash of red she disappeared. For a few more minutes he stood in that spot staring off into nothing. Before he put the amulet away for the last time, he was going to have to find a way to pass on Koshi's message. Technically he didn't have to, as if he never spoke to her again, or ever for that matter, then he'd still be upholding his end of the deal, but he thought the old snake deserved at least this much. Unfortunately, almost nothing was known about or his ancient faith, and he didn't think he'd learn anything useful from a snake who couldn't pass on a message to her father. Above her station? Speaking to O on his behalf was above her station? What was the worth of being his personal summon if she couldn't carry out his will in their realm? When he went back to find a wolf to carry this message, he'd add to her letter asking Orochimaru to look into O's religion. Hopefully she'd be able to pull up something that would point him in the right direction. With a sigh, Naruto took a step with the intent to leave the training ground, only to pause as a warmth seeped across his chest. A glance down showed O's amulet fading from a very faint red back into its plain gold and coated again in the blood he had used to call forth O's child. It's already yours. Naruto shook his head as he resumed walking. You might as well keep it. It's no use to me anymore. Naruto was aware that his words would have been accurate, talking about both his blood and the amulet itself. He honestly couldn't say which one he meant as he left the training ground. Chapter 114 Snakes and Maidens. Shiki's crab shack wasn't much of a shack these days, and despite the name, didn't actually serve any crab. In fact, it wasn't really Shiki's either. Well, not originally. The original crab shack had been his grandfather's, and soon after it had passed to Shiki's father, Gato had seized control of Nami no Kuni. Gato's thugs had always been happy to have another place to eat, and that became harder and harder to find as other restaurants were forced to close their doors, sometimes being so grateful as to actually pay something to their tabs. Unfortunately, crab all food really, but there were less ships going off to gather crab as Gato's stranglehold had tightened, had become too expensive for the man to procure, especially when his patrons probably wouldn't be paying, and so he had turned to cheaper options. Gato's thugs would eat just about anything they didn't have to make, and as long as it was hot and served with copious amounts of alcohol, they would happily devour whatever was put before them. And that's how the family restaurant had become more or less a bar over the years. Shiki would have liked to be able to put crab back on the menu, but the only problem with that was the tiny detail of not actually knowing how to cook it. Normally he would have been taught as his father did it, but seeing as his father hadn't been able to get a hold of any, Shiki had instead learned the cheap shit his father had adapted to serving. That wasn't completely fair. The recipes had been created with cheap ingredients originally, but Shiki had put a lot of time, effort, and Gato's money, thanks Kyuubi for the wolves taking over and divvying up the late Gato's fortune to the remaining people of Nami no Kuni into applying those recipes to better ingredients. The results were passable, but that was just fine for a bar. Really, that was probably the only reason Shiki had any customers at all. That too was a bit misleading. Shiki's Crab Shack was a local favorite. Most of that could probably be attributed to the familiar feel of the building and the fact that the family restaurant had been in Nami no Kuni since before Gato, and was usually packed. Granted, most of his patrons were generally older sailors who liked to come here and complain about soft youth, the loss of their glory days, or how much of a bastard Gato had been. The only thing they didn't bitch about was the wolves, and that was because Shiki wouldn't have it in his shack. He did not need angry wolves kicking in his door and putting the family restaurant to the torch, thank you, and whether it was because he expressly forbade it in his shack or because the sailors didn't have any reason to complain about the wolves in the first place, no ill word about their liberators had echoed against his walls. And the wolves hadn't slaughtered him and his family yet. That was the important bit, to be perfectly honest. Fuck the building, he'd much rather get his wife and children out okay. That had led to plenty of late-night discussions with that lovely wife of his, debating the merits of simply selling the shack and leaving Nami. Land was in demand and the city was booming, so they could probably get a pretty good price for it. Despite that, the dockside building had been in his family for decades, and he hoped to be able to pass it on someday in the future. If things started to look like they would be taking a turn for the worse, however, they would be out of there at the first sign of trouble. Resilient his family may have been, but brave they were not. As his friends liked to say, he was the only roach anyone would ever find in the kitchen. And so Shiki's Crab Shack continued to operate, selling cheap drink and frying whatever they could get their hands on for their drunken patrons, attracting all manner of sailors looking for something warm to fill their bellies after long voyages without losing all their wages. Narutely, that meant it had been the first place Yokita and his crew had stopped into after returning from delivering the wolves to Mizu no Kuni. It was then that they shared their story with fellow sailors, recounting their interactions with Kyuubi himself, and it was a tale repeated every time they returned to port. While nearly every regular at Shiki's had heard it at least once, groups of them still listened with rapt attention each time Yokita and his first mate Suda took turns describing in careful detail everything they knew about the daimyo most of them had never seen. They tinkled so softly like little bells in the wind, but between each click of his chains Dento's limbs were pulled more taut. We thought it might be his clothing at first ripping away under the pressure of those horrible black chains, but it wasn't. Suda trailed off, lost in the memory that remained fresh in his mind regardless of how much he spent on drink. Oh gods, it wasn't. Yokita clapped him on the shoulder supportively as he took a quick swig from his glass. Wiping his mouth on his arm, he continued for his first mate in the same manner they'd been doing for weeks. Dento's limbs were dragged from their sockets, and we could hear as ligaments began to tear. He didn't move a goddamn muscle. He just kept watching from beneath that broken mask of his eyes cold and focused. 2 more chains lashed out, cutting deep gashes across Dento's torso and splattering his blood all over my wheelhouse floor. We couldn't do anything, not against someone who could call upon those damn chains without so much of a twitch. Yokita shook his head. It was over then. With a final tug, he ripped Dento apart and left him lying on the floor with barely a glance. What a monster! One of the other patrons mumbled into his drink with a solemn shake of his head. I can't believe people are actually supporting him here. A few of the others shot his cautious looks. Not only was that coming very close to breaking Shiki's rules, and they quite liked being able to come home to somewhere familiar after a long journey, but it was also getting very close to treason. Like it or not, he was their daimyo. Insulting him, especially if there were any wolves nearby either lurking or off duty, was inviting horrible fates to befall you and your family. That was the assumption anyway. If anyone had actually seen someone make that mistake and knew what had happened to them afterwards, they were keeping it quiet if they were still alive, that is. No. Yokita's gruff voice shot that down immediately. He's certainly no benevolent ruler, he admitted. But he's no monster. He's a man. A harsh man, a cruel man, but ultimately a fair man. Do you know what he said as he left us there with what remained of Dento? Do you? Most of them did, but they shook their heads and offered mumbled no-s anyway. It was always better from the captain's tongue they had found. He said go home to your families and make sure his share goes to his. Are those the words of a monster? Dento was an example one I wish he hadn't felt like he needed to make, but it was Dento's actions that brought his fate upon him. And yet Kyuubi orders us to return home to our loved ones and to make sure Dento's family was not left empty-handed. That's what tells me there's a man beneath that mask. Suda chimed in, then trying to add a lighter note at the end of their story. Even if he is more violent than a drunken stepfather. Ha! Stepfather Kyuubi. Yokita gently knocked his glass against Suda's. We best hope he stays drunk, and we stay unnoticed. Or we can stay drunk enough that he goes unnoticed. Suggested a patron, immediately being met with raucous agreement. I'll drink to that, laughed Suda. To forgetting Mommy Nami got remarried. In the corner Inari picked at his shrimp tempura with a frown, observing the drinking sailors from the corner of his black eyes. He could hear them from his place in the restaurant, everyone in the restaurant could hear them. It confirmed some of his feelings about Kyuubi, but it also brought with it some doubts. How on earth could they defend someone like that immediately after speaking of such horrible deeds? Ensuring innocents were cared for because he slaughtered a man didn't outweigh his senseless violence, not in the slightest. Appetite thoroughly lost, he left enough scattered bills and change to cover his unfinished meal before slipping off the stool and making his way out of Shiki's crab shack. A place that forbid the criticisms of Kyuubi, and his dogs, wise perhaps but cowardly even by Inari's standards back when Gato was in charge, was not going to give him any accurate idea about how the people of Nami, the natives, not those coming here now that everything was safe and opportunities abounded, the vultures truly felt about their new daimyo. Maybe Kikyo's bar would be less censored in their opinions. If nothing else, he wouldn't have to hear anyone defending the man. He hoped. She took a few minutes simply standing in the road staring up at the great western gates of Konoha. The southern gate would have been faster, but both it and the northern gate remained locked unless there was an emergency, and the city needed to be evacuated. Even then, most of the time they would still be closed, seeing as standard Konoha evacuation procedure prioritized moving to the Hokage mountain to the east. You'd think the fact that the rest of the world knew about that plan would make it less effective, but so far no one had managed to make it to the Hokage mountain in an emergency, let alone found the way to the civilians within. If they were smart, they would start there before Konoha knew anything was happening, but shinobi seemed to become less subtle with every passing year, so the likelihood of that actually happening was low. With a deep breath of the fresh air, it was always a strange feeling for it to be missing the salt of the ocean. Haku resumed her walk into the very first of the hidden villages. While this was technically an urgent matter, it was never a good idea to run towards the guarded gate. It had a tendency to put people on edge. So it was with the leisurely steps of a tourist, or perhaps just a lazy diplomat, that she made her way to the small line before the gate. She was fortunate that there weren't many people arriving today, and only a handful of travelers were ahead of her, ushered quickly into the village without much hassle. Off to the side a cart had been pulled away for a Konoha shinobi to search, and its driver stood nearby protesting the resulting disorganization, earning muttered curses from the two directly in front of Haku. If she had to guess, she'd say they were probably traveling together, and she didn't think it would be too much of a stretch to say they were probably wishing they weren't. They moved forward in line steadily and were passed through the gate with minimal fuss, just to end up waiting impatiently to the side for the cart to be cleared, something that seemed increasingly unlikely the more the driver badgered the Konoha shinobi about the search. Business in Konoha? The bored voice drew her attention to the guards in the gate. One of them sat up straight, filling out paperwork probably for the two who had just been given access to Konoha, while the other, whom she assumed was the one to speak, slouched over the desk before him, his chin resting against the wood and his arms dangling like wet noodles. I'm here on behalf of the Mizukage Meitoremi. She thought that might have elicited a response of some sort, but his eyes barely looked up from the desk to briefly glance at her. He seemed more interested in the fact that she was a young woman than an envoy from Kirigakure. Even so, they quickly returned to staring at nothing. Kiriha? He mumbled. Don't suppose you'd have much in the ways of passports quite yet, would you? With a sigh, he glanced to his partner and back to her. Got a headband at least? She pulled a fresh headband courtesy of May from her kimono and briefly flashed it at the board guard, who gave her a shrug in return. Good enough. You'll be trailed, but you probably expected that already. Haku gave a nod but wasn't sure if he had even been able to see it. His partner had finished up his papers and watched with a dissatisfied frown on his face but otherwise didn't object. Should I go straight to the Hokage Tower then? She asked the more professional of the two. They took a second to think before responding. No, we'll send word that someone's arrived. Did you have an idea where you'll be staying? I have somewhere in mind. I have a friend that lives here. The guard nodded. Wherever you end up staying, you'll get word thereon when Hokage-sama is able to meet with you. Probably in the next day or so, but what would I know? I don't arrange his schedule. Thanks. Her words didn't exactly convey any sense of real gratitude for that last answer, but he didn't seem to mind. Neither did really. No problem. He didn't seem sincere, but Haku couldn't really blame him if this is what he did all day every day. Name? He pulled out a fresh stack of forms and set his pen near the top. Haku. Family? Yuki. And from Kiri, correct? Yes. Length of stay? Depends on your Hokage. He looked up at that answer, taking a few seconds to eye her critically before giving a shrug. Fair enough, I suppose. He scribbled something down on another line. And the purpose of the visit is international diplomacy. Tearing off the bottom section of the first form, he handed it to her. It didn't have much, just a date, her name, the name she assumed was the guard's, and a long string of numbers that would tie it to the larger form he would no doubt be filing later. There you are, you're all clear. Enjoy your stay in Konoha, thanks. This time there was a hint of gratitude, but if he noticed, he didn't seem moved. That was fine. There was only one person in Konoha she actually wanted to be interacting with. With a smile she couldn't quite keep from her lips, she set out to find herself a sunflower. Like the mountains that surrounded this land completely, Aya had been surrounded by her siblings, eager to hear about her service to the high priest. Much like the clouds that wisped up from behind those mountains and danced along their peaks, she very much wished she could float away. Not that she'd let it show that obviously, but while she'd like to revel in the honor that came with her supposed service to the high priest, she knew the truth was there to bite her in the tail at a moment's notice, and thus took the safe, more humble route. He just called because he needed a letter delivered to the snake sage, she answered, simply doing her best to seem casual. Apparently that's the only reason he's ever summoned any of us. She didn't explicitly say it, but those around her caught on immediately, their heads swiveling over to give narrow gazes at Ashen, who lay sunning himself on a rock. One of the snakes directed the look at her instead. You're back pretty quickly for a delivery, was it within his? It took a second for the snake to decide on the word. Village? And there it was, a question that could have sent her crashing down if she had made her work seem like a big deal. Fortunately, she had Ashen's mistakes to learn from, and learn from them she had. He had decided to use one of his men to deliver it instead and dismissed me. That had hurt a lot, and she would freely admit that. Both speaking it now, which hit her pride, and the fact that it had happened in the first place, which hit her pride even harder, was something she wished she could have avoided. Unfortunately, lying to serpents was probably a bad idea if she had made the folly of believing one before. Obviously, she was not the greatest at detecting deception. She would be a fool to turn around and try to use deception on everyone here. The truth was her only real option. She just hoped it wouldn't sting too much more than it already did. Much to her relief, those around her didn't focus on her part in this story and instead had their attention caught by the high priest's actions. Most of the snakes looked outraged at that. He would trust a task to a human before a child of a voiced one before another spoke up. Ashen was usually gone for a while. Was he just lazing about the physical world like he does here? A debate spread through the serpent's soft hisses, growing in harshness and volume until only a word or two could be understood at a time. The few who didn't become angry at her words had instead begun giving her suspicious glares. They didn't doubt her words, but they had come to the conclusion that the high priest did indeed trust his humans over her. He had used Ashen, however, so the problem wasn't with the high priest, it was with Aya. I think we should go speak with one of the elders, Aya. One of them suggested. Only it wasn't a suggestion, not really. They were going to go speak to an elder so her actions or inaction could be judged. Of course. Reluctantly, Aya followed behind the larger snake, the others falling behind so she couldn't slip away. Things weren't looking good for the serpent. O's high priest wouldn't trust with his tasks. 2 sharp raps on the wooden door drew Kushina's attention from her half-finished brunch. She had, upon waking up, decided she'd be taking the day off from clan duties and rolled over to enjoy a few more hours of sleep. Being in charge of 2 clans was taking its toll, especially when one of those clans really didn't want you to be in charge of it, and she was pretty sure she'd be giving the Yamanaka heiress full reign of her clan just so Kushina didn't have to deal with it anymore. Setting down a book she hadn't really been reading, she scooted back from the table and made her way to the door as another few knocks sounded. Coming. She really didn't know who it could be. She didn't exactly have any friends these days, and if Jiraiya was stopping by for some reason, she doubted he'd end up knocking. That man hadn't asked permission to enter a place for longer than she'd been alive. Unlocking the doors, she opened it to the outside world and was greeted by a pretty young woman who blinked up at her in surprise, a slight blush on her cheeks. Yes? Can I help you? This is the Uzumaki compound, isn't it? It is. Kushina gave the young woman a critical gaze. She seemed about the right age. Maybe she was here for Is Naruto available? Bingo. She should be training with her team this morning. Are you one of her friends? That was probably accurate, though Haku would certainly be very happy to be much more. I'd like to think so. We met when she was on a mission in Nami no Kuni. She saved my father's life. Oh. Kushina's eyes brightened. She didn't hear much about Naruto's missions, mostly because she was often swamped with work, so it was always nice to hear about the good she'd been able to do as a kunoichi. It was also nice to meet one of her friends, as it was Kushina couldn't recall a single time Naruto had brought one of her friends to the compound. In fact, Kushina didn't know what friends Naruto even had. She's usually back in a few hours. She'd been around on Naruto's return on a couple of occasions, and she would say she knew Kakashi well enough that it was probably normal for him to let them off just past noon each day so that he could go home. You can come in and wait for her here if you'd like. I'm sure it's been a long trip from Nami no Kuni. The young woman also happened to come from the country that her son's friends the wolves had set up shop, so if there was any news to be had about their recent activities, she might be able to learn of them from her. It's been a bit longer than that. Haku gave a polite smile. I'm actually here from Kyuubi. My father and I were simply fortunate that Naruto was in Nami no Kuni when we were. It was not a complete lie, not at all, but it was certainly misleading. Kushina was able to recognize that something was a bit off, but she let it slide for now. She'd have more opportunities to glean details about that mission as they conversed anyway. Kyuubi? That is a long trip. Come in. Kushina opened the door fully and stepped to the side to grant access into the Uzumaki compound. With a grateful smile, Haku accepted the invitation. Thank you very much, Uzumaki-san. Oh no, call me Kushina, please. She closed the door. I'm so sorry, but I forgot to get your name. Haku. Sorry, I should have introduced myself earlier. Kushina gave a brief laugh before scratching the back of her head nervously in a way that erased all doubt in Haku that this was Naruto's mother. Well, that or a hot older sister. She wasn't completely sure, but they were definitely related. I guess we both messed up, huh? Kushina grinned. Let's just call it even then. Can I get you something to drink? Water would be fantastic if it's not too much trouble. Water? Frowned Kushina. Are you sure? Water was boring, and Uzumaki usually weren't too fond of boring things. I can put on some tea or get you some juice from the fridge. Kushina eyed the young woman up and down. She seemed like she might have been old enough to drink, but she couldn't tell for sure. I might have some sake still if that's more to your preference. Tea if you're sure it's not too much trouble. Not at all, make yourself at home. If things went well, that was more or less Haku's plan for her stay in Konoha. And perhaps more permanently sometime in the future. A young woman could certainly dream. The elders were the first of O's children, and when they claimed places in his domain, they had chosen those closest to their father. Partway up the great mountain, a plateau had been cleared, and in the remaining rocky edges, caves had been carved out to house them. It was to the closest of the caves that snakes ventured, arranging themselves in a semicircle around it. Elder Akishi, called one of the snakes. We would speak with you on a matter of great importance. From the caves spilled soft, golden light from a source no one quite agreed upon. Some said there was an opening at the top of the caves so that O's light could still reach them, and others claimed that as the elders grew closer to O's radiance, they too began to shine with his light. If anyone knew for certain, they'd been sworn to secrecy, and had as of yet maintained their vow. Or they and everyone they told had been devoured. There was a possibility there that could not be overlooked. The air filled with the sound of shifting scales, and 2 large crimson eyes opened just within the rock of the cave, standing out against the golden light. Then speak, hatchling. The size of the serpent hidden within was such that anything they said would be a mighty rumble, but despite the volume it came out remarkably smooth and feminine. One of us was just called by the high priest Elder Akishi. They returned only minutes later, the task unfulfilled. The red eyes narrowed and a displeased hiss rolled from the cave. Someone has failed the high priest? She asked. Is that what you're telling me, hatchling? I'm afraid that may be the case, honored elder. I believed it best that she speak in her defense in the presence of an elder. The red eyes scanned each of the serpents before her cave and came to rest on a nervous Aya. Speak quickly, ordered Akishi, before I lose my patience and devour you for your transgressions. Knowing she was very likely only moments away from death, Aya did her damnedest to plead her case. After Naruto summoned me, he asked me to carry out a task for him. I was surprised when it was so different from what Ashen always describes, and he seemed displeased that I had trusted a serpent. Akishi's ire melted away quickly as she began focusing on the more important parts. First, naturally, was the name of their high priest. You know his name? She asked. Akishi couldn't remember the last time she had known a high priest's name, but to be fair, she often had trouble remembering when they last had a high priest. Ah, yes, elder. Aya bowed her head, hoping this had bought her more time. I mentioned Ashen, and the high priest had not been aware of his name. I introduced myself, and he gave me one of his names. Akishi hummed appreciatively at the thought of their priest having many names, but she continued to follow the parts that were standing out to her. Who is Ashen? Why would the high priest expect him? Ashen was the first to answer his call, and has been serving as his summons since. He recently gave those duties to me. What? The soft sound of shifting scales from earlier became a furious scratching as the elder writhed around her cave in a griviton. You cannot give away that sort of position. The high priest must choose another to serve them. I didn't know. The eyes softened considerably, the elder snake's voice dropping down to a much more calm tone. No, you wouldn't have, agreed Akishi. None of you would have known. That was something only Ashen would have been told after his first return. He had been bestowed a great honor by being the first called by the high priest. We shall see what he has to say about his actions. Akishi turned to one of the other serpents surrounding the cave. Bring him here, let him know Great Akishi demands his presence at once. I will not be kept waiting. At once, Great Akishi. 3 of the snakes spoke in unison and slithered away without hesitation to retrieve the child of O who had been given the honor of serving the high priest. As they left, Akishi turned her attention back to Aya. Tell me, child, every detail about your interaction with this Naruto. The name rolled pleasantly off her black tongue. So I know what damage has been done. And as Akishi commanded, so it was done. Aya recounting each word to the best of her ability to the ancient snake. The more she spoke, the angrier Akishi seemed to become, and Aya almost felt bad for Ashen. Serve the asshole right for not telling her what she should be doing if she was to take on his duties. She wondered how things would have turned out if she had known that she was in fact capable of fulfilling the high priest's request, and knew the kind of things she would be doing for him. Eawa Ganju sunk into the hot water with a sigh, arms resting on the rock edges of the new hot spring. Around him, his helpers also slipped into the waters, enjoying the soothing warmth on their aching muscles. We did pretty good, didn't we, boss? Yeah, Ganju agreed. We did real good. I can't wait until Tsukuyumi-sama learns about it. Wish I could see the look on his face when he does. A few nods around the hot spring showed his siblings' agreement. If it had just been Ganju, things probably would have taken much longer, but with 3 others assisting, things had gone very quickly. When you thought of the hot spring as just a fancy sort of pond, though perhaps pool was more appropriate, it really wasn't that complicated. Dig a hole, line it, prepare the piping for water flow, find a way to heat it, and Viola 1 hot spring ready to go. There were a few more steps, of course. He'd used cement over the lining just to make things a bit more resilient, and covered the bottom with flat stones to retain a more natural feeling. The benches likewise were large rocks with flat tops, and he decorated the walls and leftover space of the room to make it seem like they were in an outdoor bath. He was especially pleased with the wooden fencing that had been nailed to the walls and the way Kenyo had painted wispy clouds into the now blue ceiling and upper walls. Really, this had to be their best work yet. He wondered what the next project would be and how he could possibly exceed what they had just done here. Hey, shouldn't Tsukuyumi-sama be the first to use this? Na, shrugged Ganju. It would be dumb to let him use it before we test it. We don't want boiled too, sama. The others nodded in agreement. Besides, you really think we'll get many chances like this after he takes possession of it? If he's not in it, it's more than likely to be occupied by one of his girls. If you have the balls to join a bath with one of them, I'll start calling you boss. None of them were dumb enough to try that. If the women didn't kick their ass for trying a possessive Naruto, and that trait was not a secret among the wolves, would be hunting them down as soon as he had heard. Well, that was the consensus anyway. No one had ever actually tried, but no one really wanted to be the one to find out firsthand. For all they knew, the girls wouldn't mind and Naruto wouldn't think anything of them bathing together. It was just safer to avoid it unless invited, and the chances of that happening were beyond slim. If anyone was about to be invited into the hot springs by one of those women, it was going to be Naruto himself, and you probably didn't want to use the hot spring immediately after they'd finished either. Regardless of how much they'd be able to use it in the future, they had still done a damn fine job building it, and that was something they could all take pride in. It was always a pleasure to serve the needs of Tsukuyumi-sama. I'm home. Naruto slammed the door closed behind her, fully expecting her greeting to have gone unheard by an empty house. Her mother usually wasn't back until around dinner time, and her brother hadn't been home in years. She was thus pleasantly surprised when she did receive a response. In the sitting room, Sunflower, came her mother's voice. We have a guest. While she'd like to believe for even a second that their guest was Naruto, she was unfortunately not so naively hopeful. That left either Jiraiya, and it would be weird for the man to be having a civil conversation with her mother. He tended to drive her crazy, and not in the good way, or maybe Tsunade, and if it was Tsunade, she expected much more damage to be seen around the house unless they had gotten everything out of their systems back at the Senju compound first, if her mother had actually reached out to her, as she was planning. Beyond that, she had no idea who could have stopped by for a visit. Dropping her kunai pouch near the door and kicking off her sandals, she made her way into the sitting room to be greeted by the sight of her mother sitting on one of the couches with a cup of tea facing Haku. While the last Yuki's lips only twitched into a polite smile upon seeing her, it was impossible to miss the way her entire countenance seemed to alight. Even Naruto couldn't be oblivious to it, which meant it hadn't gone unnoticed by Kushina either. The Uzumaki matriarch's eyes widened slightly before she reached up to hide her smile with her free hand. Haku? Even though she knew it was her, she still couldn't believe it, nor did she know what had brought the slightly older girl all the way here to Konoha, and specifically to her home. Naruko-chan. She was greeted as Haku placed down her own tea and rushed over to sweep her into a hug. Before she knew it, Naruto had been spun around by a positively glowing Hayatan user. It's been too long, Haku smiled. I've missed you. Naruto glanced over to her mother, noting the sparkle in those green eyes and the salacious grin she was failing to completely hide. Oh, lovely. She wasn't going to be hearing the end of this anytime soon. It would have been much better if Kushina didn't suspect they were more than friends, but that seemed like too much to ask for at this point. No amount of Naruto saying otherwise was likely to change the woman's mind either. No, that would just reinforce Kushina's assumption. Even by some miracle she did manage it. The simple fact that she was half right meant there would be reason for her to return to those beliefs. Naruto, not actually having considered the fact that she might run into Haku again someday, hadn't spared any time at all contemplating the kisses, if she was to be perfectly honest, that they had shared. They hadn't been initiated by Naruto, that was for damn sure, but she couldn't exactly say they had been completely unwelcome either. And well, if Haku wanted a few more, she wouldn't object. So long as her mother wasn't around, that is. The woman had enough material already, no point giving her more to tease her with. I miss you too, Haku. The older girl still hadn't let go hands on Naruto's waist. Whether or not she was even aware of this fact, Naruto couldn't say, but regardless, they didn't seem intent on moving anytime soon. Wrapping her own arms around the last Yuki, she gave her a brief squeeze before dropping her arms back to her side. Is everything going all right with you and Zabuza? As Naruto's hands dropped to her sides, Haku realized where hers currently were, and she suddenly became very aware of the fact that Naruto's mother, she was reasonably certain of that by now, was present, and very much watching the two of them. With a slight blush which showed up brilliantly on her pale skin, she let her hands fall away but didn't miss the opportunity to have them trail down Naruto's hips on their trip. Haku opened her mouth to answer when she paused and turned her head to Kushina, whose eyes had widened significantly. Zabuza? Asked the Uzumaki matriarch. Momochi Zabuza? Ah, yes. Maybe she should have mentioned that the father they were talking about earlier was the demon of the bloody mist? No, probably not. Haku doubted it would have gone over any better without Naruto here, though the woman was going to make the connection any second now, and realize her daughter had saved the man's life. And the fact that there was something between her daughter and the daughter of the demon. With a morbid sort of curiosity, Haku wondered which one she'd be more upset about. Hell, whoops. Naruto met Haku's eyes and shot her an apologetic smile. Suddenly facing an angry mother didn't seem daunting in the slightest, though it probably helped that Haku already had an ice mirror in the garden in case she needed to make an escape. Even if most of the lessons she learned from Zabuza were matters of not doing what he did, she had picked up some valuable bits unrelated to his extensive history of poor choices and even poorer luck. Some rose a brow as Mai walked into her living room and collapsed onto the couch opposite. With a glance to Kuramori, she set down her book and rose from her couch as her partner hopped off his chair to make himself scarce. Mai? Asked the Inuzuka matriarch. Is something wrong? Whatever answer she was given was muffled by the couch enough that even her hearing wasn't able to make heads or tails of it. Did we want to try that one again, Mai? Tsum lifted Mai's shins to clear a spot for herself on the same couch, slipping into her new spot and resting Mai's legs on her lap. Placing one hand on Mai's lower back, she rubbed small comforting circles through the fabric. I said I'm an idiot. Mai lifted her face from the couch just enough to speak before allowing it to drop back down with a huff. With a roll of her eyes, some circles became a gentle pat. You're not an idiot, Mai. Tell me what happened. Mai rolled onto her side face to the couch. I asked Naruto about our relationship. Ours or yours? Sort of. Mai. Mine and Naruto's. And? Come on, Mai, there's no reason to drag it out. I can't fix anything if you don't tell me what's wrong. There's nothing to fix. Then what's the problem? Where Mai hesitated, the next words felt heavy on her tongue, and actually speaking them made the situation so much more real. We're taking a break from whatever it was we had together. So I can sort out my feelings. Figure out your feelings? Tsum hoped she sounded as incredulous as she felt. You love him. What more is there to it? It was obvious to anyone looking at the pair, and Tsum was reasonably certain Mai had been aware of this too. Tsum had been there the last time something like this happened, after all. But I love you too, Tsum. The sudden surge of elation Tsum felt at hearing those words was tinged with bitterness as she looked down at an upset Mai. She didn't want to feel happy when the girl was in such distress, but how could her heart not soar to hear the words she had wanted for so long? I don't know what to do, Mai admitted. It's just too confusing. What part's confusing? Let me help you work through this. It seemed pretty simple to Tsum, so what part was she missing? Was there a detail she didn't know about, or was there something Mai had overlooked? I asked Naruto what our relationship was, and he suggested a couple things it could be, but he didn't have an actual answer. Nothing he suggested felt right, they were all missing something. Well? What do you think the two of you are? Asked Tsum. A defeated laugh escaped Mai's lips. That's just it, I don't have any idea either. How is it that neither member of a relationship even knows what the relationship is? What's right? What are we supposed to be doing together? With a suddenness that was almost painful, Tsum realized exactly what the issue really was and fought back the groan that threatened to sound. Gods above, that couldn't be the problem, could it? She really hoped it wasn't, but the more she considered it, the more it seemed to fit. To think this is what had been causing someone like Mai issues with her relationships was so sad it was almost humorous again. Almost. Mai was structured, ordered, and proper for the most part, so perhaps it was fitting that placing her in a situation that involved none of that had her on the back foot. The whole issue was that in this case Mai didn't know what was proper. There was no doubt in her feelings, there was doubt in how she was supposed to be expressing them in the undefined relationship she found herself in. In other words, she needed either a formal name for the relationship so she knew what was appropriate, or she needed to sit down and talk with Naruto about what the two of them would be expecting of each other in the relationship. If you told Naruto what you wanted from this relationship, do you think it would make it easier for you? Lay some ground rules for your relationship? Mai shook her head into the couch. I can't do that. And why not? Because he's the one in charge. And that's why she hadn't done it herself. Tsum knew Mai wouldn't hesitate to take charge and ignore the hierarchy if she thought it was to Naruto's benefit, but apparently she wouldn't do it to take care of her own. That properness was not mixing well with the professional relationship they had at the cost of their personal one. Which means it was going to be up to Tsum to get Naruto to get what she needed to be able to return to her old self. She was about to not only get the two back together, she was going to solidify their relationship. The things she did for this girl. Sometimes she hated herself for being so goddamn nice, but if it brought a smile back to Mai's face, well, that would be more than worth it. I see. How about you go upstairs and lie down a bit? I'll take care of some things and then come join you. Hurry, please. Mai pleaded as she pushed herself up from the couch. I need a cuddle. With a smile only slightly bitter, Tsum pulled her in for a brief squeeze. I should be up soon, I promise. Hopefully Naruto should want Mai's happiness at least half as much as she did, and would listen to her about how they could get it back. She didn't think it would take too long at all. Hey, what's the big idea? Don't you know who I am? Two serpents pressed their sides against Ashen, moving in sync to force him forward towards the cave of Elder Ashiki. Despite Ashen's protests, neither seemed inclined to stop or even so much as speak, and while Ashwin had been given the honor of being the High Priest's personal summon, even if he had delegated those duties to a naive Aya, he was not the largest of snakes. In fact, he wasn't large in any sense of the word. He didn't stand a chance fighting against the coiling muscles of two snakes both nearly 3 times his size. I'm the High Priest's personal summon, you'll answer to him for this. Will they? Ashiki's silky voice was a rumble of thunder to anything smaller than her, filled with a dangerous edge that had Ashen immediately worried. Sure, the High Priest might be angered at anything befalling him, but Ashen had never really introduced himself. It was too much of a bother, really. Not like the man needed to know who was carrying his mail, and the High Priest's wrath really wouldn't do anything to bring him back if one of the larger snakes devoured him. Really, he was protected by his status only in name. Anyone willing to risk the High Priest's wrath could do as they liked. The voice of the Great Elder, well, one of them, brought Ashen's attention to his current position before one of the large caves of O's domain. He knew what dwelled in these caves, and the voice that had struck out from within told him that this one in particular was very much occupied. Occupied by someone who was for whatever reason not entirely pleased with him at the moment. The glowing red eyes peering down at him in disgust helped him determine that. Elder. Ashen inclined his head slightly, pushing his nerves to his tail. Am I to understand you wish to speak with me? A request would have sufficed. I did not require an. He glanced to the serpents holding perfectly still to either side of him, heads bowed like some sort of garden statue. Escort. I would disagree. Her tone was short and clipped. If you knew, you may have tried to run. Run? Ashen gave an insulted huff. You're implying there would be some sort of reason I might suspect you've accused me of wrongdoing with a summon. I've done nothing of the sort. There's no reason I would expect a summon to be anything to run from. Oh? Perhaps I have the wrong Ashen then. Despite her words, Ashiki's tone implied that she was beyond skeptical, and knew exactly who she had called. You are the Ashen who answers the High Priest, are you not? His personal summon? Ashen rose slightly higher, curving his length towards the Great Elder, as if puffing out his chest. Of course I am. There is only one Ashen. We should hope he has no need of me, as you hold my attention so forcefully. The only one? The High Priest has only one whom he calls upon, Ashen declared. Ashiki's immediately narrowing eyes told him he may have just made a grave mistake. So it should be yes. Ashiki agreed. And yet we have another answering his calls, don't we? One who is not known to him, and knows not how they can serve him. Oh. This was not good. If Ashen had to guess, he'd say this had something to do with Aya. He should have known better than to pick her of all serpents. Sure, she was easy to convince, but it seems as though she had messed something up, and now he was going to be taking the blame for it. Lovely. By the father's sheddings, he should have let Akiri do it, even if he did have to give up his favorite rock 3 days of the week in exchange. I expressed a desire to serve him as well. I was gracious enough to allow her the opportunity to carry out one of his tasks. I have not heard anything from her as of yet, and assumed she was still being of use. Has something happened? Something would be an understatement, so belittling of the gravitas of this situation that it insults each and every one of us, Ashen. I would watch that tongue of yours before it gets you into even further trouble. Oh, for father's sake. What the hell had that girl done? My deepest apologies then. He dipped his head for a second. I had not been informed of such a serious occurrence. I find that strange, considering it is your duty to ensure good relations between father's High Priest and his children. She sneered. Anything that happens around him should be known to you. Of course, of course. Ashen agreed without protest. He had no desire for her to somehow become even more angry with him. Even so, this development has not been made known to me as of yet, and I would appreciate knowing what you've called me to speak about. I haven't called you for what happened. That situation is a direct result of the failures I have called you to answer for. I'll give you the grace of knowing the consequences of your actions after you've explained yourself. They and all the serpents around them, which Ashen realized were quite a few, knew that she was doing things in that order simply so he couldn't try to claim some benefit, assuming anything positive resulted from his actions as something intended. He would be trying to defend himself, mostly blind, and could only use what he had prepared in trying to persuade others to take the responsibilities of his duties from him. Very well. There really wasn't any way he could successfully protest a decision by this great elder unless it either went against O or O's high priest. Unfortunately, neither had forbidden this as far as he was aware. What questions did you have for me, great elder? I'm certain we can clear up this matter easily enough. That was a damn lie, and just about everyone there knew it, but none of them were going to call him out directly for trying to maintain dignity. He was the high priest's personal summon for now anyway, after all. He represented the high priest, and through him O himself at the moment. We will see. And there was the indirect doubt delivered by one of the few who would be able to do so without seeming as if they were rebelling against the father. Ashen did his best to hide his wince. First she began. You can explain why you would send someone in your place when these tasks are your sacred duty. What words do your twisted tongue hold for this? I've explained this already, great elder. Surely your memory is not already fading? As her eyes narrowed again, Ashen hurried to restate his earlier defense. I expressed a desire to serve him, and in a fit of graciousness I permitted her the opportunity to carry out one of his tasks. And who are you to permit such? What words did the high priest have on this matter? Recoiling slightly, Ashen knew his tail must be twitching nervously. He swallowed nothing from his suddenly dry mouth. I did not consult the high priest on this matter. Why? He needed something, and he needed it. Got it. As his personal summon, I would be so bold as to say I know him much better than any here. I know that as long as the tasks he commands are seen to, he cares not who accomplishes them on his behalf. There was a hiss of agreements from the surrounding crowd, and Ashen felt his confidence soar. He could get out of this mess, and back holding the respect he deserved as the high priest's personal summon. Of course, those thoughts were quickly dashed by the elder serpent's next question. What is his name? Ah? Ashen's attention moved from his fantasies of his favorite rock and the respect of his siblings to the cold red eyes of Ishiki. Had she just asked for the high priest's name? He could admit he was slightly confused. What relevance did this have to his fuck? Fortunately, Ashen wasn't a serpent for nothing. Actually, that had no real meaning in this situation. He was born as a snake. It hadn't been something he had any sort of control over. Still, he was a crafty snake, or so he liked to consider himself, and managed to both pull himself together and an answer from his tail in short order. The rank of high priest far exceeds any human name, he scoffed with false confidence. It was his preferred address while I served him. Is that so? A black tongue flickered out of the cave as if it could taste the lie Ashen had just uttered. Very well, she seemed to agree. You did not call him by name. That is understandable. She paused, and the silence carried a weight Ashen couldn't identify. But what is his name? The glowing red eyes lowered in the darkness of the cave to get as level to Ashen's own as they could, narrowing into a suspicious glare. If you're as close to him as you want us to believe, surely you would at least know his name. I asked, claimed Ashen, no sign of the growing nervousness filling his scales being allowed to show. But even with me he would not share it. He did not like the way those red eyes seemed to become pleased by his words, and as they returned up to the top of the cave he swallowed heavily. Something was wrong, and he had a bad feeling he was about to find out what it was. He was right. You say he refused to share it, and yet on her very first meeting, the one who you abandoned your duties to was able to obtain it by simply introducing herself. She gave a few seconds for that to sink into the audience that was continuing to grow. Aya, come. Tell us of your meeting with the high priest. From the elder's cave, Aya slipped into the surrounding light, appearing minuscule against the surrounding backdrop. Ashen was really starting to regret not agreeing to Akiri's terms. The attention of the surrounding serpents moving to focus on the smaller snake at the entrance of the cave was an almost physical force, and Ashen could feel it just as much as the mounting dread that filled his scales. And Naruto-sama gave me his name as soon as I introduced myself. Aya began. When I mentioned Ashen by name, the high priest expressed confusion. Displeased hisses cascaded throughout the crowd as the surrounding serpents began to come to their own conclusions. It seems Ashen had never even introduced himself to the high priest as he fulfilled his tasks of transporting mail between Naruto and the snake sage Orochimaru. Ashen winced at that, not because Aya had managed to learn his name, but because her last sentence dismissed all his tales of assassination and espionage he had been spreading around to secure respect from his peers. Working for the high priest was an honorable position, but acting as a courier wasn't exactly exciting. Of course, the fact that he had never introduced himself was pretty bad too. That wasn't going to benefit him here. Knew him so well without ever having introduced yourself, was it? Ashiki glared down at him. The amount of disrespect you showed to our high priest and to the rest of your siblings is staggering, but ultimately not what I called you here for. When you abandoned your duties to another, what did you tell her about her new role? Cocking his head to the side, Ashen performed a serpentine equivalent of a shrug. There wasn't much to say. She would be serving the high priest. What he asked for she would do. And did you think to mention the fact that she would be allowed to do those things? What? No. If the high priest is asking for something, we already have permission to complete his tasks. Everybody knows this. Hisses of agreement followed his defense. Even when it involves interacting with father directly? The agreement stopped. O always watched over his children, but one did not approach the golden serpent of the sun. He approached you if he had need of you or if he had decided to give his aid. Going to him, and many of their heads turned to the peak that loomed over their world, was one of the few things they were expressly forbidden from doing. Most thought it was some sort of test, considering how close he actually was, a way for him to measure the resolve of his children. Regardless, each and every one of them could understand the hesitation one would feel at being commanded by the high priest O's right hand to break that sacred law. All but one anyway. O's personal summons serves as his way of communicating with father. Ashiki continued. It is your duty to ensure they remain connected. Without you present, he needed to call upon another who knew only that such a task was forbidden by the only one above the high priest, and thus the high priest's words have not yet reached our father. That was more dramatics than fact, and Ashiki wasn't ashamed to admit it. Manipulation was the way of the serpent, and while some used that to place themselves in greater positions of power and influence than their peers, Ashiki had always found more pleasure in riling up the masses. Really, after one of O's children had bonded to the high priest, he would be able to reach out to O through that connection whenever he needed to. It was the primary reason that the positions came with such respect. Through the bonding, the personal summon became the conduit that linked their father to his high priest, and both would speak through them. When one normally wouldn't be expected to have the honor of speaking to either, regularly being connected to both sounded more like fantasy than anything else. Though that did bring with it another question. If the high priest was connected to O, why would he need Aya to pass on anything? She should have taken his message then, was Ashen's defense. She cannot visit O, she is not the one bonded to the high priest. You know this. Ashen stiffened and prayed that no one else had noticed it, but as Ashiki's eyes narrowed further, he realized he was probably in even more trouble now. Almost deceptively, she abandoned that line of questioning. But these discussions of your mistakes can wait, I think. What's more important is that we apologize to the high priest. She gave him an expectant look and after a few seconds asked, Well? Are you going, Ashen? The high priest has instructed me that I am not to bother him unless called upon. He prefers to work in secret, and my sudden appearance might give him away. That was a truth, and Ashen would smugly admit he was quite proud to be able to use it to defend himself. You were called upon. He could see her fanged grin reflecting the light despite the fact that the rest of her face was completely hidden. You'll just be answering late. I don't think he'll see it like, and I don't care. Ashiki shot him down immediately. You should have thought about that before you sent Aya to answer his call. Are you trying to order me to go against the high priest? Ashen puffed up with false affront, confident that it would be enough to at least make the great elder hesitate. He was wrong. Yes. Why? That's exactly what I'm saying. Right now, the most important thing to do is ensure that this misunderstanding is cleared up as soon as possible. You can either go or he'll need to bond to another. Are you threatening because I'll eat you? Yes, she was. With a nervous gulp, Ashen weighed his options. He could lie, and he really didn't think that was going to end well for him, or he could tell the truth. That one probably wouldn't end well for him either, to be perfectly honest. But if he was going to end up in massive amounts of trouble regardless, he was probably better off telling the truth. It wouldn't negate much, but he certainly didn't need to be adding to his issues. I can't summon myself to the high priest, he admitted, lowering his head. And why not? We never actually bonded. Silence filled the immediate area, only to be filled with panicked hisses as the surrounding serpents realized what that meant. Those who didn't connect things were quickly made aware of the situation with the Shiki's next words. Do you mean to tell me that in the months since the high priest has been chosen that he has never been given the opportunity to hear the voice of father? She had gathered this much already back when it became apparent he needed to summon one of her younger siblings in order to send a message to the Golden Serpent, but this just confirmed it. How is he to serve as the high priest when he is kept from the will of the sun? Ashen, not having an answer for that, remained silent. After a minute or two of this, Ashiki scoffed in disgust. It seems as though your failures stretch out far beyond anything I could have imagined. We will decide later what your punishments will be. For now, you will remain ready to answer his next summon. When he does, you will inform him of the bonding, but you will also provide him the opportunity to choose another of your siblings, even if you have to bring him here for him to choose. I will consult with the other elders. Her eyes narrowed. Especially with Akra. He was the one to introduce you to the duties of your new role, was he not? He was Great Elder. Then he too will have much to answer for. She directed her attention to the snakes still flanking Ashen. Take him from here before he makes my cave reek with the stench of heretic. Make sure he does not get away. As you command, Great Elder. As Ashen was escorted away, the other serpents also began to disperse, and within a minute there was only Ashiki and Aya remaining. Am I free to go, Great Elder? Ruby eyes blinked in surprise before looking down at the Timby serpent at the mouth of her cave. She had completely forgotten about her. Yes. You may go. I would advise heeding the high priest's advice in the future. You should not believe so easily in the words of a snake. Yes, Great Elder. I'll be more careful. She went to leave but paused, turning back to the much larger serpent hesitantly. Do you think he might choose me for the bonding, Great Elder? No, absolutely not. If he had been so cross with her that he dismissed her without having the task he needed done being fulfilled, there was a damn good chance he wouldn't be trusting any future tasks to her, Ashiki thought. In fact, he was probably more likely to just bond with Ashen because he already knew he could accomplish the tasks he had for him. It was the only reason Ashiki hadn't simply devoured him and been done with it. It would be up to the high priest to determine that worm's fate. Still, there was no reason to dash the young thing's hopes so mercilessly. He knows the name of 2 of O's children now. Ashiki answered truthfully. If he makes a decision without coming to visit, then it will be between Ashen and yourself. Aya's eyes brightened considerably. Really? You think so? She released what Ashiki thought might have been some sort of excited squeal. The Great Elder in all her years had not been aware that it was possible for a snake to even make that noise, and couldn't think of any reason they would then decide to actually use it, and wriggled strangely. Perhaps Ashiki was simply too old to remember such youthful naivety, or the dreams that came with it. I think that if he does decide to go with someone other than Ashen, then he already has a head start on his decision, seeing as he's already met you. Also true, she just didn't mention that the head start was towards deciding not to bond with Aya. Now I think you'd best be on your way. I have much to do now, thanks to Ashen. Of course, good luck, Great Elder. She slithered away cheerfully, and only when she was nearly out of view did Ashiki let the disdain she felt show on her face. Sure, she was still young, but she wasn't going to have a very promising future among those children if she didn't grow up quickly. Ashiki had been thinking about eating Ashen whole, but she was damn certain that if Aya had spent any more time with the high priest, he would have devoured her. Anyone who could gain the favor of O was going to possess at least some traits of the serpent, after all. She doubted he would be the sort of person with the patience to deal with someone like Aya for any substantial amount of time, but she may just be projecting. Ashiki certainly couldn't manage it for long. With a sigh, Ashiki retreated into her cave. Ashen's laziness had created a lot of work for not just her but for all the elders now. It had been far too long since father had a high priest, priestesses, or temples, and it was apparent that the majority of his children had forgotten what that entailed. If things were going to be returning to what they once were, his children needed to be ready for the changes that would be coming. That alone was going to be a headache, as most of them had never even been to the physical world, let alone interacted with any humans. Beyond that, they also had to patch things up with the high priest, who honestly probably had his confidence in them shaken when they couldn't accomplish basic tasks that he requested, and would have it only shaken more when he realized that they had failed to take the steps to actually make him the high priest. As it was now, the title, despite what Ashen had tried to claim in his defense, probably meant next to nothing to this Naruto, which meant the chances of losing him were exceedingly high. That could not happen, not when this was the first wearer of his amulet that O had approved of in centuries. Hopefully this one would actually manage to re-establish O's faith on the physical realm so they would be able to return. While this world took care of their needs well enough, it was dreadfully boring and was far too cramped for Ashiki's and most of the elders' tastes. She couldn't wait to make deals with mortals again. Watching the consequences of their dreams coming true was always amusing. Chapter 115 Compromise. What the fuck did you get for a man you'd never met? Overseer Jirobo had asked himself that very question too many times to count since his promotion, and still didn't have a good answer or reliable method of figuring it out. Normally one could fall back on the standard desires of most men: power, wealth, and women, but in this case he needed to come up with gifts for the daimyo of one of the wealthiest countries in the world, who happened to have a myriad of lovers, including his fucking boss. Sending more competition for his time was not going to end well for Jirobo, that was for damn sure. With those avenues of gifting blocked to him, he needed something either personal or sufficiently practical. He could go the obscure route. He supposed unique gifts that were technically priceless, but what he knew of the Crimson Price would suggest he wouldn't be too impressed by such which would reflect poorly on Orochimaru, and thus come back to put Jirobo on the firing line. He had absolutely no desire to be in that position, thank you. Which brought him back to the dilemma of personal and practical gifts. Never having met the man, personal was more or less out of the question unless Orochimaru wanted to give some suggestions or he accidentally sent something practical that ended up relating personally to him. Neither was likely, so practical it was. Only problem there is, what the hell did a daimyo need that wasn't already immediately addressed by his servants? There was a reason he'd enlisted the help of Kimimaro to create something unique. Orochimaru only wanted the best gifts for their prince, and anything that could be readily obtained just wasn't going to cut it. With a sigh, Jirobo idly spread the various papers around his desk. Leads for lost artifacts and items of myth had all run cold, and the team he'd been given to procure them wasn't finding even hints about anything else that might suit the young man while reaching Orochimaru's standards. Maybe he was looking at things wrong. Sure, ancient items had the benefit of being exclusive, and any item good enough to enter legends that had survived until now was bound to be of some use to the daimyo of Nami no Kuni, but maybe he should be focusing on more modern things that were hard to obtain. Orochimaru's Ten no Jun, for instance, was a powerful addition to any shinobi, but only Orochimaru could place it. That, even in a modified lesser version, could serve well as a gift. Unfortunately, it wasn't Jirobo's to give away, and suggesting it would only result in perhaps some leniency for a bit longer, as he continued to search for something. But surely there were other things about that could be obtained on Naruto's behalf, right? He picked up a report unrelated to his own search, swiped from one of the workers and what passed for Orochimaru's Foreign Intelligence Division. With bases all over the world, it was more or less just a grapevine for rumors picked up when their scientists weren't busy with their experiments and pet projects. Still, it had its uses. Chakra armor has entered into phase 3 of development? He scoffed. Useless. Shinobi had no real need for such abominations, though he did suspect that if he found a way to store energy in them, maybe a modified Ten no Jun or something? He didn't know how it actually worked. They could be given to those not trained in the uses of chakra to quickly raise a decent force. It would also go a long way to making civilian guards more capable, but mostly against other civilians. He'd keep an eye on it just in case they found a way to make it feasible for shinobi uses, but it certainly wasn't anywhere close to something that could be gifted to Tsukuyumi. His eyes trailed down the boring black ink, merely skimming to confirm there was nothing else of any importance, but found himself staring at a single word on the page. That could work. Had he finally found something they could present to the Crimson Prince? He did his best to keep himself from getting too excited or celebrating too early. Finding it was a major step in the right direction, but he still had to find a way to obtain it, and that was going to be far more difficult. Reaching for a pen, he quickly circled the word in red and tacked it to his idea board. Maybe he'd keep his job and his life for a bit longer with this. As he hurried out of the office to get started, that single word continued to stare out from the simple report. Trains Zabuza? Asked the Uzumaki matriarch. Momochi Zabuza? Green eyes focused on Haku, and she wondered if she should have perhaps met with Naruto before accepting Kushina's invitation into the house. At least then they could have been on the same page and could have avoided this. No changing it now, but it would have been nice. Whoops. Naruto scratched the back of Air's head nervously. Yes, Momoichi Zabuza, confirmed Haku. No point trying to hide it, that was only going to make things go poorly. Not the best introduction to Naruto's mother, but there was no good reason to make it worse. Depending on how she took this, Haku might already have plenty of work to get into the woman's good graces, a place she very much wanted to be, as she tried to elicit the same feelings in Naruto as the girl brought to her. He's been raising me for most of my life. Kushin blinked in surprise at that, trying to decide if she was more upset about not knowing the daughter of the demon of the bloody mist had been in her house, or simply in disbelief over the fact that the man had taken in and raised the child. In the end she chose the latter. Really? And you turned out okay? They had a chance to talk a bit before Naruto had gotten home, and she certainly didn't seem the sort of person Zabuza would raise. She was much too well adjusted to society. I'm sure he's as surprised as you are, Kushina-san. The woman gave a sheepish grin, scratching the back of her head the exact same way Naruto had a habit of doing. Sorry. Haku waved off the apology. Oh no, it's fine. I completely understand why you might be skeptical. My father is not well. Haku paused, looking for the right words. He's not exactly a people person. It wasn't wrong, but it didn't really convey just how unsociable her father really was. That was not a man you invited to any event ever. It was just asking for trouble. No, I suppose he wouldn't be. There was more that could be said there, but Kushina managed to cut herself off there in an effort to remain polite. He's been okay, Naruto. Haju turned her attention to the younger girl, answering her earlier question. He was roughed up a little during the final battle of the rebellion, but we came out as well as we could have hoped, really. Probably not the time to mention that it had been Naruto's brother to do so. That could wait until they had actual confirmation, though Haku knew he was. What reason did he have to lie about something like that? He didn't gain anything and had even been willing to let them go because of it, and she received word from Mei about what she wanted to do. It would also be a good idea to speak with Naruto about it in private first, and then let her decide if it was something her mother needed to know about. She had no experience personally, but Haku felt that telling a mother that her son was someone like Tsukuyami, assuming she didn't know that is, was probably not a pleasant thing for them to hear. For anyone to hear, really. Who would want to know that a member of the family had burned down almost the entirety of a hidden village just because they could? He certainly didn't benefit in any way she could identify. Well, maybe Zabuza, but that was just further argument that it was not the sign of a reasonable person. Oh. It's over then? You guys won? Naruto's enthusiasm was infectious, and Haku found herself smiling brightly down at the shorter girl. Yeah, the images of burning rubble and the populace of Kirigakure being crammed into the few remaining buildings never designed to accommodate masses so large flashed through her head, the smell of thick smoke and burning flesh scratching at the back of her throat in phantom remembrance. Haku's smile fell subdued, though she tried not to let it show too much. We did. Is something wrong? It was Kushina's voice that broke her from her thoughts, and she turned her attention to the woman to be greeted with a concerned frown. No. Haku gave her best smile, trying to run the thoughts as far from her immediate attention as she could. Our victory, well, it did not come without cost. Most of Kiri has been reduced to rubble. Kushina blinked in surprise, having heard nothing about this before, giving a slight incline of her head. I'm sorry to hear that. The Yamanaka had mentioned that the rebellion had ended, but Kushina hadn't actually been at that meeting and they hadn't gone into great detail when they mentioned it. She supposed they figured she probably wouldn't have really cared. To be honest, up until learning one of Naruto's friends was affected, she wouldn't have. What? Who would do such a thing? Damage happens in battle, Naruto. Kushina chided her. I doubt either of them wanted to destroy the village they were fighting for, right, Haku? Taking a page out of the Uzumaki book, Haku scratched the back of her head nervously. Either of us, yeah. Kushina shot her an inquisitive glance, and Haku was instantly reminded of Mei. That was a dangerous look, one Haku tried to avoid being on the other end of. Yagura may have allied with another group that wasn't quite so concerned with Kirigakure's well-being near the end of the war. We're not sure if it was spite, revenge, or just to cover their escape. They were pretty sure it was mainly just spite, but that was opinion more than fact. But when they did leave Kirigakure, they made sure it had gone up in flames. Naruko couldn't resist a pointed look towards her mother, conveying as much "try to correct me, huh?" as was physically possible nonverbally, but quickly dropped it in favor of giving Haku a face full of sympathy. "Well, at least it's over now, right?" Naruko tried to put a more cheerful spin on everything. "Even if you have to rebuild everything you've won, and can make Kiri what you want it to be." "Yeah." Haku gave Naruko a small soft smile. "Yeah, we can." But as much as Naruko was trying to help and Haku hadn't been too upset in the first place just dealing with a bad memory of their victory, her words reminded Haku of Tsukuyami's parting words to Mei about how if they wanted Kirigakure, and thought they deserved to call the village their own, then they had to work for it, and prove they should have it by building it up again from the ashes and rubble he was leaving it in. That's what Mei had told her anyway, but she didn't have any reason to suspect that it was, having met him only briefly, that seemed to be exactly the sort of thing he would say. She also couldn't be too surprised that even in his retreat he had ensured his victory by denying them theirs. There was no denying he was a dangerous man, though it had felt weird to think of him in that way when he was also possibly her future-in-law. Probably wasn't too much worse than having a dangerous man as a father, assuming he approved. He certainly hadn't seemed opposed to the idea of Haku kissing his sister when they first met. Now she just had to figure out if that was something she could tell these women, and if so, how the hell she was going to be able to bring something like that up. Part of her also wondered if by some strange coincidence Tsukuyami would be here in Konoha. It sounded almost impossible to her, and was probably a bad thing to hope for, but the more she considered it, the more she realized things might go much more smoothly if she had a chance to speak with him first. If nothing else, knowing his relationship with these women would go a long way to helping her deliver that sort of bombshell. While she didn't have the same curse as her father, Haku didn't think she was quite that lucky. Still, it couldn't hurt to hope. The wolves' presence in Konoha may have been lessened, but those remaining still took their duties very seriously. Those posted as guards, for example, remained ever vigilant for threats to the safety of their daimyo. Even so, when a fuming Inuzuka matriarch marched towards the apartment, they made no move to stop her. Not only did they have no real reason to stop the head of the allied clan beyond the fact that she looked pissed at something, but they knew that she had the favor of Mai. It wasn't quite as forgiving as Naruto's favor, but it was certainly up there. They also didn't really want to get in her way. It did not seem like a fun place to be. They did have the presence of mind, however, to radio the wolves inside to give them a heads up that would no doubt also be passed on to Tsukuyami in his office. They had a feeling this probably concerned him mostly because they couldn't think of any other person she'd be storming in to see when Mai had left not too long ago. There weren't a whole lot of places Amaterasu went after all, though that did lead to the question of what she had told some that had her in such a state. Whatever it was, they were glad they didn't have to deal with it. Besides, father could handle it, couldn't he? Nami no Kuni already had far more in the way of supplies and resources than their base here in Konoha did. It wouldn't make any sense to stage things from here. It would just draw extra attention to them, and end up taking more time. Kuni was by no means landlocked, considering a good portion of its northern border was in fact beach. So was the entire eastern side, not that it encompassed that much land. There were plenty of ships in Nami no Kuni, and hiring them should be easy enough. If they went as far as to include things with mostly legitimate shipments to the country, they could move everything they needed to a new base within a few months, the base itself being operational within a week or two. That was, of course, assuming the existence of an existing base. If they had to make one, it would be at least a month to construct something basic, 2 or 3 for something proper. Secretly, anyway. They could have something else built up well within a month if they were overt about it, but that sort of defeated the entire purpose of doing this in the first place. If he was fortunate, Orochimaru would indeed have some sort of outpost hidden in Kuni they could at least use as a starting point. That's all they needed right now anyway, a foot in the door, so they could begin prepping in earnest in case they needed somewhere to retreat to. They'd move there fully in time when they had everything set up properly, but until then they just needed it to be able to function as an emergency base. Ideally, they'd have both that hidden base and a second known base legitimately placed within Kuni for them to publicly conduct business from, but Naruto wasn't really holding his breath. He knew now what their reputation actually was. Sure, he hadn't expected it to be perfect, but their actions had tarnished it a bit more than he had planned for. Legitimately gaining permission to do what he wanted in Kuni was much more likely to be legitimately, but he was okay with that. It wasn't that he had any sort of issue with the reputation they had, he was just slightly irritated he had been basing his moves on the wrong one. Now that he knew the reputation they'd garnered, he could make proper use of it. He frowned at nothing, realizing that he had sent orders to Nami no Kuni too hastily. Sure, he should receive a few more wolves that Hanabi was going to be working with to create a proper administrative team, but if he had just waited a bit he could have them preparing to move some of the wolves and the necessary resources to support them off to Yu no Kuni. Then all he'd need was word from Orochimaru, which should be arriving any day now. A waste of a message, it was going to cost him a few extra days. That wasn't too much when they were talking about a project that could take months to fully complete, but the longer they put it off the more things that could go wrong. His thoughts were rudely interrupted by a frantic knocking on his door, and the mask of a wolf peeking in without hesitation. One delicate brow rose to question the one who had intruded on his planning, and they wasted no time explaining themselves. My apologies to Sama. Sim is on her way, and she does not seem happy. We wanted to let you know. Naruto took a second to process those words, purple eyes blinking slowly. Very well, he sighed. Looks like he was finished contemplating their upcoming move for the time being. Whatever had Sim angry was probably more urgent. Or it would be. Depends on if she was angry because of him for some reason, or if she heard something that happened and was coming to inform him. He highly doubted he was lucky enough for it to be the latter. I would suggest not being in the doorway when she comes in then. You may go. With no small amount of gratitude and hefty relief that he hadn't been mad at them for disturbing him, they took their leave none too soon, narrowly avoiding Tsum, who swept into his office with all the confidence of a daimyo strutting through his palace in the buff. Naruto could now say he was intimately familiar with that feeling and thus found the comparison strangely apartment. Good afternoon, Tsum. He swept the papers on his desk back into their folder, and picked it up as her hands landed firmly on the aged oak with a solid thump. I take it this isn't a social call? Opening one of his drawers, he slipped the folder safely inside and closed it with a quiet click before looking up to meet her gaze calmly. No, it most certainly is not. I suspected as much. Definitely not the latter option then. That anger was without a doubt being directed at him. I'll assume you'll probably care to stand for this. Do you want me to send for refreshments now or when we've calmed down a bit? You're being awfully flippant after Ma came to you with her troubles. Naruto's entire body froze for a few seconds. Then slowly his hands came together on the desk before him, and he leaned back into his chair. I see. I should have assumed she would be the subject of this discussion. She seemed upset both before and after our discussion. Would I be correct in saying she went to you for comfort recently? Again Sim's teeth ground against each other, her lips drawing back unconsciously to bear them to him. You seem far too okay with the fact that she's upset. Why would she come to me for comfort when she has you? Because she was confused about our relationship, was his simple answer. She's never expressed such about her relationship with you. That had been a more thoughtful answer than she had been expecting, and her rage dissipated slightly. So you have given this some thought? His eyes narrowed. Of course I have. Naruto seemed genuinely insulted that she would think otherwise. Why should I be upset knowing she has someone else she can turn to when I'm not an option? That was a good point, actually. Some kind of wished he hadn't made it. I'm still mad at you, she declared as she crossed her arms. Sure. Naruto accepted it with a shrug. That's fair. Would you like to take a seat and talk about it? With a resigned huff, she accepted the offer and fell into one of the seats he kept before his desk. So we've established this is about Mai already. He started. Have you had a chance to speak with her? I have. She's pretty upset. Naruto frowned but gave a nod. Yes, she came to me like that. I tried to help, but she couldn't tell me what was wrong. Something about our relationship. And so you suggested taking a break. I did. She was confused about our relationship. I figured the best way for her to be able to sort it out was to take some time with our personal and professional relationships more separated. I've been trying to avoid relying on her until she's figured out what she wants. She wants you, idiot. Sim's arms remained crossed as the woman leaned back into her chair in a vain effort to get more comfortable. Naruto knew from the EW guests that had actually used them that they were anything but. She has me, he retorted. She says something about it isn't right. Naruto shook his head. I have no idea what she's talking about, so how can I make sure she gets what she needs? Have you considered that what she needs might be some sort of defined relationship? That just having you isn't good enough? What do you mean? His hands dropped to the desk and he leaned forward slightly. We have a relationship. Oh? One of Tsume's brows rose, filled with doubt. Crossing one leg over the other, she gave him a challenging look. What's your relationship, then? Purple eyes narrowed slightly in suspicion. You know, she just asked me something very similar. That's not the question I asked. With an amused snort, he shook his head. Fine. We're close friends and coworkers who sleep together on a semi-regular basis. I described us as lovers, but she didn't seem too keen on the term. Did you call her your lover or suggest it? Naruto blinked in thought. Is there a difference? She wanted to know what our relationship was. I told her how we could describe it. Of course there is. With a roll of her chocolate eyes and an irritable huff, she shot him an unimpressed look. For whatever reason, she looks to you to decide what your relationship is going to be. If you can't come up with something you're confident in, how is she going to know what the two of you are? I don't see why it would be such a big deal. If it's not a big deal, then give her something solid. Start calling her your girlfriend or mistress something. Fuck, marry her. She needs a defined relationship from you. Why? His look, as far as she could tell, was legitimate confusion. Isn't this something the two of us should be deciding on together? Why? Some crossed her arms with a huff. Because it will make her happy. Isn't that reason enough? Naruto dipped his head in agreement. That was most definitely a reason to do it, even if he didn't understand why. He could, however, trust that some would have my best interests in mind. He was confident in that. Look, you know she's normally a pretty logical and reserved young woman, don't you? Of course. Well, what part of your relationship is any of that? She needs something she can define, something with set expectations so that she can deal with it. That actually made a lot of sense. Naruto frowned, wondering how he had missed something like that. Mai must have been having an awful time trying to figure out what she should and shouldn't be doing, and Naruto's insistence that she could do as she pleased wouldn't have helped matters in the slightest. In fact, it had probably done more harm than good, even though he was trying to ease whatever misplaced doubts and guilt she'd had. He needed to come up with something, or at the very least sit down with her and decide on what their relationship would entail, even if he had to write it down like a contract just to let her rest assured they were both on the same page. But Tsum's insight had also given him insight of his own, and he gazed up at her searchingly, head tilted slightly to the side. What? Tsum gave another irritable huff and turned away slightly to avoid his piercing gaze. She didn't really want to be doing this in the first place. Tsum was never the sharing type, but Mai's happiness was more important than her own desire to have the young woman for herself. God, she'd better get some damn good karma for this, or at least a grateful reward from Mai. You're really good for her, aren't you? He began tapping his fingers against the desk, thinking. Mai needed something she could define, but did it need to be from him? No, that wasn't the question he needed to ask. Should it come from him? Is that what was best for her? The more he considered it, the more he started to doubt. She needs something solid. Naruto agreed with the Inuzuka matriarch. But I think she might benefit more from one with you, Tsum. Tsum's heart leapt to her throat, and she froze completely. This is what she had wanted. This was exactly what she wanted, the opportunity to have Mai all to herself, and here Naruto was her biggest opponent in the battle for Mai's affections, practically giving his blessing to Tsum to be the one to enter into a formal relationship with the young woman. While not overtly announcing it, Tsum did understand that she would then have some influence as to whether or not Mai then continued to have relations with him at all. He had told Mai he was fine if she took other lovers, but she and Tsum had never had such a discussion. If they did become a thing, it was possible that Tsum really would have her all to herself. But was that what was going to make Mai happy? Tsum honestly couldn't see the young woman not being with Naruto, and she had already experienced what Mai was like when the two weren't together twice actually. It wasn't pretty, even if it did lead to some wonderful experiences. She still did feel slightly guilty about having such fond memories of times that had been so hard on Mai. Could she really go about happily if she was doing that every day? Biting her lip, she shifted her weight around the chair, subconsciously looking for comfort as she attempted to come to a decision. It was so close, and not only was she managing to snag away Mai, but Naruto would be helping her to do so. All she had to do was say yes. Oh gods, did she want to say yes? What is your relationship with Mai Tsum? The Inuzuka opened her mouth to answer, only to pause and snap it shut again. What was their relationship? Friends? Friends with benefits? Lovers? Gods above, it was the exact same relationship Mai had with Naruto, wasn't it? The only difference was that there was almost no separation between their personal and professional lives. Fuck, Naruto might have actually been right to give Mai some space in that case, if only for her to realize that the relationships she had with both of the people she loved were so damn similar. Some? It's just like yours, she admitted. Naruto nodded, expecting as much. And what do the two of you call that relationship? We've never actually brought it up. Standing up from his desk, Naruto moved to the window, clasping his hands behind his back. We're on equal footing in this matter, Tsum, and both of us want what's best for Mai. The only solution is to work together and compromise. What exactly are you suggesting? There was a strange feeling in her chest as he spoke, and it was making her a bit nervous. The mention of compromise had her worried, but something about looking up from her chair and seeing him standing there so seriously, eyes a million miles away as he considered what was best for Mai, reminded her of the feelings she had when she and Mai had first started spending time together. She wasn't sure if she liked it. I will take a more active role, distancing myself from Mai for the time being. Her assistant hasn't had much time with her, but she should be able to help me, keeping Mai's workload as light as possible. He peered over his shoulder to meet her gaze. In the meantime, you need to solidify your relationship with Mai as you suggested to me. He had said he wanted Mai happy, didn't he? So by making Mai happy, she'd be making Naruto happy, which in turn would make Mai happy, and that meant Sam could be happy. Right. Gods, it felt like she was reaching for excuses. It was Naruto's suggestion anyway. She'd give it a try, and if Mai ended up happier, then there was no reason for her to feel guilty. If she didn't, then they needed to rework the plan. They could cross that bridge if they ever got to it. She was really hoping they didn't. No offense, Sam, but I'm not exactly doing this for you. I understand, but I still appreciate it. Naruto gave a shallow nod. That was fair, he thought. He'd be grateful to someone making Mai happy too. He was grateful that someone was going to be making her happy. Of course. Returning to his desk, he took a seat and pulled out a piece of paper on which he began jotting down ideas for their vacation and listing all the duties he was going to have to make sure were covered in Mai's absence. Pausing mid-stroke, he turned his attention back to Tsum and dismissed her with a few lazy flicks of his wrist. Shouldn't you be making Mai happy? He asked. Go. I'll take care of the rest. She only hesitated for a second, biting her bottom lip in thought, but the chance to return to Mai won out in the end, and she hurried out of his office. As soon as her footsteps had faded from his ear, Naruto dropped his pen with a heavy sigh, reaching up to massage the bridge of his nose with his left hand. What the hell was he doing? Ah yes, making Mai happy. Swallowing the sudden feeling of loss that was growing in his throat, he recovered his pen and got back to work. He had to make sure the wolves would continue to run smoothly, and it was probably a good idea to find someone to cover some as well. Perhaps Hana would like some time back in Konoha? It might feel wrong to no longer be with Mai, but all that really mattered was the well-being of the wolves, and that included Mai, both because she was a wolf, and because she would be the one to eventually succeed him. He had no illusions that he would live forever, not with the life choices he made. He also could never quite shake the feeling that eventually the wolves as a whole would outgrow him. Wasn't that simply the truth in life? That the children would grow up and start their own lives, no longer needing the parents? It might not be close, but he knew deep in his heart that one day it would come. Naruto wasn't going to let it keep him from ensuring his wolves would have the best life possible, even if that was without him. She's this tall. Gaara gestured in the air at about stomach height. And her hair is a really dark green. Oh? Temari rose a blonde brow at her youngest brother, looking up from her work packing up her tent for another day of travel. What do her eyes look like? Gaara had been very excited when he woke up the morning after his mother had called him and had delighted in telling Temari all about his new sister. She hadn't really been keeping track, but she was pretty sure this was the third time he had described her to the Wind Mistress. One of her eyes is bright gold like the sun, and the other one is like the ocean. That could have meant greenish if you took it at face value, but Temari was well aware that the only times Gaara had ever seen the ocean was in Nami no Kuni and on a trip to southern Suna. In both cases it had been a brilliant deep blue, which told her exactly what color eyes this Aisabu had. She sounds very pretty. Gaara gave a serious nod. HMM like you and Kaa-san. He earned a small smile from her with that one. That's very nice of you to say. Thank you, Gaara. She finished rolling up her sleeping bag and sealed it into her scroll before arching her back for a few satisfying pops. I kind of wish I could meet your mother and sister, she admitted. With how enamored Gaara was with them, her interest had been piqued. Besides, for a previously bloodthirsty demon, the way Gaara described the Ichibi, she seemed like a lovely woman. Of course, Temari did take what he said with more than a few grains of salt. Even if she was that wonderful with Gaara, that didn't mean she was as accepting of others. Gaara was her son after all. The fact that she apparently had another child, though, that might serve as more evidence that she wasn't all that bad. Biju, as far as Temari was aware, didn't actually have children, which meant all of her children would be more or less adopted by the Tanuki. Could she really be that bad if she wasn't just taking in these children, but that these children adored her so much? If nothing else, Temari thought her relationship with Gaara might start her off on the Biju's good side. So long as it wasn't the jealous type. I'll ask. Temari returned her attention to Gaara just in time for his thoughtful frown to be wiped off his face by a resolute nod. I'll ask to see if you can visit. He expanded. If Kaa-san doesn't know, maybe Tu-san will. I'd appreciate that. She'd prefer it to be visiting his Tu-san, but that seemed less likely than meeting a Biju, as strange as that sounded. Perhaps it wasn't that bad, considering the Biju was it wasn't with them anymore, was it? A path to it was, though, and that was probably more than could be said of Naruto. Gaara's response was a nod that was so serious it just ended up looking adorably ridiculous on the short redhead currently swinging his legs from his perch on Sasori's outer puppet. With a bubbling laugh, Temari stashed her scroll and stood up to ruffle his hair. There was no way she would ever be able to repay Naruto for what he had given her in returning her little brother, though that certainly wouldn't stop her from trying when she finally managed to see him again. That, it seemed, would be even harder than thanking him. The wolf didn't slow or hesitate in the slightest as they entered into Orochimaru's primary base, more commonly known as Otogekyu, though it was a far cry from a village in any sense of the word, and none of the snake-san and shinobi made any move to halt their progress. There wasn't a single one of them that wanted to risk the wrath of Orochimaru by impeding one of the Crimson Prince's agents. At least none on duty at the moment. Those who would try stopping the wolf, and the chances of them succeeding were slim indeed, wouldn't even consider their ties to the Crimson Prince, or how furious Orochimaru would be when they heard about it. Of course, that was because they were the more bloodthirsty of Orochimaru's forces and tended to be lacking highly in any sort of logic or self-preservation. There was a reason they weren't often placed on guard duty. It was quite a bit into the base that someone actually scurried up to their unexpected guest, quick steps failing to disguise the urgency of a shinobi who desperately wanted to run in order to intercept this messenger. "We had not been expecting you, Wolf-san. I'd assume you've been sent to speak with Orochimaru-sama?" The wolf shook her head and reached into one of the pockets of her uniform to delicately retrieve the deceptively plain envelope. "Tsukuyomi-sama has sent a letter." "I see." They started to reach out as if to grab the letter, but pulled back their hand as it slipped back into the wolf's uniform. The hand opened and closed slightly as they tried to decide what course of action they should be taking. They didn't necessarily want to be the one responsible for delivering it, but they also didn't really want one of these wolves within the compound. While they were the forces of the Crimson Prince whom Orochimaru favored above all others, the lack of security implemented during their visits, and their tendency to cause damage wherever they go, Otogekyu was probably the first of the hidden villages to know of Kirigakyu's fate due to Guren, and her team made them a nightmare for anyone trying to maintain order in a base Orochimaru delighted in filling with monstrous experiments, both failures and successes. Sometimes it was hard to determine which was which, but they tried not to dwell on that too much. It wasn't conducive to their mental health, or the dangerously high stress levels that already came with the job. "Tsukuyomi-sama has entrusted it to me," they stated evenly. "It will reach Orochimaru by my hand." "Of course." He dropped his hand. Looks like that was the end of that quandary. Now he just needed to get her to and away from Orochimaru and the base as quickly as possible. "Very well. This way then, if you please." Spinning on his heel, he didn't bother checking to make sure the wolf was following. Say what you would about them, and there was plenty to say, but you could never underestimate their commitment to their lord. This wolf wanted to get that letter to Orochimaru far more than he wanted to get them out of his base, which was saying quite a lot, of that he had no doubt. "I really appreciate this, Naruko-chan. I'm glad your mother wasn't opposed to me staying with you while I'm in Konoha." Haku gently tossed her things onto the bed before flopping onto it herself. There was a reason she had said yes, Naruko suspected, and she wasn't sure how she wanted to feel about it. Sure, her mother may have still said yes simply because Haku was her friend and probably the first friend her mother had ever learned of her having, now that she thought about it, but Naruko had seen the looks her mother shot at the two of them. It was obvious enough to the Uzumaki heir that Kushina thought there was something between the two young women and had agreed to Haku's stay so that the two of them could spend more time together. Naruko was pretty sure parents were supposed to react in the opposite manner, being completely opposed to such activities, but Kushina seemed almost giddy about it. Maybe just because Naruko hadn't really shown any interest in anyone in that way. So she was glad to see that there was some chance of romance in her daughter's future. Or maybe Kushina had mistaken Haku for a really pretty boy and was looking forward to eventual grandchildren. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki couldn't say for certain. Of course, if Kushina really wanted grandchildren, she didn't have to look any further than Naruto. Naruko had already met his two children, and while one of them was very close to her age, which means he was about the same age as Naruto too, something that served only to make that relationship even more strange, the other would certainly fill all of the Uzumaki matriarch's desires for a grandchild. Then again, they were either blood nor law, so technically they weren't grandchildren at all, and with Kushina not having any sort of relationship with Naruto these days, there was no emotional connection either. If anyone asked, Naruko would still tell them that Naruto had children before her, though, for as much as that mattered to the world. As strange as it was to think about, those were his kids regardless of what anyone else thought, and so Naruko would respect that, if only to save herself the headache of trying to comprehend what was actually going on in her brother's tangled mess of relations. She had only seen glimpses, but even that was enough to show her that things around her brother were stupidly complicated. Considering she only knew a few people in that web, Naruko could only imagine with no small amounts of abject horror what the full tangle would look like. Better luck giving a ball of string to a cat and seeing if they could neatly unwrap it. I don't see why she wouldn't allow it. It's not like the two of us need any of these other rooms. Might as well put them to some good, right? Yeah. Haku agreed as a frown slipped into place across her lips. Why is it just the two of you? You could probably fit a dozen people in this house more than comfortably. It was kind of bugging her, in part due to Kiri's current problem with not having nearly enough space for its citizens, but she was mostly hoping for some insight into Naruko's brother Tsukuyumi. There had to be some reason he wasn't living here, right? Aside from the obvious, he's a daimyo thing. On that note, how the hell did he become a daimyo? No, not how. She knew how. The real question was why. She might have to ask him directly for that one, but she didn't think one just decided one day that they would become a daimyo somehow. There must be a story behind it, and she had the most inexplicable need to know it. She couldn't tell why either. She just did. Maybe it was pure curiosity, or because he was tied to Naruko. It could also be in an effort to understand the sort of person who had reduced her home to ash. Whatever it was, Haku had a feeling she wouldn't know why she wanted her questions answered until after they were. She blamed that sort of luck on Zabuza. With 2 quick raps on the wooden door, Naruto let himself into Maya's office without hesitation. Maya, as expected, was absent, but her new assistant still sat at her desk with papers strewn around her. A frown tugged deeply at her young face as she held a stack of reports in one hand and took notes with the other. She glanced up briefly, words already leaving her tongue before she had identified the one to intrude into the office. What is it? I told you that I'd be busy for the Pupilless eyes widened in surprise. And Ni-sama. She dropped both paper and pen. I didn't realize it was you. It's fine. His tone was soft but brisk, getting straight to the point even though he didn't sound like he had the energy to make it there. Purple eyes trailed over her work, and she felt a sudden surge of embarrassment at how disorganized she must look at the moment. Keeping busy, I see. She nodded. Yeah, I'm making a list of all the things that need to be standardized. All these reports are done differently, they were filed differently, and the wolves don't seem able to decide if it should be a group report or individual. Hanabi pointed over to a stack on the left corner of the desk. That lot was a team of 5. One report includes 3 of them. One of those 3 did an individual report, and the other 2 both did reports for the whole team. 5 people, and I have 4 reports talking about 14 individuals. I have no idea how anyone kept track of anything. Then it's a good thing we have you to set us right. Reaching over, Naruto gently ruffled her hair. Unfortunately, you may need to put a hold on your work getting us organized. What? Why? Is this because the wolves aren't here yet? No, not at all. He assured her with a shake of his head. Mai will be going on a trip soon, and I'll be needing your help in covering her duties. I don't think you'll have time to both aid me with them and restructure our administration. Oh. Yeah, that made sense. It did beg the question of why, though. As far as Hanabi was aware, the wolves didn't really have anything going on at the moment, so what was drawing her away, and how long was she going to need to put her own work on hold to cover Mai's absence? Where's she going? Is something happening in Nami? Naruto gave her a strange look for a few seconds before answering. Not exactly. Silence filled the room as she waited for further explanation, and when it wasn't forthcoming she rose a brow at him. Where then? What's going on? Don't worry about it, she'll be back soon enough. She frowned but didn't keep pressing, instead folding her arms across her chest and focusing on the duration. Okay, fine. So this will be like a few days, a week, a month? A week should be plenty of time. I don't imagine she'd be able to stay away for any longer. Oh, okay. That wasn't bad at all. Her wolves still weren't here, so it wasn't like she was going to be giving up a huge amount of progress. So how are we going to be tackling her duties? Are we going to split them? Maybe I organize, you do, and then I file? Focus on the daily operations if you please. You're welcome to help work through the reports if you like, but I'll be taking care of them. Huh? Shouldn't that be the opposite way? You're the one with the higher rank, so shouldn't you be the one directly managing everybody? I'm also the one with the most experience, and can make executive decisions based on the reports I go through. If you need help, you can always come to me. Yeah, that made sense. Throwing a stack of paperwork at her when she was technically still learning her position was probably a bad idea, even if she could probably figure it out if she had a bit of time. While Mai was gone, probably wasn't the best time to test that though. Sure, when does she leave? Soon. I'm still organizing everything. Within a day or so, preferably. That just made her more curious about Mai's upcoming trip, if she was completely honest. Why did it sound like even Mai wouldn't know she was about to be leaving? And if that was the case, why was Naruto arranging this for her? As much as Hanabi really wanted to ask, she managed to hold her tongue for the time being. She'd find out in a report soon enough, she suspected, but it still made her uneasy. She was going to be having plenty of clearance within the wolves soon enough in order to do her job, but she had a sneaking suspicion that she would have to earn quite a lot more trust from Naruto before she started becoming privy to whatever plots this was currently tied to. Assuming he allowed anyone to know about them, she wouldn't be all that surprised if he was keeping this one close to his chest, as in not even Tsukuyomi being aware. That was a dangerous game to be playing, but he had always struck her as knowing what he was doing. Except when it came to organizing his organization. Could you even call the wolves an organization when they had been this disorganized? Seemed kind of oxymoronic to her, but she supposed she wasn't the one in charge in the end. Someone else could deal with that. She was about to be busy taking over some of Mai's work. The peaceful quiet of the room was broken only by the gentle clicking of chopsticks against bowls as the three sat at the Uzumaki table. It seemed entirely too big even with the presence of their guests, and Haku could only imagine how wrong it would look with just the two Uzumaki women at the mostly empty table. She thought it might be even worse if they had chosen to eat later in the day, the world around them dark, while they ate in an island of the overhead light. It seemed entirely too somber for them, even if Haku hadn't spent an exorbitant amount of time around them. Seeing them like that would have been surreal and quite frankly rather unpleasant. Uzumaki, Haku firmly believed, should always be in high spirits. What time she had managed to spend with Naruto, and now her mother had cemented that with utmost certainty. Sad, melancholy, or solemn Uzumaki simply weren't proper Uzumaki as far as she was concerned. Fortunately, that was quite far from their natural state based on what she had seen. It must have been a hell of a sight back when there was a full clan of them, though she would probably decline any party invitation she may have received. No normal person would be able to withstand being somewhere with so much condensed energy. Well, maybe Zabuza. She had seen the man walk 3 towns away looking for a proper healer to pull swords from his gut back when he had first taken her under his wing, but his patients didn't have the slightest chance in hell of surviving it. He would have been trying to fight someone within minutes. Then again, Uzumaki were said to be pretty rowdy too, they might not have minded at all. So Haku, her musings were interrupted by the voice of Kushina, and she looked up from her bowl to watch as the Uzumaki matriarch pushed her own empty bowl to the side. I never did get to ask how you met Naruto. Technically it wasn't a question, but it was obvious she was expected to retell the story. Sharing a brief glance with Naruto, who seemed confused why her mother was asking that of their guests rather than just asking her, Haku set her chopsticks across her bowl and turned her full attention to Kushina. Well, the first time I saw Naruto I was pretending to be a Kiri hunter nin. Her sensei had managed to overpower Zabuza and was about to finish him off. I pretended to steal the kill and left with his body. So you stole Kakashi's kill, tricked him into thinking you were actually a hunter Nin, and then stole Zabuza away from him? Kushina's face was carefully blank and Haku momentarily wondered if she had said something wrong. Naruko's sigh and subsequent eye roll, however, actually went a long way to reassure Haku that everything was still fine. That's correct. Kushina's face split into a wide grin. Oh, I think I like you, Haku. She turned to her daughter. Why didn't you tell me you had made such a lovely friend? Rather than responding to her mother's question, Naruko turned to Haku and explained. Kaha-san isn't very fond of Kakashi, probably because he's kind of an asshole to everyone except my brother. Haku stiffened slightly at that, and prayed to whatever gods that might be listening in hopes that neither Uzumaki had noticed. For some reason he seems to think the sun only exists to shine off Naruto's hair or some shit. Naruko frowned. And he's mentioned things about hiding bodies, but I don't know how serious he was being. Hiding bodies? One of Kushina's brows rose. What do you mean? He said something about hiding a body for Naruto one day, but he had also been throwing us into a forest filled with traps and sending his Kage Bunshin in to hunt us down. Said Naruto would be able to handle it, but I'm pretty sure he was just trying to rile us up. Haku tried imagining it, and found she had absolutely zero difficulty imagining Tsukuyami tearing through a forest and facing off against a Jounin, even if it was the legendary Hatake Kakashi. She had seen him take on Zabuza and Kisame before going off to kill Yagura. What was another S-rank going to do against him? She had the presence of mind not to voice those thoughts, and desperately hoped her body language didn't do so for her. How would claiming to hide a body for Naruto do anything to the three of you? Kushina questioned. It didn't quite add up in her mind, which pointed towards it being true as much as she wished it wasn't. Naruko gave her a flat look in return. How was throwing us into a death trap and hunting us down going to do anything for us? Even Sasuke in his broodiest moods wouldn't consider suicide by sensei beneficial. That was a fair point. No one who actually knew him could honestly say that the man was even remotely sane. A life of war and umbu could do strange things to people, but Kakashi had always been a bit off. There was a reason he had managed to graduate the academy at such a young age and be so successful, even though his early career had been almost exclusively wartime missions. Those broke a lot of people, but Kakashi had thrived and come out even stronger for it. It hadn't been without cost, though, even if the man himself was probably completely unaware of what he had paid what he now lacked. Even if he knew, Kushina doubted he could muster up enough energy to care. I guess you're right. She agreed. There probably isn't anyone who really understands why that man does anything. It still seemed off even for Kakashi, but she wasn't going to learn anything debating it with others who didn't know any more than she did. Naruko shrugged in agreement. I hope not one is more than enough. That they could both agree on. Definitely. Kushina gave a nod before turning back to Haku with a sheepish smile. Sorry about that, we seem to have gone a bit off topic without you there. Oh no, it's fine. Really. Haku had returned to her food as they spoke, grateful for the opportunity to polish off her meal before it had gone cold. She knew Kushina's cooking wouldn't be considered amazing, but Haku couldn't remember her last home-cooked meal, which made Kushina's food all the more wonderful. So that was the first time I saw Naruko. The next time we met was 2 days later as I was out gathering herbs. It couldn't have been later than 5:30 when a series of solid knocks at the Uzumaki compound door interrupted the last Yuki. I'm so sorry, I'll be right back. Kushina excused herself from the table and hurried to see who it was that had decided interrupting their dinner was in any way acceptable. So maybe we should avoid mentioning that you stopped your sensei from killing Zabuza? Haku asked as she turned to Naruko. Yeah, that would probably be for the best. An enemy denying him was one thing. Kushina might not be so pleased when it was her daughter acting against her superior during a mission. And maybe, well. Naruko paused, her cheeks reddening slightly. Maybe we could not mention our kisses. Covering her mouth with one hand, Haku did her best to hide her smile. Oh, you're not embarrassed about those, are you, Naruko-chan? She attempted to sound hurt by that fact, but even she could tell it wasn't anywhere close to believable. I'll never hear the end of it if we give her something solid. Naruko defended herself with a huff, folding her arms across her chest. I'm sure she already thinks that there's something going on between us. Isn't there? In all honesty, Haku knew they hadn't discussed this in the slightest since they had last seen each other, and even then Haku had simply stolen a kiss from the Uzumaki heiress, but if Naruto was going to bring it up, this could become the perfect opportunity to actually talk about it. Or at the very least to talk about Haku's feelings. Turning a shade of red bright enough to hide her within her mother's hair, Naruto managed to stammer out, "Well, we haven't discussed before," she was saved by the reappearance of her mother trailed by an umbu. Haku suddenly had a very good idea what Kushina had felt only moments before when someone had interrupted their dinner. Was it strange to feel closer to the woman because of that? It struck Haku as a pretty strange bonding activity. "Haku Yuki of Kirigakure Godame-sama has found time in his schedule to grant you an audience. Please follow me." What that really meant was that he had finished all the other work he couldn't put off, and he'll see you now so he can be done for the night to go enjoy his own dinner at home. That's how Haku translated it anyway. Either way, it wasn't as if she had much of a choice in the matter. At least she had managed to finish her meal. "I shouldn't be long," she smiled at Naruto before turning her attention to Kushina. "Thank you for the meal, it was wonderful." "You're very welcome, Haku." Kushina addressed the umbu next. "Make sure he knows not to keep her out too late. She's a guest of the Uzumaki, and I expect her back at a decent time to get some rest. She's had a long trip." "Certainly, Uzumaki-sama." He didn't sound even the tiniest bit sincere, but none of them were going to call him out on it, even if Kushina looked more than a little irritated, noticing that he was quick to make his escape. No one liked dealing with an irritable Kushina, and he wasn't paid enough to do so now. "This way, Yuki-san?" "Of course." Hopefully this went quickly. Haku really wanted to get her answer from Naruto. For some strange reason she didn't think she would be that lucky, and she couldn't determine if it was about getting back soon or getting that answer. She'd been spending too much time around Zabuza if his luck was rubbing off on her like this. Chapter 116. In the laboratory sink. The sun had only just touched the horizon as Haku followed the umbu out of the Uzumaki main house and down the path to the spiraled gate. While she was slightly annoyed that the Hokage had decided he had time to meet with her now rather than just waiting for the morning, it would be good to mark this off her list. There was no telling if the man would actually grant any of Mei's requests for aid or information, but the sooner Haku did it, the sooner it was out of her hands. This had also been the entire reason for her trip to Konoha in the first place, so she really should focus on her task even if she'd rather be spending more time with the Uzumaki women. The umbu pushed through the large gate, holding it open for her, and she stepped into one of the quieter streets of Konoha. Generally only clan members or those dealing directly with them came into these areas, and with clan compounds being rather large on average, at least there was considerable space between their gates. It was strange to think that just a few streets over were the crowded Konoha markets packed full of people. She had to assume it was some sort of unwritten rule that kept them from using these streets in order to get where they needed to be in the market district more easily. That, or they were just worried about pissing off the clans. That was entirely possible. Konoha was the only hidden village Haku knew of that both still held its founding clans, and where such large clans continued to thrive. In most of the other villages, the original clans had either died out completely or had been reduced to only a few members. She supposed when you were founded by clans like the Senju and Uchiha, and quickly joined by the likes of the Hyuga, all huge names from the clan wars, you might hold clans higher than most. It helped when those clans were also large parts of the village economy, and made up a good portion of your shinobi forces. Regardless of how your village felt about them as an individual, you didn't want to risk pissing one off. If they thought walking down these roads would end up angering each compound built along it, well, that would be some mighty fine incentive to avoid the place. Of course, on a more practical note, it was just general common sense to avoid places shinobi gathered, especially places where they felt comfortable. Another shinobi might not think much of a practiced technique crashing through a compound wall, but civilians were taking a pretty high chance just to get to the store they wanted a little bit faster. If civilians who had tried thought those errant jutsu had been warnings aimed at them for trespassing, then that would only go further to keep things nice and quiet around the clan district. Ignoring the occasional runaway technique, and the repairs to clan walls. Overall, though, it was quite peaceful here, even if she could start to hear the drone of the market district as they continued towards the Hokage Tower. She had expected it to be a bit more subdued as the sun entered into the final part of its journey, but the sounds of the market were hardly different from when she had made her way to the Uzumaki compound earlier. If anything, in fact, they sounded more frenzied. As they entered the administrative district made up of the building surrounding and supporting the Hokage Tower, Haku glanced down Konoha's main road that cut right through her market district. As the sounds had suggested, it was still packed with people flitting about from shop to stall to shop again. As she watched a group of men squeeze their way into the hustle and bustle, stuffing uniforms into their bags as they went, she realized it only made sense that the markets would swell as people left their jobs for the day. Those able would have gone earlier to avoid such crowds, but there also seemed to be more carts setting themselves up between stores in an effort to take advantage of the higher volume of prospective customers. Evidently this was a rather regular occurrence. Strange, Haku had never heard anything about a Konoha nightlife. Now Kumo, that was a place known for its nights. Most militaristic they may have been, but those shinobi needed a way to blow off steam when they were off duty, and the civilians were more than happy both providing and participating. This well wasn't that, but now that she thought about it, expecting the city to die as soon as the sun went down was pretty ridiculous. She hadn't thought it would be to that sort of extreme, but she hadn't considered that the village might become slightly more active in the later hours of the day. Maybe it had something to do with the way the sky began burning red and the sun still peered over the horizon like a flickering flame. Konoha did love its fire after all. Regardless of why the evenings seemed to draw out more of Konoha's populace, she had a feeling it would be much more quiet by the time she was returning to the Uzumaki compound. Stacks of paper and scrolls he could only half remember the contents of were shoved into a bag as he tore through his primary office. He wasn't worried about clothing or personal items. He could always borrow some of Naruto's if he had to, and Konoha had no shortage of shops that would hold what he needed should the Crimson Prince be unwilling to share his wardrobe. No, what was important now was to ensure he had everything the prince might need on his first trip. Naruto couldn't be kept waiting, and going back for something he had forgotten was unacceptable. Nearby, a wolf leaned against the wall by the door, arms folded across her chest and one foot on the wall. She had done her job as evidenced by the open letter sitting on Orochimaru's desk, and now waited only as a courtesy to the snake sage who had requested her to. Naruto hadn't expressed any need to return urgently, though she was fairly certain he expected an immediate response. This, she rationalized, was no different than waiting for the young man to gather whatever it was Naruto had requested and pen a letter in response for her to take back with her. Only in this case she'd just be bringing Orochimaru back to answer in person. That was better as far as she was concerned, so she doubted she'd be in any trouble for doing so. In fact, she might even be rewarded for that. Assuming Orochimaru didn't end up doing something to annoy Tsukuyomi before she managed to get it. She frowned behind her mask. Now that she was giving it some thought, maybe this wasn't a very good idea at all. Did she really want to be responsible for bringing the Otokage back to Konoha? As the man in question sat his bag at the end of his desk and pushed the entirety of its contents spilling into it, she supposed it was too late to change her mind now. "Do you really need all of that?" she asked curiously as filing cabinets were sealed away and joined everything else in the bag. Just what had Tsukuyomi requested that needed so much? Perhaps having Orochimaru come back to Konoha was for the better if it was going to require that much being sent to Tsukuyomi. She could only imagine how lengthy the reply letter would have to be to explain it all. Orochimaru gave her an irritated glare, one of his eyes turning red subconsciously. "Yes." Then a pause. "Maybe." His eye faded back to black. "I have absolutely no idea," he admitted. "I'd rather have things I don't need than forget what Naruto-kun is looking for." The wolf gave a shrug. It was logical, sort of. She should probably just be grateful Orochimaru wasn't packing up the entire base and trying to drag his staff of scientists, or Tsukuyomi forbid his experiments, with him to Konoha. What was he looking for anyway? Orochimaru gave her a searching look for a few seconds, deciding if he would answer her, and with a sigh decided there was no harm in it. "He's interested in my second greatest creation, the Ten no Juin. It's the key to my greatest invention and a major element of Otogekyou's forces." Oh. Yeah, that might be something that both interested Tsukuyomi and required so much to properly explain. She did wonder what he was looking into it for, but if he intended for the wolves to know, she'd learn eventually. "So is this all you need?" Orochimaru shook his head. "No, not at all. These are all the notes that went into its creation, some of it was anyway." He could never remember what he had stored where after he had reached a point he was satisfied with. There's still a physical component necessary for the Ten no Juin to properly function. I should have some samples stored away in my lab and hopefully enough supplies to be able to create another batch if he needs it. How much are you intending to take with you? She looked down at the bag on the ground, noting the various sealing scrolls also within it. As a general rule, it was a bad idea to put a seal within another seal, as many first-time users of the common sealing scrolls often learn the hard way, which meant unless Orochimaru had something else up his sleeve, he was intending to carry at least the overpacked duffel bag with him. If this was just filled with notes, though, she was feeling more than a little wary about the more physical components that would need to be transferred. Probably would have helped if he'd at least sealed everything before putting it in the bag rather than just sealing some of the bigger objects. She understood he was going for speed, but it wouldn't have taken all that much longer, and would make the trip back to Konoha much easier in the long run. Maybe she'd suggest that when he had calmed down a bit, the trip down to the laboratory that was no doubt coming, perhaps. Just enough equipment to be able to recreate it. She didn't know if it was supposed to be reassuring, but it most certainly wasn't. They were totally taking the whole damn lab with them, weren't they? Gaara, his mother's voice seemed to surround him from the blackness, and as awareness slowly returned to him, he found himself on the familiar rooftops of Sunagakure once again. Of course, he wasn't actually in Suna, he couldn't be. They were camped out near the border of Hai no Kuni and Nami no Kuni, but the form this world took matched his memory of Sunagakure perfectly. Picking himself up from the tanned roof, his teal eyes scanned the surroundings looking for his mother. When none was forthcoming, he turned his attention to the box of wooden lattices that stood in the middle of the roof. Covered in green vines and bright white flowers, it didn't quite belong in Sunagakure. At least not on a roof. Something like this would have been carefully kept in a private garden where it was protected from the harshest rays of the sun each day and provided enough water to keep from withering in the heat of Kaze no Kuni's desert. This part he knew was not part of his memory. He approached it calmly and reached out for the handle of the door. It swung open easily enough, brushing past some of the plants that turned the wooden frames into more proper walls. Despite the sides of the box being no wider than the door itself, the sight before his was a sprawling garden flourishing from white marble in the golden light of the late afternoon. That, too, he knew didn't actually exist anywhere in the world to the best of his knowledge anyway, but it was exactly the place he wanted to be at the moment. Stepping through the doorway, he made sure to close the door behind him as he entered into Karura's garden. She wasn't immediately visible from the other side, and he slowly began ambling through the garden to see if he could spot her on one of the marble benches or admiring a particularly colorful and fragrant patch of flowers. Within a minute he could confidently say she wasn't currently in the garden, which he found strange. While she had the entirety of the palace Sama had built for her, she had always delighted in time spent in the gardens. It was without a doubt her favorite place to spend time. It was also where she was when she called for him every other time meeting him as he entered this sacred place. Gaara actually felt a bit strange to be here without her, almost as if he was intruding. This place had not been built for him to exist and molded instead by Sama's will to become a sanctuary for his mother. But mother had called him here for some reason. He was absolutely certain he had heard her summon, so she must have been expecting him to answer her. He moved slowly towards the open back of the throne room his father rarely had time to occupy. Shifoot had only just stepped into the palace proper, left hand placed on the cool marble of the throne, when the sound of hasty footsteps reached his ears. "There you are, Gaara." Karura smiled at him from the entrance to the throne room, and the former Ichibi Jinchuriki felt warmth spread throughout his entire being. "Come on, Aisabu and Mito are waiting for us." She beckoned him to her, and he complied without a second's hesitation. Despite his immediate action, it took a second to actually process her words. Aisabu he knew, but who's Mito? Your Aunt Silly. She reached out for she hand as he reached her, and he was more than happy to grab hold. Your other aunt was in here recently, which means it should be fine for us to visit Mito. My other aunt? His brows scrunched up in thought for a second before remembering long blonde hair and piercing blue eyes on a young woman not all that much taller than he was. Ah, auntie. Yes, she mentioned she had met you already. Gaara nodded in agreement and let her guide him through her palace. He hadn't ever been in the actual palace now that he thought about it. The throne room he was familiar with simply because its back wall was left open to Karura's garden, but there had never been any reason for him to step foot within before today. Now he had a very good reason. The soft hand of his mother wrapped around his own. He would follow her anywhere without question. Being able to hold her hand was just a bonus. Thank you for coming on such short notice. I'm sure you were probably preparing to retire for the evening. Though he tried to keep she tone even and polite, it was easy for Haku to see that the Godame Hokage was exhausted. The substantial stack of finished paperwork sitting next to his desk gave her a pretty good idea why. Of course, Hokage-sama. I appreciate you making time to see me today. She really would have preferred tomorrow morning, but Zabuza's examples had been more than enough to teach her that it would be a very, very bad idea to let the Hokage know that. Mostly because a big part of her presence here was to request further support from the first hidden village. Before anything else, I'd like to express to Remy Mae's Kirigakure's and my own personal gratitude for the support you gave us during our civil war. Had Yagura won, they'd have been a failed rebellion, and as many people had expected that outcome, rebellion had become a common name for the Kirigakure conflict over the past years. It felt good to be able to call it what it really was. You're very welcome. I'm glad Konoha was able to offer her assistance. Asuma clasped his hands on the desk and leaned back slightly. Shall I assume Terumi Dano has taken the position of Mizukage? She has. Good. Asuma nodded to himself. Please excuse my haste, but what is it that has brought you to Konoha? He had a pretty good idea, and as he had announced in a recent council meeting, they would be helping support Kirigakure publicly now that the civil war had concluded. The sooner it came up, the sooner he could arrange the support to be given, and the sooner he could go home. Today had been long enough, and he got to do it all again in the morning. Fairly confident that the Hokage was aiming at expedience, Haku cut right to the chase. Ao would probably have a heart attack if he ever learned, though she was sure May would be amused by the lack of niceties. While we were victorious, thanks in part to your aid, Kirigakure has been left in a rather poor condition. I am here to request Konohagakure's aid as we rebuild and work towards re-establishing Kirigakure as a proper hidden village. Konoha has already offered Kirigakure her aid, Asuma began. He should probably be doing more to ensure Konoha benefited from this arrangement, something more solid than goodwill for future interactions. But not only had he already offered Konoha's help, he also felt slightly responsible for the damages. It was his Umbu who poked the sleeping wolves after all. That has not changed just because Yugira's loyalists have been defeated. We've been preparing supplies to help you get back onto your feet. That was fortunate. No negotiation, no persuasion. Konoha had already decided it was something she was going to be doing. Haku almost couldn't believe the sudden stroke of good luck. It seemed too convenient to be true. She was not, however, going to be questioning it. If it made her job easier and helped out Kirigakure, that was good enough for her. We had not been certain that would be the case. Kirigakure is quite fortunate to have your aid in this matter, Godame-sama. We will not forget your generosity. I should hope not. That was the only sign that this wasn't done completely out of the kindness of Konoha's heart, but Haku couldn't blame them for that. They were already putting in a lot of effort over in Suna, and she was sure Iwa and Kyumo were probably more than a little nervous at the moment. Building up more allies was simply a sound investment on the Hokage's part. The supplies have been gathered in Odafuki-gai. I'll send word in the morning to have them moved to port. We have ships readied at the coast to transport it to Kirigakure, and I think it would be best if you accompanied them. Of course, when should they be ready to depart? The orders should reach Odafuki-gai in a matter of hours, but it will take at least 2 days to have it all moved to the ships and another half day to load it. It would be best if you were there in 3 days. I'll be there, she assured him. In the meantime, May has also requested that I inquire about a shinobi you may have under your command. One of Asuma's brows rose. That was generally considered a pretty forward request. Kage typically didn't give out information about their shinobi to better protect them. The fact that she would do so despite knowing this, however, piqued his interest. I see. He gave her a searching look, but there wasn't anything to be found. Which shinobi was she asking about? It wasn't a promise to actually provide, but Haku considered it a major victory that she wasn't just immediately shut down. We don't have his first name. Haku knew it actually from time spent with Naruto, but that was something she hadn't shared with May. It also something she didn't really feel the need to explain to the Hokage. Any relationship between Shina of different villages, including friendships, could be a touchy subject. But we know he's of Uzumaki blood and probably at least of Chunin rank. Asuma went perfectly still as soon as the word Uzumaki left her lips, and she could tell he knew exactly who she was talking about. With a sigh, he reached for the bridge of his nose, massaging it slowly. And why is it they interest May? He had dropped the formality for a second, and she didn't know if that was a good sign. They seemed to have close ties to the wolves. Yes, that would be a matter of some interest then. The wolves were the one to do that damage to Kirigakure, but Konoha was going to be helping them put things back together. Someone with ties to both groups was naturally going to be someone you wanted to know more about before they used their Konoha ties to slip into Kirigakure on behalf of the wolves. I suppose that would be something you would want to know. For security purposes, of course. That part was said with a pointed look indicating that information would only be shared so that they would know who was entering their village. It went unsaid that trying to do anything against a Konoha shinobi otherwise, even if they did have ties to other groups, was not going to be taken lightly. Because relations to the wolves or not, they were still a Konoha shinobi, and Konoha would not stand idly by while her children were attacked. In a moment of sudden clarity, as he spoke, Asuma realized that must have been how the wolves felt when they all rushed to Kirigakure to avenge their fallen comrades. The fact that he could relate to them at all left a sour taste in his mouth, but he pushed the thought to the back of his mind until he could drown it with alcohol later. Of course. Haku agreed readily enough. Security wasn't even what they wanted it for, they just wanted to confirm the identity of Tsukuyomi himself. If it was him, then they'd share their findings with Konoha. That seemed like something a Kage would want to know about their shinobi, and if it wasn't, they didn't really care. As it was, all they had to go from was the fact that he claimed Naruko was his sister and Asuma's reaction that indicated that such a person might exist. Whether they were truly Tsukuyomi remained to be seen, and only Mei would be able to tell. Stop by my office before you leave for the ships. I'll have Genin Naruto's file for you to take back to her. I'd let you send it by courier, but his former ties to the Uzumaki only served to make the information more sensitive, and I don't need them throwing a fit. As far as anyone should be concerned, I release nothing. Yes, Hokage-sama. I understand perfectly, thank you. Haku had a feeling Naruko and Kushina would not be pleased to learn that Naruto's information was being shared with another hidden village, so that made perfect sense to her. Of course, all they really needed was a picture for Mei to confirm was the man she saw slay Yagura. The Uzumaki compound had some of this Naruto, but none that seemed recent, likely pre-academy. Haku still hadn't really found the courage to ask specifics about what had happened between him and his former clan, and she suspected it would only be harder if it turned out he was Tsukuyomi. Unfortunately, she had a feeling the man hadn't lied when he said Naruko was his sister. Was it bad that she was starting to hope Kushina had some sort of affair? Or maybe the father Naruko never mentioned. That was probably better, just because Haku didn't know who the hell they were. Gaara's nose scrunched involuntarily as he passed through the marble doorway and into the flooded basement his mother seemed intent on entering. He wasn't completely sure why he had done so either, considering the fact that despite its appearance it didn't actually smell. Not even a hint of mold reached his nostrils, but the murky brown water seemed like they should befoul the air instead of just cooling it. He spared a glance to the left only for she sight to be stopped by a massive wall of blackened iron. Despite sitting in the water and stretching to marry each wall of this structure without the slightest hint of a gap, there was no rust on it as far as he could see. More than that, the iron somehow seemed new. There was a glossy sheen to it that shouldn't have been possible from the material, as it caught the dim green light of a torch that burned with unnatural flames. Karura hesitated for a second or two as she noticed it, which was odd unless it was some sort of new addition. The fact that it was now blocked off only made Gaara more curious about what lay behind it. His instincts told him that even if he eventually learned, he'd never actually see it for himself. There had to be a reason his father had blocked it off from them after all. Turning his attention the other way, he was greeted by an almost comically large gate. It too seemed to be made of blackened iron, but this was proper for a lack of better words. It was the sort of material Gaara was familiar with in the physical world, and it simply felt right. The distinction was so strange that Gaara found himself turning back to the newer structure once again, now able to recognize the foreboding dread that seemed to seep like a vapor into everything that surrounded the metal wall. Gaara would bet everything he had that it had been created like this very much on purpose. He averted his eyes from the dark monstrosity as if staring at it were some grievous sin, instead focusing on the marble pathway as it changed from white to black beneath his feet. His mother continued along the pathway to the right, bringing them to the massive cage. It was ridiculous to imagine it could actually manage to contain anything when the bars were more like massive decorative pillars. There was enough room that Gaara could probably squeeze through next to his mother without too much difficulty. Of course, Gaara was also aware that his mother could take the form of a giant tanuki and that the one they were visiting, her sister, would also have another form. It was obvious this gate was designed with that in mind, though he wondered what kept her from slipping through as a human. Karua didn't hesitate as she reached the gate, stepping through the bars with only a gentle rap to warn the occupants of their guests. Her fingers slipped from Gaara's grip as she did so, and Gaara paused for a second to wonder if his aunt was actually expecting them, and how she would react to her uninvited guests, but Mother had already gone through, so Gaara was naturally going to be following her regardless. He climbed through the gate and took a look at the furnished room that had been locked away. It seemed comfortable enough, he thought. It wasn't as luxurious as Mother's palace, but it certainly felt more cozy. Gaara liked it. There was a bed in the right corner, and a fireplace surrounded by bookcases directly before him. To the left he could see a dining room, and he assumed the cabinets towards the back encircled at least a kitchenette. That would make the doorway on the right some sort of bathroom, which helped to separate the sleeping area from being completely visible from outside the gate. It wasn't perfect, obviously, but it was probably better than having it completely exposed. Not that there were that many people with access to this world. In fact, the only man with regular access was Father himself. Temari didn't have any sisters, so Gaara wasn't completely sure if they needed privacy from one another. He knew sisters needed privacy from brothers sometimes, so maybe it was similar. What is it now, Karura? The exasperated voice drew Gaara's attention to the couch placed before the fireplace, where a red-headed woman snapped her book shut with a sigh. I told you I'd introduce you to your nephew, remember? I remember. Did you ask Naruto about it already? Karura pouted slightly. Of course not, Naruko-chan was already in here and everything was fine. Gaara shouldn't be any different. Mito paused and tilted her head to the side and thought. It's not exactly the same, she shrugged. But it's pretty close. Were you going to bring him here? I already did. With a beaming smile, Karua gestured towards Gaara, and the former Ichibi Jinchuriki was treated to his first sight of his aunt's face. With a slight reddening of his cheeks, he glanced away. Why was everyone in his family so damn pretty? It always made him feel like he didn't really belong. Oh, his hair's almost the same shade as Naruto's. Mito's red eyes blinked in surprise. If she didn't know better, she could have very well mistaken him for Naruto's legitimate son. If he grows it out, it might be hard to tell them apart. If it would really be that easy to look like his father, maybe he fit in more than he had thought. Gaara realized. Being compared to him in any sort of positive light could never be a bad thing. This aunt was probably his favorite now. He was becoming lax, he realized, but he honestly couldn't find it within him to care at the moment. It wasn't as if his ties to the wolves weren't already known by anyone who would be interested in the first place, so what harm was there in being in public among so many? So many wasn't too accurate, actually. There weren't a lot of wolves in Konoha, and he was planning to keep it that way as much as possible going forward, so the amount to show up wasn't anything impressive despite being a majority of those within Konoha's walls. Naruto doubted an outsider observing them would think anything of it. At least anything substantial. Even if they did, it was worth it to be here to see them off. Purple Eyes watched blankly as his carriage slowly rolled down the side street towards Konoha's western gate. 3 wolves escorted it, one driving and one more on either side, and he knew 2 individuals sat safely within. Some had been able to convince Mai to take a vacation with her, though Naruto suspected the fact that he supported it was the only reason Mai actually agreed in the end, and Naruto had arranged some time at a Kuni resort for the women. Mai had already been within the carriage by the time Naruto had arrived just a few minutes earlier, and Sum was just about to join her. With a nod to the woman, he had stood there to see them off despite knowing their escort would see them to their destination safely. The idea of sending them both out of Konoha without being there personally just didn't feel right, more like some sort of banishment than a well-deserved vacation. It was also a chance to clear his head before throwing himself back into his work. To see them leave and know for a fact they were no longer in Konoha would allow him to focus on what was here, and specifically what would be leaving as soon as he had everything ready. Naruto continued to watch the carriage until it turned onto a main road and out of his sight. With a glance towards the Inuzuka compound gate, where a few of Tsum's clan that had come to see her off were returning to whatever they had been doing. They probably had no idea what role he played, Naruto mused. He wondered what they had thought of his presence as Mai and Tsum left for their vacation. He supposed it didn't really matter. Mai was the one who typically dealt with the Inuzuka on behalf of the wolves anyway. He turned his attention to the wolves that were still present. We have work to do. Naruto couldn't wait to see the results of Hanabi's restructuring, but until then the deluge of paperwork from Nami needed to be addressed and anything left here in Konoha needed to be prepared for recovery. If they were really fortunate, Mai would return to a whole new house of wolves, one that wouldn't keep her busy with irrelevant paperwork and reports that didn't actually require her attention. And if Naruto needed to continue doing her work for a few weeks after she had returned for that to be reality, well, it's not like he was doing anything else in the meantime. Are you sure you have to leave so soon? Kushina asked from the doorway as Haku finished packing up her things. Naruko was sitting on the bed Haku had been using, slowly kicking her feet. Haku had only been a guest of the Uzumaki for a few days, but Kushina had taken a shine to the young woman. She still wasn't completely sure if the two girls were just very good friends or something more, but she had already been thinking of the last Yuki as a daughter regardless. Mai-sama will want to receive word from your Hokage as soon as possible. Haku flashed the woman a grateful smile. How quickly the Uzumaki matriarch had warmed up to her had not gone unnoticed by the daughter of Kirigakure's demon. As much as I'd like to stay longer, I really must be getting back. Can't you just send a letter? Hakla's thoughts immediately went to the file she was going to be picking up from the Hokage's tower within the hour. She shook the thought from her head which accompanied her words well enough. No, the information may be sensitive, and your Hokage has asked me to escort the supplies he's so graciously giving us. The people of Kirigakure desperately need them. Kushina really couldn't argue against that and settled for returning Haku's smile. Well, if you're ever back in Konoha, you're always welcome in the Uzumaki compound. Thank you, Kushina. I really appreciate the offer. Thank you again for letting me stay. It was no trouble at all. I quite enjoyed being able to meet one of Naruko's friends. Kushina gave her daughter a pointed look, expressing very clearly that she expected to meet the rest of her friends from now on. With a nervous grin, Naruko scratched the back of her head and gave a nod of understanding. Her mother had already met Ino, but it probably wouldn't hurt to have her over at some point. She might end up bringing Sakura too. She wasn't sure if she and the girl were exactly friends, but they certainly weren't enemies of any kind, and she doubted Sakura would decline. And I enjoyed the chance to meet Naruko's mother. I'll do my best to write, and maybe one day the two of you can come visit me in Kirigakure. Not until it was back onto its feet, of course. The last thing she wanted to invite them to was the rubble that it currently was after having been a guest in their clan compound. When things were more rebuilt and village-like, she wouldn't feel so bad about inviting them to stay, though she would have to ensure Zabuza was off on a long mission. Mei could probably help with arranging that. Then again, maybe Zabuza would get along with them. A small shudder ran down Haku's spine. On second thought, she didn't think she wanted them getting along. It was nowhere close to the first time Orochimaru had snuck into Konohagakure after he had gone rogue, and he doubted it would be the last. A wolf escort just made things far more easy than they had any right to be. The wolves, after all, were allowed to enter and leave Konoha by the order of Hai no Kuni's daimyo, so all Orochimaru really needed was a mask of his own and to have an actual wolf with him to vouch for his position within Hai no Kuni's youngest noble house. Not that he had really been questioned anyway. The guards of Konoha had become quite used to wolves taking full advantage of their allowance to come and go as they pleased. That was fortunate. Orochimaru really hadn't been in the mood for any sort of proper sneaking anyway. Despite knowing exactly where Naruto could be found, he followed behind the wolf that had escorted him from Otogekure just to be polite. The wolves were precious to his prince, and that meant Orochimaru would do what he could to avoid slighting them as best he could, even if it was as harmless as rudely rushing to see Naruto the second he crossed into Konohagakure. Fortunately, the wolf didn't seem any more inclined to take her time than Orochimaru did, and they soon arrived at the apartment his prince made his den. Orochimaru wasted no time slipping through the door and making his way to Naruto's office, and wasn't disappointed to find him at his desk poring over his work. A purple eye glanced up at her with some surprise, and he leaned up to give him a curious stare. Orochimaru? I hadn't expected you to visit. Has something happened? Of course, Naruto-kun, you wrote. It was strange for Naruto to hear those words come from a body he could easily recognize as one Uchiha Sasuke. He also wasn't sure how he felt about the young man's voice calling him Naruto-kun. The fact that when Orochimaru wore it his face wasn't quite so stoic was also something that was giving Naruto mixed feelings. Apparently the young man had been capable of looking cheerful. How much it actually suited him was up for debate. Naruto was leaning towards not at all. So I did. He set his pen onto his desk. But I was expecting a letter in return, not for you to come personally. Your first request would have been easy enough to address over letter, Orochimaru admitted. But your second request is more than a little complicated. I wanted to make sure everything went properly. Thank you, he gave an understanding nod. That made sense. It wasn't like the Ten no Juin was something simple. It was in its own way a masterpiece. There were some improvements that could be made, of course, but what Orochimaru had been able to do with his seal was an incredibly impressive feat. As much as he'd like to dive straight into that matter, he needed to address the one that was more time-sensitive. The sooner they were able to start, the more he could rest easy knowing another step had been taken to secure his children's future. On the matter of your bases, did you have any near Kuni's coasts we would be able to utilize? Oh? Orochimaru rose one FO Sasuke's brows. Are you sure you don't want to start with my Ten no Jun? I promise I'll make it interesting. Orochimaru probably hadn't had a chance to talk to anyone besides perhaps his right-hand Kabuto about the actual workings of his seal on a technical level, and it was obvious he was eager now that the chance had presented itself. I do, but we need to take care of the wolves first. Did you have a base or not? Yes, he should have known better. The wolves would always come first in Naruto's eyes. That should have been obvious. Of course he wanted to know about the Ten no Jun more, but he had duties to fulfill before they dove into those discussions. It also made sense because the matter of a base could be cleared up much faster than explaining decades of work. I have a few in Kuni, but only one I can say is near a coast. Orochimaru set his bag near the door and approached the desk to sketch a crude map of the Kuni area. It's northeast of Kuni's capital city and almost directly south of Kumogakure in a small cove. So this one is on the coast then? Not exactly. Orochimaru's response earned a raised brow from Naruto. He didn't seem very amused, and Orochimaru thought the lack of patience may have been tied to wanting to move on to the Ten no Jun. There's access to it from the coast, but the actual base is beneath the coast in the middle of the cove. It's one of my earlier bases designed for marine study. When experiments started becoming more noticeable and Kumo started looking into it, I moved them to bases in areas more removed from the site of any of the major villages. Is it still usable? I don't know. Orochimaru admitted with an embarrassed shrug. It was when we left it, but I haven't checked up on it in years. I see. Naruto leaned back into his chair for a solid minute of silence, contemplating if it would even be worth checking out. You say that's the only one close to the shore? Nami no Kuni gave them access to plenty of ships. It would be best if they could take full advantage of that with their new base. The other one is on the border of Kom no Kuni and Kuni, the closest water being up near Shimo no Kuni and Tetsu no Kuni. You'll have better support from Odogakure, and Orochimaru would be overjoyed to have his prince closer to him. But I suppose that might make moving troops and supplies a bit more difficult if you have to pass around Kaminari no Kuni to get there. It would, yes. Increasing the chances of being discovered completely defeated the purpose of doing this in the first place, so he'd have to pass on that for a new main base, though he might have some of the wolves stationed in that base just in case. He couldn't think of any negatives to having a small garrison located elsewhere in Kuni in case he needed them, especially if they could easily meet up with some of Orochimaru's forces when necessary. That eastern base, how close to the shore did it stretch? To the shore, and then some. We dug parts of the storage into the ground of Kuni because the stone was better insulation than the water, and I was tired of delays from frozen materials and the excessive heat we were using. If I hadn't, Kumo probably would have found us when they started to grow suspicious. As long as the storage held up, they would be able to make use of it then. Sure, it would be more work to be practically building a new base into Kuni by expanding Orochimaru's storage, but he happened to know of a wolf that was quite happy expanding bases. I'll have Katsuri escort some of the wolves there to see if it's still usable, he voiced. As long as the storage is still there and accessible, it should fit my needs well enough. Thank you, Orochimaru. The man pouted, which looked more than wrong on a male Uchiha, but didn't argue the form of address. He hardly thought he'd be able to convince Naruto to call him Orochimaru-chan when he was like this. He was well aware he was currently wearing the form of one of Naruto's old classmates. I'm happy to have been of service. Naruto didn't doubt that in the slightest. Have this Katsuri speak with me before she goes. I'll let her know how to get into the base, and how things should work within if everything's still functional. I'm sure the last thing you want is for them to accidentally flood the base before you can properly repurpose it. Yes, that was the sort of thing he very much liked to avoid. He could always task Ganju with creating a base from scratch, which honestly might be better, but the issue with that was ensuring their activities went unnoticed. Having a starting point that was already out of sight would be a huge boon. He'd just have to make sure to instruct them to make a new entrance away from the water to reduce the chances of any accidents. If nothing else, they needed to ensure they had plenty of failsafes to negate the negative effects when it did happen. He wasn't sure if Ganju was actually capable of such complicated tasks, but he supposed he'd find out soon. Actually, it might help if who built the base in the first place? Naruto asked. With a blink of surprise, Orochimaru tried to recall who had been on that job to no avail. I don't remember. Kabuto was in charge of getting that project on its feet, and I never really asked how he had completed it. I assume he used a mix of my shinobi and scientists working together to accomplish it. Scientists to come up with the ideas and my shinobi for the labor. The wolves could handle the labor part, so Orochimaru's shinobi probably wouldn't be needed. His scientists and researchers, however, might be useful to have along. Would it be possible for you to lend me a few of your more mechanically and architecturally inclined scientists for the repurposing of this base? Oh, certainly. Orochimaru would never miss an opportunity to aid and support his Crimson Prince. In fact, I believe one of my bases is still working on an older project of mine. It may be of use to you for this, though it will take some time to get his current results here from Umi no Kuni. There's no time to waste, Naruto mused. But it will take time for your scientists to make it here. He drummed delicate fingers against the dark wood of his desk as he thought about the best course of action to take. Are they in Otogekure or spread to other bases? I would have to check to see which projects they're currently on. I know I have a few of the generally more well-rounded in Otogekure to assist me with my more important projects. That will do for now. Send for them, but have them meet my wolves at the base. That should save us some time. And my other project? I'm assuming it's something to do with the water. His pointed look reminded Orochimaru that he had yet to explain. So I'm sure it can be of use too. Have it sent as well. I'd like it to arrive soon after we've determined if the base will be a suitable starting point. Yes, of course. There was a slight dusting of pink on Sasakamaru's cheeks, something Naruto really didn't think he needed to see in his lifetime. I was looking into the possibility of aquatic shinobi. I believe there has been at least partial success so far, which should be a valuable asset in reclaiming the base and ensuring the integrity of its structure. Good. That would definitely be useful if the base itself was built in the sea. Naruto didn't suspect his wolves could hold their breath for any significant amount of time to get work done on the outside of the base. Arrange everything we've discussed immediately. I want this taken care of as soon as possible. Of course, Naruto-kun. I'll see to it immediately. Orochimaru made it to the door before hesitating. Looking over his shoulder, he brought up what they both wanted to focus on. Will you want to discuss the Ten no Juin when I'm finished? I'll be here. That was agreement enough as far as Orochimaru was concerned, and with a smile that never belonged on Sasuke's face, he hurried away to see his princes well done. A wolf popped their head in as soon as he had left, giving Naruto a curious look. Orochimaru has what I was looking for. He's off to arrange things for us. Despite their face being hidden behind a mask, their body language seemed to convey a sudden understanding of the situation. I need you to get me Katsuri and Ganju as soon as possible. I have a task for them. At once, Tsukuyomi-sama. They snapped off a salute. Well, he assumed they did. Most of it was hidden by the wall, but the movements he could see seemed to match, and rushed off to carry out his father's will. Knowing he had only a few minutes before his next guests arrived, Naruto turned back to his work. He should be able to finish at least a few pages before he was interrupted again. The Umbu guard gave 3 solid raps to the Hokage's wooden door before opening it, and standing to the side for Haku to enter. Much like the last time she was here, there was plenty of paperwork spread about, and the Hokage himself seemed well on his way to burning himself out for the day despite it not being noon yet. From what she'd seen between Mei and Asuma, Haku was absolutely certain that Kage was not a position she had any desire to hold. As respected as the position was, it seemed to be a lot more trouble than it was worth. Unless you really liked paperwork, it seemed to be more of a punishment than an honor. Pushing those thoughts from her mind, she stepped up to his desk and waited as he finished signing the last paper in the most recent stack. With a well-practiced flourish that somehow managed to convey the same weariness she could glimpse from his face, the paper was signed and set on its fellows, which Asuma moved to the side of his desk with visible satisfaction. She really couldn't blame him. finished with that part of his work, Asuma glanced up for the first time. He trusted that whoever had been allowed into his office by the Umbu was probably not someone he was going to need to worry about, and the fact that they had simply stood there, as he finished, only confirmed that. Of course, he had been paying very close attention since the Umbu had knocked on the door. It never hurt to be more careful, but it was good for his image as the Godame Hokage to seem relaxed within the village of Konohagakure. No one else needed to know that he still suspected at least one member of his Umbu was actually a wolf. He'd have to do another check sometime this week, could never be too careful. Yuki-san. He turned his attention briefly to a clock on the wall. I suppose you're about to leave to meet the ships. Thank you for being prompt. Of course, Hokage-sama. Thank you for your continued aid. He gave a half-hearted nod as he reached into a desk drawer to retrieve the file of one Genin Naruto. It was suspiciously thin, indicating he'd not been on many missions, which immediately raised red flags with Haku. Strange enough was the fact that he was a genin fighting off Momochi Zabuza and Hashigaki Kisame by himself? Never in a million years, but so little in the ways of mission records indicated a very recent genin when she very much doubted could have risen to the position of Tsukuyumi. In the end, however, only Mei would be able to know for certain. Maybe the lack of missions was because he was too busy off being Tsukuyumi. That made a certain amount of sense to the last Yuki and made her just the tiniest bit more comfortable that they might be requesting information on the right person. Then again, for Naruko's sake, she hoped that wasn't the case. That perhaps was the greatest argument against inter-village friendships Haku had ever encountered, if she was being perfectly honest. The file as requested. Asuma held out the manila folder and Haku approached to grab hold of it. The Hokage did not let go. Meeting her gaze head on, his next words were careful and measured. This will not be used to act against my shinobi. This is so Mei Dano can be informed if anyone with ties to the House of Wolves enters Kirigakure. Am I clear? Perfectly, Hokage-sama. We have no intention of making moves against your shinobi. Her pause spoke more than her words, and Asuma gave a nod of understanding as he released his hold on the file. We have no intentions of making moves against the wolves was what had been conveyed, and after the damage that noble house had caused to Kirigakure, Asuma understood their hesitation perfectly. They were in no position to pick that sort of fight, and he didn't have to worry about them trying to kill themselves by doing so. Uchiha? The name was spoken more as a question which Orochimaru could understand. The original owner of his body had been stolen away from Konoha months ago, so seeing it again within the walls was a completely plausible source of confusion. Luckily for them, they weren't interrupting anything, as he had just sent off summoned snakes with written orders for his subordinates. What they were doing, however, was delaying his return to Naruto. Nothing as grave as interfering with the fulfillment of Naruto's orders, not directly at least, though Orochimaru could easily twist the situation into keeping Naruto's requested information on the Ten no Juin from him if need be, but something generally considered ill-advised to those with even the slightest inkling as to who he was. Based on the fact they called him Uchiha, Orochimaru was reasonably certain they did not. A peek over his shoulder had him looking down at what he was reasonably certain was a Hyuga. He hadn't paid that much attention to the clan over the years. Their Byakugan didn't really interest him, and outside that they were just a stuffy, boring bunch, but he seemed to recall the heiress was supposed to be the same age as Naruto, so this couldn't be her. The fact that this random Hyuga was here, however, was quite curious, and Orochimaru found himself unbothered by the interruption if it meant stating this new though predictably short-lived curiosity. He could spare a minute or two. The inquisitive hum left neutral lips as Orochimaru turned to more easily meet her gaze, one brow rising, prompting. What are you doing here? Questioned the Hyuga. You went missing months ago. No, Orochimaru corrected her dryly. I went missing years ago. You probably weren't even born yet. The flat look he received in response didn't hint at any amusement from her, but was almost enough to spark some in him. Almost. You were in the academy with my sister. She folded her arms. You can't be that old. Well, this must have been the heiress's younger sister then. That seemed to fit. Still didn't explain why she was here. Had Naruto already started kidnapping children to reach his goals? It was admirable, but perhaps he might consider keeping them slightly more restrained, or even better, start going for those too young to wander around his apartment. I'm certain I did not, unless your parents had the two of you over 30 years apart. Her look held steady for a few seconds before, with a roll of her eyes, she abandoned that line of questioning. Fine, you want to be older. She waved one hand dismissively as if shooting the previous topic from the room. I don't even care that you're back in Konoha. What are you doing here? What am I doing here? Orochimaru did his best to tower over the girl, but his body, while one of the tallest in the class, didn't possess anything close to the size difference he'd have in any of the other bodies he'd ever used. I'm here to visit my godson. What's a mini Hyuga doing here? She didn't seem pleased by that, not in the slightest, and it made Orochimaru nearly giddy to watch her carefully controlled black face meld into one of obvious irritation. I'm not a mini Hyuga, I'm Mai's assistant and the head of admin Hyuga Hanabi. And I'm Orochimaru of the Sannin. She seemed even less impressed by that, probably assuming he was doubting her positions, but that only ended up putting him in a good mood. With a pat to her head and a quick ruffle of her hair, Orochimaru strode past her and back towards Naruto's office. That boy did surround himself with interesting individuals, though they'd have to have a talk about employing children as head of administration. If it really was working for the wolves, Orochimaru was happy to give it a try himself. Karura knew her grin was probably coming dangerously close to splitting her face, and was well aware that it would probably annoy Mito if the Kyuubi was to see it, but she couldn't bring herself to care, much less to actually make some effort to hide it. And it wasn't like the older Biju was likely to see it either, because at the moment she was very much occupied and her attention was held solidly by the task at hand. The serpent looked up at the wanderer, the cold waters of the mountain spring glistening off golden scales, and with a flick of his black tongue he tasted sweat and blood carried by the sweet pine breeze. Karura's hand shot to her mouth to keep herself from saying anything as she watched from her perch on Mito's bed. She knew that the second Mito realized what was happening, or at least realized she was being watched as it did happen, she'd have ruined it for the two currently on the couch with the Kyuubi. Couch was probably too much of a stretch. Gaara and Aisabu were very much in Mito's lap as she read whatever book she had taken from the nearby shelves. With Gaara on her right thigh curled around an Aisabu who was as much snuggling into her brother as she was her aunt, Karura was beyond ecstatic to see the three so comfortable with each other already. If she thought for even the briefest of seconds that she could get away with it without ruining the moment, she would have snuck over and taken a place next to Mito to join in on the fun, but she knew very well that the prideful Kyuubi would be embarrassed as soon as someone else saw and was unlikely to ever do something like this again. Karura's children seemed to be enjoying it, so for their sake Karura would refrain from spoiling anything. And his pure white fangs caught the sunlight before they pierced the traveler's bandages and sunk deeply into the flesh of his left wrist. White-hot bursts of agony shot through his body as the venom was spread by his blood, forcing him to the forest floor. You seem strong, the snake mumbled. You might be strong enough to survive this. If you don't die, seek me out at the peak of Mount Aogi, where the sun creates a lake every noon and the moon a mirror every midnight. I will wait for you there. She did wonder what the hell Mito was reading her children, though. Chapter 117. Hanaheim. As promised, Naruto was exactly where he said he'd be when Orochimaru returned to his office. Besides the stacks of paper that had shifted just enough to be noticeable, the scene was nearly identical to the one Orochimaru had walked into upon his arrival. The prince's work was never done. Naruto's pace didn't change, but his movements gained an energy as Orochimaru returned, making it plain to see he was either glad for the break or eager to be able to focus on the Ten-no-Jin. Honestly, it was probably both, but that was understandable. Diligent as ever, he finished the report he was currently going through, scratching anything of note onto a separate page for easy reference later, and then placed it and its siblings into a manila folder marked and dated as finished reports. Orochimaru raised a brow at that, and it didn't go unnoticed as Naruto's eyes moved from the folder to his godfather. He didn't need any explanation to know exactly what the Sannin was curious about, and didn't see any harm in providing answers for the silent inquiry. It's part of a new system we're moving towards. It hasn't been fully developed because we've had to reprioritize tasks while Mai's away, but it should make the full transition much easier. It does seem more organized, Orochimaru admitted with a sly smile. I just didn't want to say anything. It's fine. Naruto returned his smile with a small one of his own. Our previous system was rather slapdash, I can admit that. It developed as we grew, and we never sat down to plan it out. Fortunately, Hanabi had been learning to take over the Hyuga clan and is familiar with more practical systems. There was only a modicum of surprise Orochimaru showed at learning that the girl was in fact who she had claimed to be. He hadn't really thought she was lying. What would it have served? But it was still strange to know someone so young was holding such a position. Though considering who she was doing it for, perhaps it wasn't that young at all. Naruto had gathered his wolves when he was only a few years older, hadn't he? Head of admin was impressive, but it couldn't really compare to founding an organization, taking over a country, and establishing yourself as a daimyo. She was still young, though there was nothing saying she couldn't do the same. Well, other than the fact that she wasn't Naruto, that is. I hear she's also Mai's assistant. He did his best to suppress a smirk as Naruto's narrowed eyes focused on him, as though he'd be able to glean all the answers to the questions in his head through sight alone. If anyone was capable of it, Orochimaru had no doubt it would be his Crimson Prince, but he hadn't heard anything to suggest that was within his capabilities. He was well aware the daimyo of Nami no Kuni could have many secrets hidden away from even his godfather, though, so he didn't completely discount the possibility that it was indeed within his capabilities and exactly what he was doing at that very moment. That she is. Naruto's voice was even and plain, reflecting none of the suspicious curiosity Orochimaru could read in his eyes. I take it you ran into her earlier then? How did she take the body? His prince's insight didn't disappoint, and Orochimaru could feel his grin grow. She was certain I was Sasuke-kun, but she didn't seem to care about anything except the fact I was inside your apartment when I was supposed to have been abducted. She can be very to the point. It's one of the reasons I feel comfortable allowing her to direct our reorganization efforts. A lot like Mai, isn't she? Like a little mini-me. Yes, they seem to work well together. They look similar too. They could almost be sisters, pointed out the Sannin. Beyond Path having dark hair and pale skin, Naruto really didn't see it, and so offered only a half-hearted shrug. No? Maybe it's just me then. Orochimaru meandered over to his bag and started digging through it until he'd collected a fistful of papers. His wolf escort had advised packing a bit better, but he had grown impatient about halfway through and decided it was good enough for travel. He knew she was rolling her eyes at him when he declared he was done, but she had seemed as eager to complete her task from Tsukuyomi as he had been to visit his godson again. Do you have time to go over the Ten no Jun now? The papers were dropped on the only clear part of his desk directly before Naruto, and Orochimaru was nearly bouncing in Sasuke's body with giddy excitement. He really wanted to dive into his masterpiece. Orochimaru had trouble remembering the last time he had been so excited. About research, that is. His night with Naruto sat undeniably at the top of his experiences, and he highly doubted anything would ever come close to replacing it. Yes, now is fine. More than fine, actually. He was in desperate need of a break. Perfect, so where would you like to start? Interrupting the Sannin was the solid rapping at the door, earning a glare sharper than any dagger's edge could ever manage. Naruto was too used to his work being interrupted to be fazed. Enter. Ganju stuck his head in first and grinned nervously under Orochimaru's fierce gaze. Even in Sasuke's body it hadn't lost any of its potency. Before the man could offer so much as an apology for interrupting or ask forgiveness for his timing, he was pushed fully into the room by Katsuri, who didn't even flinch under the Sannin's withering glare, more concerned with answering the summon from her lord. A third head peeked in from the hallway, wary of actually stepping foot into Naruto's office in the present company. My apologies for the delay, Tsukuyomi-sama. I've gathered those you requested. Yes. Very good. You are dismissed. With visible gratitude the man scurried off, happy to be out of the line of fire. Yes, Tsukuyomi-sama, thank you, Tsukuyomi-sama. Orochimaru grit Sasuke's teeth but tried to remain as neutral as possible as Naruto's attention was stolen away right before they could get to the seal, moving off to the side of the desk to stay out of the way for the time being. He could be patient, he could. He just didn't like it. He wanted his Naruto time, damn it. You wanted to see us, Tsukuyomi-sama? Asked Katsuri, sparing only a single glance at the smaller-than-usual Sannin. Yeah, boss man. Did you need something? Had Ganju been no, that seemed unlikely. Still, it was a very strange coincidence just how much that sentence reminded Naruto of something Anko might say. The last thing he needed was Anko encouraging his wolves to perform additional renovations while his back was turned. If they knocked down any more walls, the second floor would soon be ground level. He would like to avoid that, preferably indefinitely. He wasn't completely convinced he'd have such a luxury. I did. Katsuri, you'll be in charge of this mission. He turned towards Ganju as he continued. But Ganju will be the one performing it. The two shared a look before shooting Naruto inquisitive expressions, but they didn't actually voice any questions about their lord's desires. Orochimaru has a base in Kuni that I hope to use as a starting point for our own. Your job will be to inspect the location to ensure it's viable and to begin making plans for the construction of our newest base. Orochimaru will be sending for his own subordinates to meet you there, including the current results of aquatic shinobi. They didn't miss the way he paused to glance at the snake Sannin as he said that, making it clear he had more than a few questions about that detail. We don't have an ETA on their arrival, so you may be finished with preliminary inspections before they arrive if it's still in good condition, or you could be delayed from even entering the existing structure until one or both groups arrive. Both groups, Tsukuyami-sama? Katsuri asked. Yes, the group most likely to reach you first are some of Orochimaru's personal lab assistants from Otogekure. Their general knowledge should prove valuable as we plan the construction of our base. The second group is the results of the aquatic shinobi program based in Kuni. Due to its distance, I don't expect them to arrive first, but as I don't know much about the program, and they'll most likely be arriving by sea, I could be wrong. Naruto gave Orochimaru a prompting look. While I do believe they could make the trip slightly faster than by boat based on the latest reports I've received, not completely accurate, those were the last reports he'd read, but he was still receiving them sporadically. His own interest in the project having been lost some time ago, he was only allowing its continuation because he didn't have any other projects that needed that specific lab space. It was only when it had possible use for Naruto's goals that Orochimaru started to care again. I would advise against it so that they can be of use as soon as they arrive. Even for them it would be quite the trip, and the experiments have been focused on very different physical aspects. Strength and stamina were much lower priorities. Eh? Ganju scratched his head. Lower priorities than what? They seemed like some pretty damn important focuses to him. Then breathing underwater indefinitely, as naturally as we breathe air. Orochimaru's response was dry enough to drain the oceans and make that research irrelevant. Or being able to detect everything in the water around them in 360 degrees to compensate for the much more three-dimensional environment. Aren't fights already three-dimensional? Naruto didn't think Orochimaru's look could get more dry. He was wrong. I assure you it's much easier to move in any direction underwater than it is through the air. Well, yeah, I can see that, but why would they fight underwater? Ganju's scratching moved from his head to the slight scruff on his chin. He was overdue for a shave but was contemplating growing it out to see how it looked. The only reason you underwater shinobi would be fighting is if someone else made underwater shinobi, which they would only make because you had them. Orochimaru's face went from blank to irritated. Underwater fights weren't the goal, you buffoon. It was to see if it could be done and in hopes of developing modifications that could be useful normally. You could have said that, shrugged Ganju. You're the one who mentioned fights. Because being able to detect enemies in that environment is more important than strength and stamina at the moment. Saying it was for navigational purposes probably would have fit better. Katsuri chimed in, earning a scowl from Orochimaru and a grin from Ganju. Yeah, that would have made much more sense. I'm a scientist. From the sound of his words, they were being forced out through clenched teeth. Not a teacher. I tried to explain it in a way you would understand. Ganju gave another shrug. Sure. So they're coming by boat, and will be the last to arrive. I think we've got it. Only the serious look Naruto gave him kept Orochimaru from attacking the wolf that was so casually dismissing him. Naruto wasn't sure if it was because Ganju was brave, ignorant, or simply felt safer in Naruto's presence. Probably a combination of the three. You're dismissed to prepare for the trip. Orochimaru will inform Katsuri about locating and entering the base. You got it. Ganju gave a casual salute and spun on his heel to leave before pausing to glance over his shoulder. Oh, can I bring my boys? Your boys? Naruto was reasonably certain his expression was nearing Orochimaru levels of dry unimpressedness. He was half convinced already that he didn't want to know, but felt at the same time that knowing was probably very much his responsibility. Yeah, my brothers helped me with the bigger projects. The wolf happily announced, fist coming to rest on his hips, as he turned his body back to his father in a confident stance. Of all his children, Ganju took the cake for being boisterous and unrightfully confident. On one hand, sending that much chaos on a mission that was supposed to be very stealthy was probably ill-advised, but on the other they would be useful for the actual work that was going to need to be done. This was supposed to just be the preliminary inspection, but if they could start, it would be beneficial to do so as early as possible with everyone they needed. It would also keep a group he could only imagine as mini Ganjus from being aimless here in the apartment. Yeah, that last part was enough to make up his mind. It's a stealth mission, Ganju. Stealth. He couldn't possibly stretch that enough. Make sure they understand that. No one can know what we're doing in Kuni. Am I clear? Perfectly, Tsukuyomi-sama. The seriousness with which he said that was quickly betrayed by his following boast. Puffing out his chest like some sort of over-muscled rooster, he proudly announced, "You still didn't know we built the hot springs in here last week." Naruto caught himself and, massaging his temples, dismissed Ganju from the room with a wave of his hand. "Just go, I'll deal with that later." Or not. That might just end up being something else he ignored for the sake of his sanity. It explained what he had caught Ganju and those other wolves with materials for, though. They must have been Ganju's boys. Sheepishly, Katsuri raised one of her hands about chest level. "That was mostly my fault, Tsukuyomi-sama. You asked if we had one the other day, so I figured I'd give Ganju a project that you might have been interested in before he came up with one on his own." He had asked about that, hadn't he? He'd even asked specifically if Ganju had built one. If anything, he had brought it upon himself, so he couldn't really be mad about it. "That was very thoughtful of you, Katsuri. I appreciate your attempt to direct his enthusiasm in a more beneficial direction." "Of course, Tsukuyomi-sama. I had planned on it being a surprise to help you relax, but you've been so busy I didn't have a chance to bring it up yet." Naruto gave a nod to show he'd heard, but otherwise left that subject alone, moving back to the reason he'd called for them before he uncovered more sources for his mounting headache. "Orochimaru, if you could fill in Katsuri, please." With brisk steps, Orochimaru returned to his bag and pulled out a file labeled Kuni, from which he pulled out one of 3 folders, handing it to Katsuri. "That's everything I have on the base, from construction to my order to cease all operations in it several years ago." Katsuri opened the folder and began flipping through its contents to familiarize herself with the mission destination. As you can see, it's almost completely underwater with only a single access above sea level. One pale finger pointed to a rough sketch of a rocky outcropping on the northernmost curve of the cove. Normally, ships with supplies and subordinates would pass here in the night, leaving what was needed for the base to collect and picking up any marked drops from within the water. I didn't want them spending more than an hour on any given exchange, and they were to do everything in their power to limit it to 20 minutes or less. Sometimes that meant delays, but it was better than being detected by Kuni or any vessels from Kaminari no Kuni. I see it was hidden by her mask, but from voice alone Naruto could see the thoughtful frown that tugged at her lips. "The main base appears to be directly in the center and spreads south into the cove, correct?" "That is correct." "Is there a reason you didn't build towards the area that already housed the access?" "Surely that would have been easier. The materials there were less than cooperative, and the conditions were not optimal for building any sort of lasting structure at the time. Aquatic shinobi would have been useful in that regard." His pointed look conveyed the fact that he was still displeased by earlier comments, but he quickly moved on. It also kept the entrance as far away from the base itself as possible to further reduce the chances of discovery. It would only delay at best, but that time would have been crucial in salvaging as much as we could and ensuring the rest was destroyed. "Makes sense." Katsuri glanced up to her lord. "Would you prefer us to use the base as it is, or did you want to build around the entrance now that we'll be joined by aquatic shinobi? If most of the base is usable, proceed to expand from storage. No point letting it go to waste. If not, expand there. I'd rather be mostly within solid rock than in the ocean. We're not doing any sort of research that would require it." "Understood. I'll ensure Ganju knows when he's making plans." She paused, ready to dismiss herself. "He really is quite good at this. You can trust him to do a good job, especially with help from people skilled enough to work directly with Orochimaru." "Yes, of course. I wouldn't have assigned him to the task if I didn't think he was capable. Even if that capable was far more towards giving him a headache than any reference to his construction skills or architectural ability." Katsuri gave an agreeing nod. "Was there anything else?" Naruto didn't have anything, so he looked towards Orochimaru to see if the man had anything else to add. "The badge attached to the back of the file is the access badge of the last head scientist assigned there. It should get you past just about everything in the base, assuming it's retained power and the sensors are still functional. It would be his luck that all the hardware was good, but that the computer systems had frozen in their absence and would be unresponsive. Fortunately, it was Naruto's mission, so it would be taking into consideration his luck instead of Orochimaru's. There will be files you won't have access to, but I doubt they'd be of much interest to you anyway. When you have everything up and running, I can visit to hand over the override biometrics to you, Naruto. He turned to his godson as he said his name. You'll need to be present for that, but the process is rather quick and it will grant you full control of the base. Yes, did he need to have control over the base? Was he going to be spending the most time there? It was supposed to become the main location for wolf operations, but he intended for that position to be handled by Mai eventually while he continued with some of their other facets. We'll hold off on that for now, Orochimaru. I might not be spending the most time in the base, so it may be more prudent for the highest-ranking individual there on the most permanent basis to have such control. It was clear Orochimaru didn't like that idea, but even he knew that was mostly because he wouldn't trust his subordinates not to use those overrides to cut off all connections and go rogue with their experimentations. Once was a fluke, twice was not. Orochimaru wouldn't be making that mistake ever again. I may be able to split the overrides to fit two profiles if that would work better. It would take some effort to make things work, mostly a lot of rewriting to the security scripts and a way for it to differentiate the biometric data of two individuals when he had been very careful to ensure it would only match a very small amount of his own that he kept from his original body, but it was doable. Less secure, less reliable, and still possible for the other person to do a lot of damage if they so desired, but it wasn't his role to interfere in his godson's desires, only to indulge them. That would work better, yes. Thank you. It's my pleasure. You'll still need to pay the base a visit so I can give you those permissions. Whoever else you intend to have them to. Orochimaru made a mental note to skew the permissions ever so slightly so that in the end Naruto would still be able to override anything the person he intended to station there might do. Better safe than sorry, and it wasn't like that extra layer of security would do him any harm. He didn't even have to know about it, and if his subordinates proved trustworthy he wouldn't ever find out because he wouldn't have any need to regain control of the base. That was the outcome Orochimaru would prefer. He just couldn't allow himself to be so trusting and hopeful to put any substantial amount of faith in it. Of course his subordinates didn't worship him like a deity given flesh, so maybe Naruto's faith in his children's loyalty wasn't misplaced at all. Only time would be able to tell. I'll make sure to plan a trip to Uno Kuni in the coming weeks to do so, Naruto nodded. Until the base is complete there's no hurry, and I expect to be rather busy for the foreseeable future. Whenever you like, Naruto-kun. Just let me know so I can be there to do it. Assuming you're not still in my company when that time comes. His words were accompanied by a knowing look, and he gave him a sheepish smile he instantly recognized. So that was where Anko had learned it, was it? It looked much better on a woman's face. Anything else Katsuri should be aware of? Aside from ensuring no fishermen have wandered into the area as they enter the base, no. I think that covers everything. Naruto nodded, accepting the answer, and his purple eyes traveled to Katsuri. Study that file before you go and make sure to approach Orochimaru with any questions that arise. I don't want any complications arising from misunderstanding, clear? Perfectly, Tsukuyomi-sama. I'll begin at once unless you have further need for me. No, not now. You are dismissed. With a sharp salute she made her way to the door without delay and was halfway through it when Naruto's voice immediately drained her momentum. Katsuri. Yes, Tsukuyomi-sama? The future of the wolves rests on this, both my well-being and the lives of your siblings. Do not fail your pack. Tsukuyomi-sama. She gave another salute in the doorway. I hear and obey. Good. His voice dropped to a mutter as she spun around and marched off to complete her task. Good. It had been a while since he had heard them utter that particular phrase, so long in fact that he couldn't actually recall the last time those words had reached his ears. Had someone said something like that during one of the wolves' more recent operations, or was that from back before they had even gained control of Nami no Kuni? Either way it was nostalgic, and brought with it faint memories of simpler times filled with hope and potential. It was now his job to make sure that returned permanently, starting with addressing a problem he'd had for far too long now. How was he supposed to protect his children if the only chakra he could call upon in any significant amount damaged him as much as their enemies? So where are we going, boss? A small bag was slung over the shoulder of one of the wolves as he watched Ganju inspect a pile of material they had been gathering over the past weeks for any future projects. You know Kuni Tsukuyomi-sama wants a base. With a satisfied nod Ganju pointed to the building material. This should do for a start, let's get it packed up. We're just going to build a base. one of the others asked as they moved to start sealing away as much as they could. I don't think we've done anything that important before. He wasn't saying no, he just wasn't confident they could fulfill Tsukuyomi's desires. They didn't want to disappoint him, but telling him they could only to be unable to deliver was arguably worse. Better let him know now so he could find people who did know how to construct a suitable base from scratch. Well, no. First we're going to be inspecting one of Orochimaru's old labs, and if it's still in working order we'll start expanding it into the base Tsukuyomi wants. Oh? So we're still just remodeling then? Ganju paused, blinking slowly as he processed the leap in logic. A massive grin split his face as he realized they were right, in a sense. It was a bit more complicated than that, but technically yeah. You know, I think you're absolutely right. And if there was anything Ganju and his boys were familiar with, it was remodeling bases. This would be a walk in the park. No one had really understood why it had been done, but there wasn't a single person in Nami no Kuni who was going to pass up an opportunity to celebrate at the expense of the House of Wolves. When they announced food and festivities for the day, suspicion was drowned out by the sights, sounds, and smells of a traveling circus and whatever else Sai had managed to arrange over the past few weeks. Why he did so, however, not even the wolves really knew. In fact, no one except Sai seemed to have any idea what was going inside that head of his, which is exactly what had brought an irritated Hana storming into the room. He had hoped the fact that he wasn't within his own office or even the building that served as their operational headquarters might have delayed her a bit longer, but he wasn't quite so fortunate. The glare she leveled at him as the double doors crashed into the walls could have set alight the fistful of papers she clutched as if she were trying to suffocate them. With how angry she seemed, she may have even been able to pull it off. Explain now. It wasn't a question and it wasn't a request, it was an order from Nami no Kuni's governess. Fortunately, she didn't outrank him, even if her forceful presence was far more intimidating than anything he could pull off. You know, if you wait just a bit longer you can find out with everyone else. That's more exciting, isn't it? That question wasn't completely rhetorical. He was fairly certain he was correct, but there was still a tinge of doubt that kept him from being able to commit to those words completely. I should have known before you even did anything. Her fists found themselves resting solidly on her hips. Do you have any idea how much you spent on this? I'm going to be trying to balance out Nami's budget for months to correct this. Oh. While he was undoubtedly an excellent commander, he was still very much the last person you wanted in charge of finances. If it didn't add an extra point of possible failure, she would have insisted that he have an assistant who all financial decisions had to go through for approval. Unfortunately, that would limit his ability to make immediate decisions for the good of Nami, and would hinder his ability to protect their country. It was a shame those same immediate decisions happened to be the source of this mess. What the hell had he been thinking? If it was a special date she might have been able to accept it, but unless it was Tsukuyomi's birthday, and no one had told her, she was reasonably certain it was a day like any other. You know, ignoring the fact that the area immediately outside Tsukuyomi's palace had been turned into a city of colorful tents, excited people, and laughing children. She didn't know how he would feel about that. Sai had been the one that went to when designing the palace due to his closer relationship with the daimyo, and he was the one who said they needed both walls and a miniature forest to separate the palace from the rest of Nami no Kuni, so she assumed he liked his privacy, so it was probably for the best that he was away at the moment. I didn't realize it had been so much, he admitted. Part of Hana wished she could suspect he was lying so she could be even more angry at him, but she knew he was being genuine. Damn him for it too. But it will be worth it, Sai promised with a small but honest smile. Today's a special day after all. Was it Tsukuyomi's birthday? She was really starting to suspect that was the case. Sure wish someone had told her. What's special about today? She eventually gave in and asked because it didn't look like he was going to be volunteering anything else until she did. God, she hoped he wasn't developing a sense of humor. It would probably end up being worse than his sense of finances. Somehow. You'll see. He glanced at the clock on the wall and gave a satisfied nod before tucking on his shirt to make sure it rested properly against him. Now that her attention was drawn to it, she didn't think she could remember him ever being concerned with his appearance before. Sai was the sort to go for function, and it just didn't seem right to be seeing him with an ironed shirt, pants carefully bloused around the top of his boots, and was his hair slicked back. Hana had a sudden realization that she was probably asking the wrong questions earlier. Sai wasn't concerned with her thought though, and made his way to the other side of the room where a smaller set of double doors were framed by thick red curtains. The handle clicked softly and the serenity of the room vanished as the single barrier from the festivities was swung smoothly open. Hannah moved closer for a better look but made sure to stay far back enough that anyone on the palace grounds would be unable to see her on the balcony Sai was striding confidently onto. He gave a nod to a wolf she wasn't able to see and the beat of a drum reverberated through the air. It started slowly, a beat every 12 seconds or so, but as it continued it grew faster until there was a beat every second. It sped up one last time as the people of Nami no Kuni were no doubt looking up to the figure standing high above them, and then finished with a final strike that was drawn out until it faded naturally. The following silence was more deafening than the drums and the earlier noises of the festivities combined. She was able to see Sai take a single calming breath, his head already swiveling slightly to let him inspect the crowds. People of Nami! His voice wasn't a shout or a yell, but it was loud and clear. In the silence that the drums had prepared for him carried it easily across the palace grounds. I thank you for joining us on this day. The House of Wolves is happy to see that despite what you have endured, your spirits still sing and revel among the waves. A few scattered cheers were subdued by the quiet of the crowds who waited with bated breath to hear why the House of Wolves had done this in the first place. Over the weeks and months we have grown from a community on its last legs to a thriving city that can proudly declare itself the shipping capital of the world. There were more cheers this time, but they too quickly died out, the silence only interrupted by faint mumbling of those who had started to speculate about the day's true purpose. This has been no small feat for Nami no Kuni, but as this great city of ours continues to grow and swell with prosperity, we must turn our attention to giving it a proper name. Noise erupted immediately, some speaking out in agreement, and others in vehement denial. Sai held up a single hand to quiet the masses, and after a few long seconds they obliged. Do not misunderstand me. Nami no Kuni is the name of a country that has become my home, and I understand that this village, the village of Nami, has always been its heart. But Nami is a village no longer, and Nami means more than the work that has been done to appoint her with well-deserved glory. The disagreement lessened significantly, but the sea of people beneath him didn't seem entirely convinced by his words yet. Hannah couldn't say she was either, but that was more because she was starting to realize what the bastard was doing. By Tsukuyumi, if she was right, she was going to be making his life hell until Nami's budget was back on track. Nami is the land, Nami is the sea, Nami is the spirit of her people, new and old, Sai proclaimed. So what do we call this great city of ours? This crowning gem Nami wears upon her brow? The place we work, dream, grow, and live? The crowd was silent, but as acceptance settled, excitement began to bubble within so palpably it neared an audible buzzing in the air. He seemed to have the right idea, but what name would suit Nami as a city? To them it had always been Nami, and they had never dreamed of giving it another name, but his words sparked something, a need for something more, something greater. What would tell the world that Nami no Kuni wasn't just Nami but had flourished in ways unimaginable? Who do we honor now with this name? Who has guided you to this prosperity with the blessing of Tsukuyumi-sama himself? Who has become Nami no Kuni's favorite daughter? A murmuring began in the crowd as people realized who Sai was talking about, the excitement growing close to bursting. There is only one name that honors your leader, your magnificent city, and this country that we all call home. I hereby name Nami no Kuni's capital city, Hanaheim. That motherfucker! Hannah's words were drowned out by a cheering crowd. He had actually done it. Sure, he had brought it up before as a threat, but she didn't think he would ever dream of actually going through with it. She had a feeling Tsukuyumi hadn't been consulted on the matter either, but that hardly mattered now. The people had accepted the name of the new capital, there wouldn't be any changing their minds now. She was going to get him back for this. With Tsukuyumi as her witness, she would get him back, mark her words. Sai was going to regret making this a thing. The second Katsuri's foot took a step from the office, Orochimaru hurried to the door, and none too subtly locked it behind her. There would be no further interruptions if he could help it, and while locking the door didn't guarantee they'd be left alone, it did lessen the chances of someone popping in. At least that's what Orochimaru was telling himself. If someone ended up knocking on the door, they'd have to open it to make sure it wasn't important, so the closed door was more a deterrent for casual visits than anything else. The Snake Sage didn't suspect many of Naruto's visitors stopped by without some sort of official purpose, which meant that closing the door had done absolutely nothing except make him feel mildly better and possibly delay the next person who needed to see the daimyo of Nami no Kuni. That wasn't something he wanted to focus on at the moment, however, and the more time he delayed, the more likely they would be interrupted before they could properly start again. Orochimaru wanted to talk about his seal. Damn it, why was the universe so adamant about preventing him from doing so? Turning from the door to see the light amusement playing on his prince's face made him forget all about the recent interruptions, and with a smile of his own he clasped his hands together. Alright, where were we? The beginning. Naruto offered a wry smile that was somehow both unabashedly amused and slightly apologetic. Orochimaru had no idea how the hell that was possible. You were asking me where I wanted to start. Yes, Orochimaru gave a nod that sounded right to him. Yes, I was. Perhaps if you told me what it is you hope to be able to achieve with the 10 no Juin, we could focus on the more pertinent parts? I want it. What? Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. Did that mean what he thought it did? Before he could voice his question, Naruto continued. I have a basic idea of what the seal does, and the benefits it provides can be used to negate some of the areas I'm lacking in. I want a 10 no Juin of my own. Oh, of course. His prince wearing his mark? Absolutely. The fact that he would be benefiting from it only made it that much better. Orochimaru would be more than happy to place a 10 no Juin upon Naruto's neck. There were, however, some problems. Mainly that the 10 no Juin was still far from perfect. It was with a rather serious frown that Orochimaru brought this fact up. The 10 no Juin in its current state still has a low rate of survival. Breaking the initial limiter to achieve the full benefits of the seal, and that came with its own drawbacks too, is even more risky. The chance of actually surviving both is less than 1%. He really had acted far too hastily with the Uchiha. He hadn't needed a second stage 10 no Juin to take over the boy's body. What the hell had he been thinking? Naruto's luck must have rubbed off on him that day, because he had brushed very closely to leaving Itachi as the last male Uchiha, and he'd already failed to obtain that particular body. He also doubted Mikoto would have been willing, and that Naruto would have allowed it even on the off chance she had been, to donate her body to the cause. Even if you do survive, there's still a 17.37 to be exact, but he doubted Naruto was going to be that picky when the survival chance was so low. Chance that you'll suffer substantial neurological damage. It was such a fine mind too. It would be a crying shame to lose it. Though if he was being perfectly honest, Orochimaru was presenting the numbers slightly misleadingly. There was indeed a 17.5% chance of coming out of the process with mental damage, but that was part of an 18.5% chance to survive, period. The 1% he mentioned was both surviving and remaining unchanged by the process. As far as Orochimaru was concerned, anything less than the Crimson Prince being the same person in the end was as good as him dying, because the person to come out wouldn't be Naruto any longer. Naturally, that only applied to this case. He couldn't give half a damn about anyone else who went through the process. A 1% chance was far too low for Orochimaru to comfortably risk. Then we need to change that. The way those words left Naruto's lips made it seem as easy to do as it was to say. Unfortunately, Orochimaru wasn't able to ignore the facts to be so hopeful. The 10 no Juin was an accumulation of nearly a decade of research and experimentation. Changing it was not going to be without a huge amount of effort. I don't even know where we'd start, Orochimaru admitted. I haven't been able to improve it at all in the last 3 years. Something that could be testified by the hundreds of captives who had died in his efforts to do exactly that. Purple eyes met black, and Naruto slowly tapped 2 fingers against his right arm. We'll start from the beginning. Oh. Orochimaru's lips slowly spread into a wide smile as a spark of hope quickly ignited a fire within his chest. Of course, Minato's sealing masterpiece was so far above Orochimaru's that it was like comparing a single drop of rain to the vastness of the ocean, no, to the infinite expanse of the heavens themselves, stretching far beyond this world and any to come after. If anything was going to be able to perfect his 10 no Juin, it was the Sealkeeper. Orochimaru had absolutely no doubts. I'll be perfectly honest, Orochimaru. I know next to nothing about seals. Naruto had already started to remove the white wrappings he wore over the seal, exposing it to the world once again. Aside from bathing and changing, his father's last creation was rarely left uncovered, more out of habit than any real need. But if we can figure out exactly what we need it to do and how we intend for it to be accomplished, Sealkeeper should be able to handle the rest. We're going to need to be careful. Orochimaru stated the obvious as he eyed the slightly shimmering seals that covered the entirety of Naruto's right arm, and then some. The changes we need will have to be planned out perfectly, or there's no telling what the new Ten-no-Juin will do to its user. Yes, which means we need to start by breaking down every single function of your seal. Orochimaru bobbed his head slightly, mind racing with all the things they were going to need to do to make this work, and most importantly work safely. There were no excuses for risking Naruto's life. None. Orochimaru went back towards the door, but this time instead of reaching into the bag he simply grabbed it and brought it over to the desk. They were going to need everything he had on his creation, which meant he was about to go through all his notes for over a decade to make sure they didn't miss anything even remotely related to the Ten-no-Juin. Let's start with a basic rundown before getting into the technicals, Orochimaru suggested. He continued before Naruto had a chance to object, not that the young daimyo had any intention of doing so. The seal in its resting state has only one function: to spread across the body. This is not an aesthetic choice, nor is it some sort of side effect. Each marking serves as a pseudo-tenketsu for the artificial chakra network the seal operates through. In its starting stage there is actually very little chakra within the seal, only upon activation does it begin creating it. Orochimaru paused to ensure Naruto was following along. It wasn't really necessary, but it was polite. He also really liked to see his prince with a look of concentration and focus on his face. He was going to have a new painting commissioned soon. The old ones no longer properly reflected the young man sitting before him. How is it the seal creates chakra at all? Our bodies naturally create it. The more balanced our physical and mental energies are, does the seal rely on our bodies for the creation of its chakra? It would cause quite the drain on the user's body, a toll none too light if it was pumping out masses of chakra that would normally take much longer to manifest within someone's tenketsu. The exhaustion after using the seals should theoretically, if that was indeed the case, leave the user completely vulnerable afterwards. Not the greatest design and an oversight Naruto doubted Orochimaru had tolerated. So either that wasn't the case or Orochimaru had figured out a way to negate it. A failsafe maybe? A shut-off that limited how much could be produced, and then stopped the seal's effects at a certain point to return the created chakra to the original system might do it, especially a slow release of that chakra to keep you energized for a bit longer. You'd still crash, just not so immediately afterwards. Much safer. Technically it doesn't. One of Naruto's brows rose. The Ten-no-Juin actually converts an energy most commonly called nature chakra into something more readily usable by humans. Essentially, it's taking the physical and mental balance of the world and pushing it through a single tenketsu modeled after my own, resulting in a bastardized mix of nature chakra and my chakra. A watered-down version of me using nature chakra in a sense. Ignoring the fact that nature chakra, which Naruto had never heard of, was supposed to be the common name for it, the fact that the world would have to have some sort of mental awareness for that energy to be produced as they understood chakra to be produced, and the fact that Orochimaru could apparently harness this power without the seal normally, there was a part that stood out to the father of the wolves. Our bodies require an entire network of tenketsu gates and chakra pathways in order to create and harness chakra normally. How does a single tenketsu single-handedly convert the physical and mental energies of the planet into chakra in order to create more tenketsu for the user to access that same chakra from? Well, it doesn't really make the nature chakra. Those energies naturally combine and can be found anywhere, though in greater quantities and locations with more flora. That nature chakra is much more potent than our own, on par or even exceeding that of the Biju, and is more than enough for the seal to spread across someone. That's when it starts to dilute it by making it more like my own. It more or less corrupts the energy so it's not as potent, but as the user's body isn't actually the one creating it, any amount of extra chakra is to their benefit. The fact that it's lessened by the conversion doesn't negate the fact that it's still more potent than regular chakra and shouldn't normally be available to them. That sounded really good, actually. A second chakra system, even temporary, would allow him to make use of more costly techniques and perform without worrying too much about conserving his reserves. It opened a lot more possibilities. But when something sounded that good, there had to be drawbacks, and not just the low initial survival rates. What's wrong with it then? What's the cost? The conversion isn't perfect, and in changing the nature chakra to resemble my own, it creates an imbalance of my physical and mental energies. The physical aspect is completely used up in the process, which helps adjust the body to my presence in case I ever need to use them as my next vessel, but the remaining mental energies spill into the user's natural system and end up tainting the chakra they produce. The more this happens, the more my mental energies remain within them even when the Ten-no-Juin is inactive, and the more their own mental energies start to resemble mine. There's direct correlation between those energies and one's mind, and the street goes both ways. That made sense. It also explained why all the women Naruto met who had had the Ten-no-Juin possessed such similar personalities. The chakra being more potent also causes some damage to the user's body. In small doses it can be passed off as soreness and exhaustion, but using it for too long can actually destroy your muscle, both because it's corroding them and because it's pushing them past their limits. Past their limits? Orochimaru hadn't touched on that aspect yet. Ah yes. While the pseudo-tenketsu convert the chakra and work to accomplish the same thing, they aren't actually connected by a chakra system, so the resulting chakra seeps into the user's body as if they were enhancing themselves physically with it. It's not controlled by the user, so it continues without limit. Usually you'd be too distracted by a battle to actually care to think about it, but when we look at the results it's not pretty. One test subject liquefied 57% of his muscle mass, and the Ten-no-Juin's chakra ate through his skin in several locations. He died after 3 weeks despite our best efforts. Those efforts were no doubt because Orochimaru wanted to be able to further study the results, but reasoning aside, when he said best efforts he meant it completely. The fact that he still ended up dying spoke of just how dangerous it could be messing about with chakra humans weren't really designed to handle. But if the seal already diluted the chakra, couldn't they just do that more? Is there a way to corrupt the nature chakra to the point where it's no more potent than regular chakra? Even as he asked, Naruto realized that if they could somehow make it even less potent than chakra should be, it would be much easier to control for delicate techniques, providing more reserves without sacrificing finesse. It was a genjutsu user and medic nin's wet dreams come true. If it was possible. Is there a way? Orochimaru repeated with a thoughtful frown. Yes, there should be. I didn't find one during my research. Partially because it hadn't been the focus. The boost of stronger chakra is what gave Ten-no-Juin users their edge, though he could see now the benefits of a more mild variant. That had been a wasted opportunity. Black eyes continued to take in the glory of Sealkeeper. But that might not be a problem anymore. He knew how he had done the initial conversion. Sealkeeper would be able to replicate it, and modify it to the degree Naruto desired. It was unfortunate Sealkeeper didn't actually create seals and simply converted the functions of those that already existed. He would have learned a lot from seeing what it came up with to achieve a more perfect nature to human chakra conversion. Naruto scratched something across a blank sheet of paper. Orochimaru didn't need to look to know it was a list of all the things they were going to need to figure out to get things working properly. It was going to be impressively long by the time they were done, he was sure. A more complete conversion will remove its drawbacks, so we don't have to worry about that as much. You mentioned that the Ten-no-Juin triggers during periods of high stress, didn't you? Naruto frowned in thought before correcting himself. No, you said that it was too hard to judge stress levels of the user. The trigger was anger to make it more reliable. Naturally, one would be angered during combat, if not by the opponent then by the fact you're losing. That was assuming they became angry at losing and had the fight response rather than flight. Most shinobi were inclined and conditioned to fight, but they were also very much interested in preserving their own lives. There would have to be a certain amount of aggression in the user to ensure anger was a viable trigger. Did the Ten-no-Juin increase aggression? I can't quite recall. Orochimaru was still surprised. He had remembered their conversation from back when they had first met in person, and it took a second to process the question. It does increase it somewhat, a side effect of the sudden power rush. Senses are also dulled slightly because of the amount of chakra raging through the user's body. It doesn't help that you have to be angry to trigger it. Your mindset is already primed for further aggression. Yes, that seemed to add up as far as Naruto could tell. Now that he was thinking about it though, hadn't he mentioned that the application of the Ten-no-Juin was due to the creation of a second chakra network? The Ten-no-Juin's application, what is it exactly that makes it so dangerous? The initial gathering of nature chakra, without a doubt, was Orochimaru's immediate answer. It has a tendency to run awry and start mutations within the body, specifically with one's chakra network, that are more often than not fatal. After that, a major issue is the first activation, in which the temporary tenketsu is created. The spreading of the seal marks their location, but the nature chakra first burns a basic path through the body that following activations will use to spread more easily. It's not connected, but there are still technically pathways then. Yes. No connection, but it removes any obstacles. If the path it chooses cuts through something vital, there's a high chance of again fatal damage. The pattern it takes is often random, though you'll notice on surviving users it's quite similar. That's because those patterns manage to avoid killing them. And the second stage? I know there's a state beyond the normal Ten no Juin. The second stage guarantees the user's death because it requires them to die and then be resuscitated with what is almost pure nature chakra. This failure and kickstart better conditions their body to withstand a far greater amount of nature chakra, which will also cause mutations that are more beneficial than danger. It's essentially a rebirth, and the results, well, I would hesitate to actually consider them human. Oh? That caught Naruto's attention. Orochimaru was a name synonymous with human experimentation. There was actually a point he wouldn't call the results human? They are mostly human still, don't get me wrong. But they're also more and less. Orochimaru frowned, trying to find a good way to convey this idea. Humans aren't designed to handle nature chakra, though they can with enough discipline and training. The mutations that force their bodies to handle it lifts them up above humans in that regard, but it also causes them to take on additional traits. These are, like I said, usually a benefit to the user in some way, especially in combat, but just as in the first stage where my mental energies bleed over, the mental energies of the planet bleed over to the user in stage 2. To be perfectly honest, no one even knows exactly how nature chakra works. It's all conjecture and philosophy at this point. Naruto nodded in agreement. He'd been trying to figure out how the hell the planet could possibly have mental energies. He first suspected the combined mental faculties of animals, but remembered they had their own chakra too, so they mixed that with their physical energy already. Unless someone wanted to tell him the plants had mental energy somehow. That's the only real solution to it he could find, though it left the question of how plants managed it. But what we do know, Orochimaru continued, is that stage 2 users typically take on both traits and the mentality of certain. Always, of course, we get those whose traits are more in line with superstition and myths. Tayuya was a prime example of that, gaining demonic horns and not much else, though Orochimaru had wondered if she was supposed to be some sort of bull. Gods knew she was stubborn enough. On occasion, too. In every case, the user is more prone to following instinct than logic. Good in a fight, not so good for critical thinking. It doesn't mix well with the aggression either. Those were all problems with the nature chakra so far, Naruto noted. Something he didn't even necessarily need to suit his purposes. He made a reminder to see if there was some way he could make that safer in case he ever wanted a second stage to the seal, but for now a modified level 1 already held the potential to get around his current limitations. Is there anything that would make the level 2 necessary, or could one stay with the initial Ten no Juin forever? Just the strain of the nature chakra. It's beneficial to move on to level 2 because it stops doing so much harm to the body. If we're to remove that element entirely, however, then I don't believe a second state would be necessary. Orochimaru paused, sudden realization dawning. You mentioned it could make up for some areas you were having trouble with, but you never explained what was going on. What are we making the Ten no Juin do? Chakra. I need more chakra. A major case of chakra withdrawal a few years ago did a number on my system. It's been rather limited since it healed, which has been severely affecting my ability to use anything with serious chakra requirements. There's only so much I can do without jutsu. Madogai had managed to build himself around taijutsu, but Naruto didn't have that amount of time to dedicate to getting his body to such a point. He would much rather spread the time he did have across all shinobi disciplines, so he always had something to fall back on. It was always a good idea to have at least passable skills in all areas, though you would inevitably have a superior skill. Specialization was the way to go, you just couldn't neglect the rest of them. Not that he had been with any significant amount of time to dedicate to building his own skills lately. Hopefully Hanabi's restructuring would give him more time to return to the shinobi lifestyle. So we just need to focus on drawing in natural chakra and the conversion to something less dangerous. That was much easier, though he suspected Naruto would also want that chakra into his chakra system as normal rather than potentially wasted by flooding his body without direction. Even then it was easier than redoing the entire seal and would have the benefit of removing a lot of the determinants. It would also remove any future temptations Orochimaru might have of taking Naruto's body for himself. He thought he'd be able to control himself, but better safe than sorry. Yes, that's what I'm after. Perfect, I know just how to start. Despite the purpose of this being to give Naruto back his full chakra capabilities, it was obvious to see that Orochimaru was the more eager of the two. It had been far too long since he last had a project like this. You have it? Mei asked, cutting straight to the chase. Haku hadn't even stepped into the room, and her unimpressed expression spoke of just how much she appreciated it. Sorry. How was your trip? Did you have a chance to see your little friend? That was arguably a worse topic of discussion to have in the presence of Mei, and Haku wasted no time tossing the desired file on the Mizuki's desk. She knew that was probably the point, but just Mei talking about Naruto would have been bad enough. That said nothing of Zabuza, who was leaning against the wall and looking down at the file with the same curiosity as Mei. Ao was also in the room, but he was probably the only one there who couldn't care less about Haku and any relationships she may or may not have. It was fine, I did. Her mother is a lovely woman, Haku answered blandly. There's your file. Despite the way she was speaking, she was also terribly curious to know if this Naruto was really Tsukuyomi, and she took her own position right before Mei's desk so she could lean over and see when it was opened. Painted nails broke the file's seal, and with little ceremony the contents within were revealed. There on the very first page was a picture of a red-headed young man with pale skin and purple eyes that almost glowed with the flash of the camera that had been used. He cut a striking figure, and Haku could immediately see the resemblance to both Kushina and Naruto. If she had to guess, Naruto took after their father, and this Naruto from Kushina. So this was indeed Naruto's brother, a genin formerly associated with the Uzumaki clan, but was it him? It only took a look at Mei's face to get her answer, but the name to slip from painted red lips only confirmed it. Tsukuyomi. Chapter 118. Tsukuyomi. A tense silence had fallen as soon as that word had left Mei's lips, the other occupants of the room sharing glances as their Kage continued to stare down at the picture of a young man from Konoha. Her eyes briefly glanced to the side of the picture, and she let out a humorless chuckle. He's not even 16 yet. Red Hair shook with her head. And he's a genin, a bloody genin. Zabuza gave a shrug and in an effort to calm the woman offered what little wisdom he had to spare. I was 7 when I slew that graduating academy class? He asked. Age shouldn't have anything to do with it. Hell, he's from the same village that make Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. I can't say I'm that surprised. Ao gave a single nod to show she agreement. Exactly. We're shinobi, we start young. Haku, on the other hand, more closely followed the thoughts running through Mei's head. Starting, yes. Haku's counter began. But Tsukuyomi is far from just starting. He's conquered a country, fought off 2 S-rank shinobi at once, and killed Yagura. She also added her own insight to the other detail Mei had mentioned. I doubt he would have had time to both earn his chunin rank and lead the wolves. Based on the size of his file, it doesn't look like he went on many missions. Mei hadn't even noticed that yet, and with a sudden curiosity she flipped further into the file. Mitarashi Anko, she frowned. Every mission on here includes a Tokubetsu jounin, even when he was assigned to a genin team. That was odd, but not what caught Zabuza's attention. When he was assigned? The man asked. Are you telling me he graduated and wasn't placed on a team? Seemed like a waste of potential to Zabuza, though he might be just a tad biased. How much were the other genin going to learn if he was there breezing through everything? Well, maybe not. He doubted the kid had been able to fend off S ranks when he was academy fresh. Still, that much skill didn't magically appear in what, a year? Year and a half tops? That sort of potential was a little unnerving even for him. He was on the reserves, confirmed Mei. And it looks like this Mitarashi Anko took a shine to him. Her reports are positively glowing. Then it would make sense for him to be more advanced than Ao. Was interrupted, and the other two wondered if Mei even knew the man had been talking or had become so used to tuning him out that she now did so instinctively. More than just a shine. A slight dusting of pink stained her cheeks. Some of the comments she left in here are less than professional. Oh? Zabuza leaned over for a better look, and was promptly swatted back by his daughter. Mei was reading, and her love for juicy gossip was well known. This wasn't exactly the same, but Haku had no desire to drag her father to the infirmary when he inevitably made a swipe for the file himself. Of course, as soon as Zabuza was out of the way, Haku leaned in herself to see what had been written. Pretended to be lovers? Shared a bed? Bathed each other in a nearby stream? Haku continued to skim, though the reports, her own blush making itself known as she mumbled her findings. Ao looked like he had choked on a whole lemon as he heard what the two had gotten up to during missions. Not only was the fact that they did so at all wholly inappropriate, but the fact that it had been a Tokubetsu jounin, and a genin, was even more so. Zabuza just let out an impressed whistle. Guess he had an early start on more things than we had realized. His observation was met with 3 unimpressed glares to which he could only offer a helpless shrug. What? I'm right, aren't I? So it would seem. May grudgingly agreed as she finished flipping through the reports. There really wasn't a whole lot there, but all of it did indicate someone far too competent to be a genin. Haku was probably right about him being more focused on his role as Tsukuyomi than doing missions, though it was also undoubtedly due in part to not having a team to perform regular missions with. Probably wouldn't have had a team for the Chunin exams in the first place, and there was little chance of a field promotion after less than a dozen missions, even if the reports sung him praise. It wasn't just this Anko in that regard either. The copy Nin Hitaki Kakashi also had nothing but praise for the young man who completely overshadowed his teammates in the report. In fact, other than a single mention of both and the fact that their names were on the top of the report as part of Konoha Cell 07, there was nothing on them at all. There was something strange going on there, but it really wasn't their business at this point. What was their business was the fact that Tsukuyomi now had a name. Naruto. The word felt strange on her tongue, and she thought it was unsuited to the beautiful young man who stared back at her from the front page. No family name, she muttered. Haku, do you know what happened between him and his family? Even as she asked, she flipped through the file again for any clues she might have missed. The last Yuki answered as she found a single letter from Hai no Kuni's Imperial Fire Court addressed to the office of the Hokage. I tried not to pry too much when I stayed with the Uzumaki, and it didn't really come up. I was hoping for permission to inform at least Naruto if it turned out to be him, and asking then. I don't know how Kushina-san will take it, so I didn't want to break the news without running it by Naruto first. That's sound thinking, May agreed. But whatever happened, they weren't the ones to kick him out, at least. She waved the paper across her desk. This is a letter from the Imperial Fire Court informing the Hokage's offices that they have both received and acknowledged the renouncing of one Uzumaki Naruto's claim to the Uzumaki name by his request. It doesn't say why, but it's apparent he left them. Haku frowned at that. Naruto had mentioned she missed her brother before, and it was obvious from her stay with the Uzumaki that Kushina was deeply troubled by something. If she had to bet, it was something to do with the former Uzumaki. But what had made him cut his ties to a family that obviously still cared deeply for him? She'd have to ask Naruto when she next saw her, or if that wasn't possible, at least include it in a letter. Regardless, she would need to know what had been discovered here today. Or at least confirmed today. It's okay that I tell Naruto about his identity, right? May gave a dismissive wave to Haku's question. It's fine, I have no use for keeping it a secret. If anything, perhaps the world knowing might slow him down a bit. I'll be writing to the Hokage about it immediately. That was good, because Haku intended to send a letter to Naruto about it regardless. If anyone deserved to know, it was her. She just hoped it didn't cause too much distress. She was rather fond of the Uzumaki. Naruto and Orochimaru had ended up working long into the night to cover all the functions they were going to need the new Ten no Jun to perform. Briefly, they had discussed the possibility of renaming it, but had decided that was better left until they had actually managed to successfully create the seal. Due to how late, or early if you wanted to get technical, they were up, it came at little surprise that when the wolves requested from Nami arrived at daybreak, their lord was fast asleep. They had only missed him by 10 minutes, but no one decided to tell them that. It was the general consensus that it was good they hadn't arrived any earlier, because then he would have been up longer sorting them out. No, instead they had been informed that Tsukuyomi was resting and went about doing what they could to relieve other wolves currently on duty. They were going to be up until they could report to Tsukuyomi anyway, might as well make themselves useful in the meantime. When he was ready for them, they would be present. Also present would be a letter from Commander Sai set carefully upon his desk. He had been intending to send it anyway, so the request for wolves from Nami had been a convenient opportunity to do so. He probably should have sent it much earlier, like before making the decision himself, but what is it they said? Better to ask forgiveness than permission? Something like that. Besides, he wouldn't mind too much, would he? The light of the sun could go fuck itself, Naruto thought irritably as his eyes were assaulted by the light of the heavenly body. It was too goddamn early to be up. A glance to she clock proved him wrong. It was too late in the day to be asleep. With an almost pitiful whimper followed immediately by a disgruntled groan, he pushed himself from the sheets and into a sitting position. It was well past noon at this point, far later than any of his wolves should have allowed him to sleep in. He had work to do, damn it. Both Mize and his new project with Orochimaru. How was he supposed to make progress on either if they let him sleep the day away? It wasn't their fault, of course, and he didn't really blame them, but he did wish they had woken him up earlier just in case he had wanted more time in his day so he could get enough work done to go to bed at a decent time tonight. Instead, it looked like he'd be up late again, and his internal clock was going to be skewed for a while yet unless he did something to address it immediately. Like staying up until tomorrow night, and going to bed normally. Probably best to get it out of the way as soon as possible before it simply became habit. It didn't matter much as Tsukuyomi, but he was still technically part of a genin cell even if he had been skipping trainings and Kakashi hadn't mentioned any missions lately. When he reached Chunin, assuming he managed to start devoting enough time to his shinobi career to do so, he could have whatever sleep schedule he pleased, but genin cells were a bit more uniform and tamed to ease them into the shinobi lifestyle before they ended up drowning themselves in it. Last thing they wanted was a team of Konoha genin being entered into the Chunin exams only to remember they hadn't seen the light of day since their academy graduation. That tended to serve as a pretty large disadvantage when the Chunin exams were about spectacle, and thus were held in the light for the audience and judges to watch. Having your team blinded by the afternoon sun made for a pretty poor showing. Slightly more aware of his surroundings, he forced himself from the bed completely. The separation was almost painful for his weary body and headed straight for his closet for something to throw on. He'd like a shower before getting started for the day, but not only was he lacking in time, he knew a hot shower was likely to put him back to sleep, and he really didn't feel like even entertaining the thought of a cold shower, even if it would do wonders to wake him up. It just didn't sound very pleasant at the moment. Granted, that's the part that would ensure he was awake, but if just skipping the shower entirely would prevent him from being too relaxed and keep him from the cold spray of the water, that was good enough for now. He'd grab one after he'd looked over Mai's work and before he went back to the Ten-no-Juin. He should be more awake then, he hoped. Naruto stumbled out of his room on his way to his office only to be stopped by wolves who looked beyond relieved to see him. They also looked about as tired as he felt, even with their masks dutifully on. It took a moment for his brain to catch up to his eyes and realize some of these wolves hadn't been here when he had retired to his chambers. It took another for him to make the connection and realize the wolves he sent for from Nami had arrived. Our purple eyes briefly widened with awareness as he processed that. "You're here." It was a statement more to solidify it for him than to confirm, but one of the wolves spoke up regardless. "Yes, Tsukuyomi-sama. We arrived at dawn." He stepped forward from the wall. He had stationed himself, no doubt, so he would know when Naruto eventually managed to crawl out and face the day, and gave a crisp Konoha salute. Naruto heard the words he swore he did, but even then it took a long second for them to properly register. How long have you been up, child?" If they arrived at dawn, he was willing to bet they had traveled all night, and with how long he had slept, that had been almost the whole day again. Purple eyes narrowed at the wolf before he could speak, daring him to lie. "Oh, only 19 myself, Tsukuyomi-sama. They woke me up right before we left." He shifted his weight around nervously before continuing. "Kitsu and Jux are approaching 36. You idiots." Naruto gave a sharp dismissive gesture down the hallway. He didn't actually know where the rest of the wolves were, but it got the idea across well enough. "Go get everyone who Sai sent me and get your asses to bed." What the hell had possessed them to arrive and then not rest? He blatantly ignored the fact that they had probably learned that trait from himself. "But Tsukuyomi-sama, didn't you have a task for now?" He left absolutely no room for argument, and the wolf scrambled off to obey. With a shake of his now much clearer head, Naruto continued to his office. How the hell were they supposed to keep him from making stupid choices if they were starting to emulate his? He needed to have them spend more time around Amaterasu. Or maybe time training for administrative roles with Hanabi would remind them that he was the only one allowed to temporarily neglect his health for the good of the wolves. Actually, maybe they should keep it up. Then when Mai started chewing them out for stupid decisions, the lesson might stick a bit better. Of course, he'd probably be chewed out too for being a bad example, but if that kept them from being stupid, it might be worth it. They tried the Hanabi route first, though. As adorable as Mai was when she scowled at him, he had no real desire to make her mad. She had enough to deal with without him adding both his and his children's stubborn stupidity. A black eye snapped open to stare at the wooden floors of Naruto's room. Orochimaru had been aware for over an hour by the time his prince had returned to the waking world, and he had stayed put for several minutes after a freshly dressed Kyuubi had staggered into the hallway. It wasn't what Orochimaru would have preferred, but most unfortunately sleeping on the floor next to Naruto's bed was as close to sharing the bed he was going to be able to enjoy while in this body. Even then there was a reason he had waited for Naruto to leave before moving himself. It was better to ask forgiveness than permission and all that. If Naruto didn't know he was sleeping next to the bed, Naruto couldn't tell him not to. It also meant Naruto couldn't just sigh and hold up the covers so Orochimaru could join him, but the snake sage was reasonably certain that wasn't going to happen. The body he had before the one Naruto had met? Possibly. The body of a former classmate? Probably a bit more than the young Prince would care for. As tempted as Orochimaru was to just go for it and see how things went, the risk simply wasn't worth being separated even further from his prince. If he couldn't be in the same bed, he was at least going to be in the same room, damn it. Orochimaru pushed himself off the ground with a groan, quickly followed by a series of unsatisfying pops from his back. The body might have been young, but the floor was the floor. He took a moment just leaning against Naruto's bed and more than a little tempted to crawl into it for a bit, and his eyes inevitably found themselves looking curiously at Naruto's closet. He'd left without shutting it, and while he didn't have much variety, the outfits that were in there were distinctly Naruto. Or Tsukuyami. Same thing. Orochimaru might not be willing to risk losing his opportunity to sleep near his prince, but there was a risk here he could take. He hadn't exactly packed any clothing after all, and his current body was probably close to Naruto's. With the grin many thought Enko had originated, he slunk into the closet to pick out something to wear. If Naruto didn't like it, he'd have to go pick up some regular clothes of his own from one of the shops, so he needed to make this first pick count because he might not get a chance to wear his prince's clothes again. He knew just what to wear. His office was not empty when he reached it, a young woman sitting at one of the chairs before she desk with a stack of papers. She didn't look to be getting much done and seemed more than a little distracted. Naruto thought he had a pretty good idea why, something that was confirmed as soon as the young Hyuga became aware of his presence. Ah! Hanabi jumped up from her chair, spinning to face him. There was surprise there, but mostly eager excitement. Naruto ni my wolves arrived, she announced. It was obvious the only reason she hadn't already started teaching them her new system was because he had yet to inform them that Hanabi was going to be their direct superior. He had a feeling she had already tried to start earlier, and had been denied solidly. As far as the wolves as a whole were concerned, she was just a guest of Tsukuyami, kept at the apartment to keep her safe from former branch members of her clan. And just in case something happened with Hinata and he needed a claim over the Hyuga clan, but that wasn't something openly mentioned even in the deepest crevices of the largely abandoned den. They have, he nodded. Early this morning, from what I understand. See, can I start training them? She was very close to bouncing with the energy that filled her small form. He didn't know why administrative work had her so excited, but he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Maybe it was more the lack of organization he or she hated, so it was the chance to get rid of that, and not the fact that she had to reorganize everything. That made a bit more sense to him, but who knows what the real answer was. The Hyuga were a weird bunch. They're getting some much-needed rest. He shot her down immediately, at least for the day. They can begin helping you with some of Mai's work tomorrow. The disappointment was plainly visible despite her attempts to keep a neutral face. Oh well, I guess I'll get things ready for tomorrow then. Scooping the stack of papers, she tucked them to her chest and started for the door, only to be stopped by a hand on her shoulder. Wide eyes looked up to meet piercing purple. If they'll be with you in the morning, perhaps it would be best for you to go over the new system with me fully so there are no conflicts with tomorrow's paperwork. He had already started making minor changes to his work in preparation for the full transition, but she hadn't fully explained her new system yet. As he said, it would make things go much more smoothly if everyone working together was on the same page, but it would also give Hanabi a chance to share her ideas with someone. That, Naruto felt, was probably something the young woman desperately needed at the moment. She didn't exactly have many to interact with here in the apartment, at least around her age or similar to her, and while he was sometimes tempted to allow her to visit Hinata, having her seen by the populace of Konoha would raise more questions than he cared to deal with. Maybe the next time Hinata came to visit he would let the two spend some time together? That seemed a reasonable thing to do, he thought, especially if they were going to be transitioning to a new base in the future. Then again, some might call it cruel to give them a chance to reconnect knowing they would soon be separated again. With how badly he'd misjudged previous views of himself and his house, however, he couldn't really bring himself to care all that much what people thought of him. All that mattered were results, and even if the happiness was only temporary, it would probably do both sisters some good. Beyond being fond of both of them from a practical standpoint, it also made sense to keep the sisters in high spirits as they worked for him. They both played rather large roles after all. Why, yeah. Her face brightened immediately at the prospect of fully explaining the system she had been working on for the wolves. It wasn't quite the same as making that first step into the actual transition, but it was much better than sitting around her room or Mai's office wishing the clock would tick by faster so she could. She also couldn't see any drawbacks to Naruto doing his paperwork in a more proper fashion. The sooner they nipped that part of the bud, the better as far as she was concerned. Come, you can explain it as I start going through my work. He should be drawing close to the end of his day's work, not starting it. It was going to be a long night. Supplies were still being unloaded from the ship, but that hadn't stopped Kirigakure's shinobi from starting work on basic shelters. They had already been sorting through the rubble of old Kirigakure for anything even remotely usable. Chunks of concrete, stone, wooden beams, and metal scrap had been pulled out and organized into rough piles to be repurposed, and most importantly free up space for new buildings to be made once they had what they needed. Any trees in the areas surrounding Kirigakure had been completely removed so they could be stripped of bark and used for Kirigakure's good. Unfortunately, that mostly meant providing heat and something to cook what little food they had managed to scrounge up for their starving people. A waste of those trees perhaps, but they didn't have much of a choice. Now that Konoha had sent more refined material, however, they could start making some actual progress. They weren't permanent structures by any account, more frame tent than anything, but it would allow Kirigakure residents to escape the few overcrowded buildings that currently existed, and the shelters were much better than the makeshift tents that had popped up around the Mizukage Tower when those buildings had reached their absolute limit. None too quickly, too. The last thing Kirigakure needed was some sort of sickness spreading when its entire population was crammed into little more than a city block. That would have certainly spelled the doom of Kirigakure. Food too was more than welcome from the Hai no Kuni vessel, and other shinobi had already set about distributing it as best they could. Their system had plenty of room for refinement, but with an entire city to feed it was going to be hard to ensure everyone got a fair share and that those who needed it most received it first. After oneself and one's family, the average person held very little care for anyone else. Still, they did the best they could to see everyone fed, which had the city in better spirits than it had been in weeks. They were a far cry away from being what they had been before Yagura's reign, but with enough hard work they would get there eventually. It would probably be years, though. Many, many years. Mei watched all of this from her office window, beyond grateful for Konoha's help, even if it was under the expectations that Kirigakure would stand with them if Iwa or Kumo tried to oppose their rapidly expanding global influence. Regardless of their reasoning, Konoha's supplies would be the thing keeping her people alive. If that meant they had to support what was currently the largest country in the world, so be it. There were worse allies to have. Another group of her shinobi made their way through rubble-filled streets to drop off everything they had been able to carry in a designated clearing. For defensive purposes, Kirigakure had originally been built with no sea access, and that was to their detriment this time. Fortunately, they weren't too far from the coast, something that had been necessary when actually building a village so separated from the rest of the world. They had to get their supplies somehow, and Mizu no Kuni wasn't an environment that played nice with a lot of the things they had come to rely on over the years. On the other hand, it was nice and defensible, much more so than places like Konoha. In fact, Konoha and Iwa were probably the most open villages to reach. It seemed odd, but Konoha continued to stand tall against any would-be aggressors. Why Iwa had done something similar was a topic of much debate, but there would always be the few popular theories. Basics like not having planned it better or just copying the first of the hidden villages to be created, and more complicated possibilities like meeting Konoha on even ground as part of their rivalry. Somehow Mei doubted both Konoha and Iwa had left themselves easily found so they could attack each other, but that didn't make the theory any less popular. Somehow. Kirigakure, Kumo, and Suna on the other hand had taken the concept of hidden village and applied it a bit more literally. If nothing else, they were at least somewhat difficult to reach, even if these days the locations themselves were well known to just about everybody. Good for shinobi business, bad for just about everything else. It hadn't been much of a problem when Kirigakure shinobi were in high demand as assassins and massively deterring security, and the extra income more than made up for having to have most things they wanted shipped and carted to the village proper, but now that they had been set behind so much it was going to be difficult to get back. Namiheim was probably going to be one of their best options considering it already did a lot of trade as Mizu no Kuni's capital, but then they needed to transport those goods across the entirety of Mizu no Kuni. She had contemplated making use of a nearby fishing village and their closer proximity to Nami no Kuni before perhaps it was time to actually do it. Yugura had controlled Namiheim as there hadn't been a proper daimyo, so it was likely he could still have supporters within the city. She also had no idea, and she should probably have a few spies in place to keep an ear out, who was going to end up taking over the position of daimyo now that Yugura was gone. The former daimyo's family or one of Yugura's surviving supporters was the most likely outcome. Regardless, as she didn't know who they would be or what they would do, it made sense to have as much independence from Namiheim as possible. Just in case. If that meant relying on Konoha and getting supplies through trade with Nami no Kuni, so be it. At least that would provide Kirigakure with 2 additional parties interested in their well-being. As much as she absolutely loathed the wolves, she doubted they would act against a customer. Client? Absolutely, they had proven that with Gato and Yugura. But if you were a customer, you were beneficial to them, and as far as she could tell, the House of Wolves was very much directed by whatever was best for them. Opening trade with them through the people of Nami and that fishing village she still didn't know its name would be a good way to indirectly secure themselves against further issues with the wolves in the future. It would also give them easier ins if they ever needed to infiltrate Nami in the next decade or so. Kirigakure might not be in any position to act against them at the moment, but they would never forget, and one day they would be able to do something. It would be so much more satisfying if they made use of Nami no Kuni to get to that point. Mei-sama, how did you want to inform the Hokage about Tsukuyomi? Haku asked from the doorway, interrupting Mei's thoughts as she gazed down to the activity Hai no Kuni's ship had brought with its supplies. From up here it wasn't quite like ants, but it was close. That was a good question, actually. Her first plan had been to just send a letter letting him know that one of his shinobi was actually a daimyo, but that just seemed lacking. Imagine providing that sort of claim through a letter of all things. Not only was it the sort of information you didn't want not reaching them, but how were they supposed to take a letter like that seriously? At the very least, she needs something delivered by one of her people. By default, that would be Haku. Sometimes Mei wondered if she relied upon the young woman too much. She also wondered if it was because Haku was one of the only other women Mei interacted with regularly, or just because everyone else was so unsuited for the things Mei needed. The idea that she very well could be relying on the last Yuki too much was only supported by the fact that she had another mission for the young woman already planned, so she would have to delay it a bit, and send her there as soon as she had delivered the news to the Hokage. It was understandable, at least she thought. Haku was the daughter, but more importantly for Mei's argument, his apprentice. She had spent her life being trained by the demon of the hidden mist, without a doubt one of the most capable fighters under her command at the moment. Haku had also learned what not to do from her father, transferring the man's mastery of silent killing over to the social subtleties he sorely lacked. The best of both worlds, without a doubt. Haku was her most balanced kunoichi, both mentally and in combat. A rare thing in Kirigakure, especially after Yugura had taken it upon himself to fuck everything up even more. Maybe Mei should have Zabuza take on another apprentice in the meantime? Haku's second assignment was going to be rather long-term, so it might be good to give the man something to take up most of his attention in her absence. And who knew? Maybe that new apprentice would learn to reign in Zabuza too. That would be infinitely helpful. She'd like to know where Kisame had gone so she could see if he'd be willing to do the same. He had been willing enough to help them during the Civil War before he had vanished during his fight with Tsukuyomi, but she didn't even have a way of knowing if the man was alive. The thought that he might be dead was almost absurd, but no one had seen hide or scale of the man since that day, and Mei already knew Tsukuyomi. This Naruto had been holding off both Kisame and Zabuza. When you thought about it like that, the idea that he may have slain Kisame wasn't all that out there. Turning from the window, Mei gave Haku an apologetic smile. How does another trip to Konoha sound? You want me to tell him? I'd like you to at least deliver a letter, though I think it's appropriate we return Genin Uzumaki's file. We have no further use for it. Of course. There wasn't much they could have used it for anyway. If Haku was completely honest, it's not like there was enough there for them to do anything with unless they were going to start going after Tsukuyomi's genin team, or those he'd gone on missions with before. In both cases they would be moving directly against Konoha and the House of Wolves. They couldn't afford that, not in the slightest. Have you already written your letter? Red lips pulled into a small frown. No, not yet. I'll get right on that while you pack for your trip. Can you return in about an hour? Of course, Mei-sama. Haku went to leave but was stopped as Mei remembered the mission she was going to have after this. Oh, Haku. The young woman turned to her name, one brow rising. Yes, Mei-sama? I had a mission planned for you. I'm going to need you to head to Namiheim after you've spoken with the Hokage. Haku understood why immediately but double-checked just in case. Eyes and ears, Mei-sama? Mei smiled. There was a damned reason she always found herself relying on Haku. Yes, exactly. You may want to tell Zabuza about that mission, but I'd advise against the first. I wasn't planning to, Mei-sama. I'll be back in an hour. That girl was a lifesaver. Mei would have to find a way to thank her for all her help one of these days. Maybe she could invite her friend over here to Kirigakure? Green eyes peered out her office window again, making note of the large piles of rubble that hadn't even been sorted yet, stretching as far as the eye could see. No, even ignoring the fact that Haku's friend happened to be the biological sister of Tsukuyomi, this was a horrible impression for Kirigakure to make. Wouldn't be much of a reward for the last Yuki. Maybe just a vacation to Konoha? A long-term diplomatic assignment, maybe? She was already halfway there. With a sigh, she abandoned both that train of thought and her place near the window to slip into her chair and get to work. She had a rather important letter to write, one she hoped wouldn't come to bite her in the ass later. Hanabi's explanation had taken a little over an hour as Naruto applied it to the work that had patiently awaited his attention. When he was sure he had understood and Hanabi was satisfied with the way he was filling it out, she had left to prep for training the wolves in the morning. It would take some getting used to, but he could already see the benefits of her system even as he worked. Offering her sanctuary among the wolves back when he first met her was more than paying off. Of course, as soon as she had left, he finished up his current stack. Her first most simple suggestion of only having one thing on his desk at a time had been a massive change in itself. Who knew filling your workspace with all your work for the day was detrimental to actually getting it done? And had immediately turned his attention to the letter that had been sitting on the dark wood since his arrival. There were only a few people whom he had given the seal of the Imperial House of Wolves, and he had a pretty good feeling that Mai hadn't been the one to send official correspondence from her vacation. A letter? Quite possibly. Something sealed like this? No, that would be ridiculous. And that meant Sai. Even though Sai was the other person with the seal and managed all the wolves in Nami no Kuni, it was still rare to see him using the seal. Normally he just tucked his reports into the stack of reports from the rest of the wolves and Naruto read it as a summary for the rest of them. It had worked so far, and he briefly wondered if Hanabi's need for propriety had already stretched out to Nami no Kuni. That or Sai had really fucked up and resorted back to formalities to be as proper as possible. If you'd already made a mistake, it was generally advisable to avoid making any others, so that would make sense. Sai, knowing he'd made that sort of mistake, on the other hand, didn't make as much sense unless someone had pulled him to the side to discuss his finances. Again. Of course, this could have been from Hana too, simply borrowing Sai's seal. If she wanted to reach out to him directly, it seemed like the sort of thing she might do. Normally she just asked Sai to include something with his, but if anyone was going to be doing things properly over in Nami no Kuni, it was going to be the Inuzuka heiress. He supposed he'd never actually know if he didn't just open the damn thing and read it for himself. Grabbing a small knife from his desk drawer, he pried the seal from the paper envelope and removed the parchment from within. That was not normal parchment either. Naruto blinked in surprise at the parchment, not even looking at the words. He had ordered some very special parchment from the Imperial Fire Court's official stationer that already had their seal faintly visible across the page. It was very official and far from cheap, so he had only ordered 5 pages each for those with the Jitsuin of the House of Wolves. The fact that one was used for this letter meant it had to be damn important, otherwise he was going to personally make a trip to Nami no Kuni to kick Sai's ass for wasting such expensive material for something menial. He scanned the page at first, looking for the reason it was sent in the first place, and not being too concerned with the details until that had been established. And then he read it. And again. It was during the third reading of the letter that Naruto was forced to admit he was indeed reading what he thought he was. With a shake of his head and a small chuckle, he carefully folded the paper back up and slipped it into its envelope. It was by no means something that should have used that paper, though he would admit Sai had done a wonderful job of actually writing something that seemed official, but he supposed he could overlook that for now. He'd still choose Sai out for it later, but it wasn't worth a trip to Nami no Kuni quite yet. He glanced at the innocent envelope. Or specifically, wasn't worth a trip to Hanaheim just yet. Naruto had to wonder how Hana had reacted to the news and how she had found out in the first place. If he had to guess, he'd say probably the same way the rest of Nami no Kuni learned. Poor girl. Maybe he'd send her a letter, apologizing for Sai but congratulating her on having a city named after her. He should probably send word to Mai, and Sim too, but for all he knew Sai already had. Even if he hadn't, they were on vacation. He could fill them in when they returned if Sai or Hana, he supposed, hadn't sent a letter to one of them. Of course, if he learned that Sai had not only sent letters to them but used more of this parchment for it, he really was going to be on his way to Nami no Kuni immediately to give the young man a piece of his mind. The letter quickly found itself slipped into his desk drawer, and he leaned over for the next stack of work neatly placed beside his desk. He heard the door open, and when he straightened back up with his fate for the next hour, he was greeted by a grinning Sasuke wearing his favorite furs. There was a platter in his right hand with what Naruto could only assume was a breakfast of some sort. Seeing it reminded him that he hadn't eaten since lunch yesterday? That sounded right. He had been too busy with working on redoing the Ten no Jun to eat dinner, and he had gone to bed early this morning. That, however, wasn't important right now. He knew his own skin was quite pale. Was that how much of it he showed when he wore that fur top? He knew his lips were pulling into a slight frown as he examined it on someone else. Maybe that wasn't the sort of thing he should be wearing as a daimyo. As Naruto, it was fine, but it seemed entirely inappropriate for official business. Good to know. I see you've found my closet, he commented dryly. Orochimaru gave him a slightly sheepish smile in response. Hope you don't mind too much, Naruto-kun. I grabbed everything I had on the Ten no Jun and rushed here. I didn't pack any clothes for myself. He didn't see why not. Another hour wouldn't have made that much of a difference, and he wouldn't have known. Why someone like Orochimaru would forget to grab essentials seemed somewhat off, but Naruto couldn't deny that the man, being so focused on immediately addressing his godson's request that he ignored them in favor of expedience, did sound like something the man would do. It was also just as likely he had forgotten in hopes of wearing Naruto's clothes. He couldn't put that past the snake Sannin either, though he could confidently say he would be much more comfortable with Orochimaru's last body wearing his clothes. With how much work he had on his plate at the moment, however, it was probably best that wasn't the case. So be it. Naruto placed the work on his desk and turned his complete attention to it. It may have been getting into early evening, but he had only been up for a little over an hour. As far as he was concerned, it was still too early for Anko eccentricity, which meant it was also too early for Orochimaru and Taiuya. He needed another hour and at least 2 cups of coffee before he was ready to deal with their particular brand of insanity, no matter how attractive he normally found it. Dealing with it coming from Sasuke's body just made it weird on that front, something he hoped wouldn't taint it from the others. He was quite fond of it after all. Orochimaru frowned, which was actually more of a pout, something that didn't belong on Sasuke's face ever, at the lack of a response, and made his way to the desk, where he took a seat on the edge, sliding the platter onto an empty portion of the desk as out of the way of Naruto and his work as he could manage. I don't be like that, Naruto-kun. Don't I look good in it? In your last body, perhaps, Orochimaru. His frown deepened, but with a defeated sigh he accepted the answer. His prince had made it clear he was only interested in women. It was too much to hope that he would be able to catch his eye in this body too. Maybe there was a way he could modify this body to fit Naruto's tastes while he was in it. He was Orochimaru after all. How difficult could it be to turn his current body into a woman? In fact, if he found a good way to do it, then every body he took from now on could be desirable to his Crimson Prince. Or at the very least, he wouldn't be as staunchly opposed to a bit more physical affection in them. That might be a project for Orochimaru to work on while Naruto was busy with his work for the wolves and didn't really need him to do anything for the Ten no Jun. Assuming Naruto wouldn't just give him a list of things to figure out about their new seal while he was busy going through reports. That was certainly a possibility, though Orochimaru wouldn't mind in the slightest if it meant easing some of Naruto's burdens or expediting the project so that his prince could have what he wanted sooner. Both would no doubt result in a pleased prince, which Orochimaru was quite partial to. Of course, if he did just leave Orochimaru to his own devices, then figuring out how to modify his body should also please the prince. Maybe not in this body even after the change just because of who it had once been, but definitely future bodies. If Orochimaru did a really good job, he'd find a way to switch back and forth at will so that it would never matter what body he took. That would be quite convenient once he finally managed to obtain his immortality, and should he be so lucky, gaining that sort of control over the human body might be a good step into achieving that goal. Fine. I guess you're going to be like that until I have boobs again, aren't you? When his only response was a brief, unimpressed glance before Naruto returned to his work, Orochimaru moved on. I brought you some breakfast. He gestured to the platter where 2 red bowls sat in sharp contrast to the shiny silver. Naruto wasn't even going to bother questioning where that platter had come from. He hadn't seen one the last time he used the kitchen. Admittedly, that was some time ago. He'd been too busy to cook lately, and his wolves always delighted in doing whatever they could for their father anyway. It would be cruel to steal that away from them. I saw that, thank you. He made no move to claim a bowl for himself, continuing his work steadily. The pouty frown growing on Sasuke-Madara's face was thankfully missed entirely by the young daimyo. Come on, Naruto-kun, pleaded the man. It wasn't as odd with the younger body unless you had known Sasuke or were aware that the person inhabiting it was in his 50s. Won't you take a few minutes to share a breakfast with your godfather after he went through all the trouble of making it for you? It's going to go cold. Purple eyes rolled up to peer into the black orbs of Sasuke's body, red brows nearly hiding them from sight. After a few seconds of staring, he gave an exasperated sigh and his chair pushed away from the desk with a small squeak. And to think he had once been afraid of accidentally insulting this Sannin. Very well, let's eat. With a quick hand seal, he created his only Kage Bunshin, who immediately took his spot and resumed his work. He was probably going to end up regretting that later, but he couldn't bring himself to care just yet. He grabbed the platter and headed out of the room, a delighted Orochimaru trailing behind. His prince was such a considerate godson. She was still there, Sai realized as he continued his work. He was doing his best not to actually look, or at least not let her know if he did, but it was really hard to ignore the glaring Inuzuka heiress leaning against his office wall. His office was not a big one. Not in the slightest. What's worse is the fact that she hadn't said anything to him since his announcement. A foolish man might take that as a good sign, but not Sai. He knew she had to be planning something. He just couldn't for the life of him guess what that could be. Maybe he should have at least given her a bit of warning before going along with it? Or received a response from Tsukuyomi approving it so that she couldn't hold it against him? At this rate, it might end up being safer for him to retreat back to Konoha for a bit, claiming needing to discuss urgent matters with Tsukuyomi personally. Or a vacation. Now would be a very good time for one of those. Either for him or for Hana. As long as it kept the two of them apart, that would be good enough for him. No, scratch that, definitely for Hana. It would harder for her to be angry at him after spending a week or so on vacation, especially if he was the one to arrange it for her, and she knew it. That was almost like an apology, right? A sudden issue with that plan made itself known. He had no one to replace her while she was gone, and there was no way in hell he'd be able to manage Nami, specifically Hanaheim, the way she did. It was a shipping city after all, a place with huge economic power. Economics and Sai did not mix. Ever. Even he knew that, though he wondered why they hadn't taken his admittedly limited financial responsibilities from him. They had been wise enough to reduce it already. How much harder would it be to just remove it from she desk completely? Or just get him an accountant? Did the wolves have an accountant? Did they have a treasurer? They had a country, surely those were the sorts of things they would need. Maybe Hana had those sorts working under her, which would explain why her leadership of Nami no Kuni went so smoothly. He'd ask, but well. He took another glance over to her. Yep, still glaring just as hard as earlier, yeah. That. Maybe he'd ask when she was in a better mood. Now didn't seem like the best of times. After that vacation, then. He needed to get to work on figuring that out. Using the Kage Bunshin, something he'd been mostly avoiding since recovering from his trip to Mizu no Kuni, had allowed him to finish his daily work by a decent time that night, even with a needy Orochimaru trying to hoard his attention to himself. The inability to make any physical expressions of his affection was obviously having an effect, but wouldn't be resolved until his next change in 3 years. Naruto wasn't entirely sure he would be able to deal with such a needy godfather for that long, so he might need to force himself past the fact that it was the face of Uchiha Sasuke staring at him lovingly, and provide the same opportunities to be physical that he did to his children. Sharing a bed with Sasuke like he did his wolves was going to be strange, but if it solved the problem, he didn't have much of a choice. He'd just have to make sure there were other wolves with him too. Until Orochimaru was back to being female, he wasn't about to be in bed alone with them. Sharing with one of the other girls was probably also a cruel thing to do, so he'd have to keep it to wolves his relationship hadn't deviated from parent and child with. At least while Orochimaru was around, though, he had a feeling that might be much more for the foreseeable future. Not only was he helping with the Ten no Jun, it was obvious he had left Odogekyo without a second thought to join Naruto. If the man was that comfortable leaving his village in the hands of others, probably Guren, if Naruto had to guess, then he probably wasn't going to be in any sort of hurry to return. But by employing his Kage Bunshin, he had been able to finish his work the same day. It may have been only by a matter of minutes, but that was much better than what he had expected. It also allowed him to get up around the same time normal people did, even with the exhaustion from utilizing the Kage Bunshin. He was still tired and very much wished to crawl back into bed, but knew that if he did, he would continue to perpetuate a less than desirable sleep schedule. He'd also miss out on the opportunity to watch Hanabi take charge of her new team, though he had a feeling if he had ended up sleeping longer, she'd have been so bold as to wake him up, if only to give those wolves their new orders. She was getting more and more relaxed in her new position, and he wasn't sure how to feel about that. It was probably for the best, really. She was Mai's assistant, and was going to need to be used to wielding her new authority. He supposed that also meant getting used to getting away with things when it came to him, which was a given for all his wolves honestly, but especially applied to those at the top. He tolerated much more from Mai and Sai than any of the other wolves, and he allowed Ganju to do more simply because it was obvious he was being backed by one of the siblings. He wouldn't have had the gall for his first project without permission, and everyone since had only made him more daring. Sort of like Hanabi now that he thought about it. He should probably stop allowing himself to be so lax about those under his command, but even as an army they were his family first. He couldn't help but indulge them. Katsuri, well, he'd probably allow more from her than the other high captains like Kigo, but that was for other reasons. Perhaps a bit biased and unfair to the others, but that's simply how it was. As much as they might claim otherwise, parents still had their favorites, especially when you had several dozen children. But family matters aside, the Kage Bunshin and the opportunity to grab a few hours of sleep were what NWO allowed him to stand in front of his desk, a line of wolves freshish from Nami no Kuni standing at relaxed attention before him, and Hanabi trying very hard not to show how eager and excited she was about this on the right side of his desk. Good morning, he nearly called them children, but quickly remembered Hanabi was present. He hadn't gotten around to telling her yet. He'd get to it sometime after she finished with the wolves. It probably wouldn't disrupt her system too much, he hoped. I'm sure you're all curious as to why you've been summoned from Hanaheim. He was going to try to refer to the city as much as possible going forward instead of the country, just to get used to the new name. At the rate things were going, the city was likely to span a majority of the country before long, so it would more or less replace Nami no Kuni from Shi vocabulary entirely outside of formal applications. The daimyo of Hanaheim didn't sound too bad, though sort of rolled off the tongue. He'd keep that in mind. He may end up changing the country's name to match once the city had grown enough. Naruto took a moment to turn to Hanabi, gesturing to her with his right arm as she straightened further in an effort to convey an air of properness. Some of you may be familiar with Hyuga Hanabi, formerly a guest of the House of Wolves. She has recently been elevated to the position of Mai's personal assistant, and has already been hard at work revising many of our systems to lessen the workloads of myself, and Tsukuyomi. She arm fell. You are here because she requires a team to take over administrative duties for the House of Wolves and fully implement this system. You will be answering directly to her until instructed otherwise by me or Tsukuyomi himself. Any questions? No, Naruto-sama, chorused the wolves. They gave Hanabi a few questioning looks but kept whatever comments they had to themselves. If they did have any questions, they might be holding them due to her presence, which would make sense. Best not to piss off your boss before even introducing yourself. Very good. Naruto gave a satisfied nod before meeting the wolves' eyes one at a time with a pointed gaze. If any questions do arise, feel free to see me for clarification. That is all. I'll leave you to your new supervisor, and the duties she has for you. Hanabi? Yes, thank you, Naruto-sama. Hanabi stepped forward until she was even with him. We'll be moving to Mai's office to go over what I'll be having you do so Naruto-sama can continue using his without interruption. Start heading there and I'll join you momentarily. Hi, Hanabi-sama. They snapped off a salute to her, but then immediately turned to Naruto with much greater enthusiasm. Naruto-sama. He gave them a nod to excuse them from his presence, and allowed them to fulfill their orders. They spun on their heels to face the door in sync and filed out of the room. When the footsteps had faded enough down the hallway, Hanabi's shoulders relaxed with a slump and she released a small sigh. Like this, she seemed a bit nervous, which he figured was understandable. She was about to take command of a team much older than her, wielding the authority of the highest figures in the Imperial House of Wolves. That was quite a bit more than her lessons to take over the Hyuga clan had prepared her for. You'll do fine, Hanabi. I have faith in you. He placed a comforting, he hoped so at least, hand on her shoulder, and gave it a soft squeeze, earning a small smile from the young woman. Thanks, Naruto-ni. Leaning over, she wrapped her arms around his waist, and gave a squeeze of her own. I won't let you down, I promise. I doubt you could. Now I do believe you have a team waiting on you. Show them the capability you've shown me and let's do our best for the House of Wolves. I will. She gave him another brief hug before centering herself with a sharp exhale and putting on a serious face. She had a team to take charge of and she wasn't about to let the faith she was being shown be misplaced. With brisk steps she made her way out of Naruto's office to start her work. And now it was time for Naruto to return to his.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.